Does this? Full? So if you want to start.
I will go ahead and start. Is my mic okay?
Is that?
Yeah, it's on. Check. Okay, awesome. Welcome everyone to the Make Live stage, both in person and online. We've got a packed schedule today, all day talks every approximately half hour, a couple longer ones, a couple shorter ones, but come back often to check out what we're doing. All the information is, of course, online on the Maker Faire website. And I want to introduce Lydia Sloan Klein, who teaches digital modeling and 3D printing at Johnson County Community College in Overland Park, Kansas, and is the author of Make, the Complete Guide to Tinkercad, and Make Fusion 360 for Makers. She's a 3D printing enthusiast, a judge at competitive technology events, and active in her local maker community. Please welcome Lydia.
Thank you. So, where are my makers? We love to make things. And who's interested in 3D printing? Okay, well, you've come to the right spot because we're going to talk about how to get started with this fabulous hobby. So, as mentioned, I teach at Johnson County Community College in Overland Park, Kansas, and I am very enthusiastic about making and printing and software, so I write a lot of books on the subject. I have been 3D printing for 20 years, and I started with one of those big old Stratasys printers that were a fortune, that we had to get grant money for, and the software was also a fortune. Modeling software cost a lot of money. However, now printers are cheap. Software is cheap or free, and consequently, makers all over the world are prototyping and iterating and tinkering and making their own designs and using them and selling them. And the picture here is something I have fun with. Anyone use AutoCAD? Well, you might recognize that as an AutoCAD block that I modeled and turned into a coaster. So I have a whole set of architectural coasters that I keep meaning to put on Shapeways and sell, but then I get distracted with other things. So to get started in 3D printing, it helps if you have an idea of what you want to make, because that will guide what kind of software you decide to learn and what kind of printer you decide to buy. I think everyone has probably seen all the cosplay parts, right? People love printing these, but there is so much more you can do, because now 3D printers make all the things. They make big things. People are printing buildings. A building can go up in 24 hours. These are giant props that a dance company commissioned. You can print tiny things. That's called nano printing. That castle you see on the left fits on the tip of that pencil on the right. And nano printing is used for medical injectables, among other things. Construction companies are printing building components. Designers are printing furniture. We've got some great outdoor furniture and planters shown there. Clothing designers are using 3D printing because there's flexible filament. I know a futurist who believes that not too long from now, hotels will have 3D printers in each room, and you can order up something that you might have forgotten to bring. How's that sound? Just print up a pair of pants for yourself and let it print overnight. Architects have been using 3D printers for architectural models for years now. It beats the old chipboard and straight pins and glue. And prosthetics are a big thing now with 3D printing. In fact, there's a whole org called Enable that you can volunteer with so you can help assemble prosthetics to be shipped to people all over the world. Chefs, how do you like this? You can print food. The Foodini is a popular culinary printer where chefs and bakers can now create confections that they would never have been able to make with traditional cooking methods. And artists are also creating jewelry that they couldn't do with traditional casting methods, and some of them are being discovered through online venues like Shapeways, which we'll talk about in a bit, and they're being hired by department stores to custom design unique jewelry just for them. If you're into t-shirts and decals, you can design and print decals straight from the printer onto your shirts. And who doesn't like making molds for soap and ice and chocolate and Jell-O? Make Legos, make skulls. You can make prints of whatever you want and cast a mold around them, and you'll be the only one in town with that kind of mold. This is a big niche for a lot of makers. You can make lithophanes. A lithophane is a print of a picture, and when you light it up, the picture actually shows up. So everyone wants a picture of their dog these days, and you can make a nice side gig, make nice side gig money by printing up lithophanes of people's dogs and selling them to them on night lights and lamps. I love to print consumer goods. These three things that we're looking at, one is a bicycle mug holder. The other is a jewelry box. Why does a jewelry box have to be closed? I like to hang my jewelry on hands. And the third, we're going to talk about how to do something similar today. You can make a print from a sketch that you scribble by hand, a sketch that you make with Adobe Illustrator, a sketch that you download from the web. You can easily turn that into a model and print that. And I'm going to show you how in a little bit. So, let's talk about, as promised, where to start. How do you get started making all these great things? You need a model. A model is a 3D digital drawing. And where do you get a model? Well, if you're impatient and you want to start right now, you can download a model from one of the many online libraries that there are. Look at on the left there, I list some of the most popular ones. Models can be free. They can have a small cost. You can commission them from people who hang out on the forums for these different libraries. And then you can download the STL file. An STL file is a file format that 3D printers need. So you make the model in software, you export it as an STL, and then again, many millions of people upload their STL files to these libraries. So download it and get going. But if you want to design your own ideas and solve your own problems, then you need to learn how to use modeling software. And you have a lot of choices there too. You can see on the left, I've written out just some of the more popular software programs for modeling that there are. There is no one best. It gets back to what do you want to make? There are solid modelers, surface modelers, organic modelers, reality capture modelers, and now there are even artificial intelligence modelers where you tell it what you want and it tries to come up with a solution for you. So depending on what it is you want to make, one of those different modelers will be the best for you. Now, I like Tinkercad. I'm very partial to this. Tinkercad, and for our friends on YouTube, let me just show them this. Tinkercad is a free web app that was designed specifically to get you up and running fast with solid modeling. It's a simplified solid modeler. You can make a lot of great things with it, and it was designed so that you can 3D print what you make. Now, I have 2 videos coming up, very short, I promise, about a minute each, and I want to show you how easy designing with Tinkercad can be. And in these videos, I am solving my own problems very quickly and ending up with a 3D printed solution. So the first one, I needed a custom switch plate, and there it is. I'm probably the only person in the world with that switch plate. I'm very proud of it. And I'm going to show you why I needed it and how I created it. I'm going to do that now with a short video.
A cable installer left my home looking like this. When I complained about the appearance of the switch plate, he said this was the only way he could do it. All right, arguing wasn't getting me anywhere, and I didn't want to look at that broken switch plate forever.
Let me start this over.
So
let me just start that over.
A cable installer left my home looking like this. When I complained about the appearance of the switch plate, he said this was the only way he could do it. All right, arguing wasn't getting me anywhere, and I didn't want to look at that broken switch plate forever, so with Tinkercad and 3D printing, I came up with a solution. I went to the Tinkercad gallery, clicked the magnifying glass, and searched for switch plates. Here's one, looks perfect. Click Copy and Tinker. And here it is. Now I'll drag a cube into the work plane and adjust its size by simply moving these grips. Going to eyeball it in place. Maybe make it a little wider. Then select it and click Whole. Select both parts and click on Group. And there you have it, a custom switch plate.
Now, how easy was that to do? Think everyone could start out doing something like that? That's Tinkercad. That's how you start making your 3D prints and solving your own problems. Now, here is my next problem. Halloween's coming up, and I wanted a bat cookie cutter. So anyone can go out and buy one, right? But that's not what makers do. We like making our own cookie cutters, our own stuff. So I could have drawn with a pencil, a bat. I could have gone to Adobe Illustrator, but being lazy and in a hurry, instead I went to the web and found a bat cookie cutter that I liked and turned it into a model and then into a 3D print. And I'm going to show you how I did that. So,
In this video, we'll use Tinkercad, a web sketch, and an online converter to make this 3D printable cookie cutter. Find a sketch on the web that you like. I searched for bats because I wanted to make a Halloween cookie cutter. Once you find the sketch you want, crop it, and the most successfully converted sketches are typically black and white with crisp, clear, defined edges. There are a lot of online converters. I used this one, onlineconvert.com. Open an online converter and then find Image Converter and choose Convert to SVG. Upload the file and then click Start to convert it. Once it's converted, download it. Next, import the SVG file into Tinkercad. Click Import, upload the file, you have some settings you can change. Click Import, and it will come in as a solid 3D file. Scale it down. You can just drag it, or you can type in exact numbers in the text fields. Select it. Click on Fill Mode, Inner Line, and there's your cookie cutter.
now how easy is that? Raise your hands if you think you could easily do that. Does that look fun? This is how easy it is to get started with designing your own ideas in Tinkercad. Now here's another real fun way to start designing to start making models. You can make models from photos, and this is called reality capture. You walk around the object with your phone, just like I'm showing in that middle graphic, taking pictures at different levels. Then you send them to a software program to stitch together, and the software returns you the model. There it is on the right. Now, how fabulous is that? This is for when you want to quickly create a base to edit, but you don't want to model the whole thing from scratch. That would have taken me a long time to model in an organic modeler. Instead, I just took pictures of it, sent it to software like, well, there are phone apps. You can just do a search at your app store for reality capture programs. Polycam, Autodesk Recap is a desktop program, more robust. They'll turn what you need into a model, and you have all kinds of choices over even how dense and detailed you want that model to be. So once you have the model, you bring it into another software program. I brought this into Mesh Mixer, which is a free Autodesk program. I cut a hole in it, and there is my candy jar for Halloween. So I'm the only one that has that candy jar, and I like that. So this is how easy it is to get started creating your own models and printing them up. There's a whole business, 3D HQ, that puts you inside a scanner, takes pictures of you, and then 3D prints you up. And they sell these as Christmas ornaments and wedding toppers. I mean, who doesn't want to see themselves hanging on the Christmas tree, right? So there you go. Get yourself scanned and hang yourself up on the tree, because this is what there's a whole business designed to help you out with. And for the really, I don't want to say lazy, let's just say progressive or forward-looking, there's a program called Meshy that you ask to make the models for you, and it will do its best. I say that because I've used it, and sometimes it needs a little help. But it can do most of the work pretty well for you. Or if the model is real simple, it can create the whole model for you. And who here is a fan of ChatGPT? Is everyone using that? Okay, I'm surprised I don't see a lot of hands. I would really encourage you to go to openai.com, open an account. You can get a free version of Chat, and it's amazing what that program can help you out with. And I tested it out with asking it if it would create STL models for me. And it did. It made simple models for me. I mean, I don't know where this all is going. I mean, eventually, what are we going to do but press buttons and ask software to do things for us? But the point is, ChatGPT has created models for me just for asking. Now, once you've got your model, you've got to print it. And I am often asked, how expensive is it to get started with 3D printing? It's not. You go to Amazon, you can buy printers for $99 on sale. Now, it depends, of course, how much you want to fiddle with them, and the cheaper ones are going to take a lot of fiddling, but there's all price points, and at this point, as cheap as they are, there's no reason for every aspiring hobbyist and tinkerer, there's no reason not to have one on your desktop. And what kind of printer should you get? Well, again, what do you want to make? The two main ones for consumers are FDM and SLA. And I'm going to go to cut. This is SLA, resin. I don't know if you can tell here, but it's very detailed. It gives you incredibly detailed results. So if you are doing jewelry casting or something where you have a need for tight tolerances and smooth detailed settings, you want a resin. This is my Darth Vader Christmas topper. This is filament. This is an FDM is good for quick iterating and prototyping. You don't get the kind of detail with resin that you get with filament, but depending on what the model is, it's perfectly fine. I love to make phone holders. This is my big thing, and I use filament because I don't need a whole lot of detail, and then I can just stick my phone in it at the breakfast table, ignore my family while I'm on my phone, and this holds it up perfectly for me. This is another phone holder. I like to either design or download figures and just add a base. In Tinkercad, you can add that base real quick. And here's that cookie cutter. Again, this printed up in about 20 minutes. So these are all filament, and they work very well. Filament is rolls of spool plastic, and the SLA is a tank of liquid resin. And again, here's an example, filament on the left and resin on the right. So you can see the detail. People who like to print figurines will need a resin printer. Again, there's all kinds of price points. 168, 559, 149. It depends on the features you get, what you need it to do. It's sort of like razors, though, where they sell you the printer or the razor cheap and the blades is where you keep spending the money. The filament and resin can run up, but again, there's all different price points for both of them. Resin can be $500 a bottle. That's what they use for dental casting, or it can be $16 a bottle. So if you don't have a printer or you don't want to mess with the maintenance and all that, there are a lot of options for that now too. A lot of libraries have maker labs, and you can just go there and typically for free use their equipment. Your town might have a maker space. This is Hammer Space in Kansas City, a fabulous maker space that's very popular. Okay, 5 minutes, did you say? Okay. Then there are online service bureaus. Shapeways is one of my favorites, and you can, like an Etsy store, set up your own shop and sell your designs, and Shapeways will print them to whoever's browsing and wants to buy, and you get a commission for each one that's sold. So finally, to wrap it up, if you want to learn Tinkercad and Fusion, Fusion is a program that people from Tinkercad typically graduate to when they feel they've outgrown it. I highly recommend those books. And you can connect with me at YouTube, where I have lots of tutorials of how to use Fusion and Tinkercad and other programs. And I will be in the Maker Shed after this if you'd like to discuss 3D printing further.
Awesome. Thank you, Lydia. Can we get a round of applause?
Thank you.
We got a couple
Coming.
minutes if anyone has any questions.
I just want to give you an update. Shapeways is no longer in existence. I don't know if she's
when
listening.
did-
They went out of business a few weeks ago, completely shut down. So you'll change your slides. I don't know a replacement for them. They were spectacular, but they are no longer around.
I had no idea, and I'm just devastated. Well, Materialize and Xometry, I hope, are still there.
That's still there. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for that. You're
Okay.
amazing. This was concise. It was deeply informative. It was engaging. You're a rock star. You're a rock star.
Thank
and,
you.
Yeah, please give it up.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to share with us today. I have a quick question about patents, because I noticed that you're creating some pretty unique items. And unfortunately, on the internet, because I'm an artist, it's very easy for people to take a look at it and with all of the advanced technology, recreate or reproduce what you have and then sell it online for half the price. So do you patent your pieces, or how do you protect these items?
This is a subject, the protection of intellectual property, that is being discussed very heavily in academia, and there is no answer, because anyone can lift your stuff, edit it, and what are you going to do? No, this is a huge, huge problem. And you know, here's the irony. The counterfeiters, like of earrings, designer earrings, and handbags have been around forever. And software like this and 3D printing has brought counterfeiting to the masses. You don't need giant factories anymore. I don't have an answer for you. It's ugly.
Time for one more question, maybe? Mm-hmm. Any question? Oh.
All your information that you have printed here, can I get a printed copy of it somehow? Do I need to
contact me through my YouTube channel, and I will send you a PDF of this.
Perfect.
Anyone who wants that, I'll send you a PDF.
And I can obtain your email where?
It's on my YouTube channel. You can, or you can just go to, hold on.
Just go to the Maker Shed
Here.
booth, and you'll be at the Maker Shed booth,
Right,
and you can
and
talk
I can
and exchange
answer you
information.
there, but this is my YouTube and my email's there, and feel free to connect with me there. Okay?
Thanks.
Thank
Thanks
you
again, Lydia. That
all
was awesome.
for showing up. Was I within the 20 minutes? I didn't go. Okay, great. And this was Kevin's. I want to return this to him.
No?
Still no. No, it's whatever's on this screen is what everyone's.
Oh, I see. Gotcha.
So you can have your notes on this screen, but you should have the big stuff on it.
Got it.
Yes, absolutely, of course. Yes. Yeah, of course.
Oh, no, wait, hold on. But then
All right, you ready?
no,
You got your mic?
sorry, I need 1 second.
No worries. A studio that creates playful resources to support STEAM education. Ryan got his start as an educator at the Tinkering Studio at the Exploratorium. He is a leader in the field of making and tinkering education and has partnered with museums, schools, and companies around the world. And he's going to be showing us behind the scenes at the Tinkering Workshop. Welcome, Ryan.
Thanks so much, everyone. It's so great to be here back at Maker Faire. It's been about 6 years since the last time I was at Maker Faire, and I feel like a homecoming being back around the community. So, yeah, you can cheer for that. It's good. So I'm here today to talk about my new book called The Tinkering Workshop that just came out 2 days ago, last Tuesday. Yay. Thank you. And I wanted just to give a little bit of behind the scenes, the process of making the book, and also what that taught me even more about tinkering. So tinkering is a word that people use to describe a certain kind of approach to learning. Tinkering started off 15, 20 years ago using this term at the Exploratorium, at Tinkering School in San Francisco, and I think of it as really a playful way to explore art, science, and technology, and it doesn't have a specific outcome. So, for example, this is a workshop of doing art machines where there's motors, there's paintbrushes, there's cardboard boxes, and we set these things out, and we don't know exactly what the people will do at the end of the workshop. We like to have the learners, the participants in the projects, they're the ones who drive the process, and their questions, their ideas, and things they want to do next, that's how we make our way through the activity. It's really important with tinkering that it doesn't just have to do with the content. So there is scientific and engineering content in all of these activities. For example, connecting circuit pieces, switches, motors, dissected stuffed animals. You can learn a lot about electrical circuits. But we think it's just as important to focus on the process. So what it's like to ask questions, to test out ideas, make prototypes, and share what you've made with others. And then the last part that's really important is the attitude that you have when you come into these activities, that maybe you can build confidence in your ability to work with materials and understand the world around you. Just a little background about who I am and how I got into this type of work. I started working at the Exploratorium in San Francisco in 2006. I helped develop a space there called the Tinkering Studio, where people can stop, slow down, work with materials, and develop their own projects. I think the first time I was at Maker Faire was in 2007, so I definitely think the Maker Faire community has been a huge part of my journey in becoming a tinkerer and an educator. I've done lots of workshops, experiments around the world, everywhere from Saudi Arabia to northern India, working with Tibetan Buddhist monks, to where I live now in Freiburg, Germany, in the southwest corner of Germany. And I found that everywhere around the world, if you engage people in these playful, open-ended activities, they can get really excited about what they can try and what ideas they develop. So about 2.5 years ago, I got approached by the editor at Story Publishing called Deanna Cook, and we started talking about how to make a book that captures some of those ideas and process around tinkering. This is a bit of a challenge because, as you see, tinkering is messy, it's hands-on, it requires an environment. A lot of times it requires facilitation. So we had to really think deeply about how we can put all of those things into the content, into the pages of the book. I wanted to focus today on the behind-the-scenes look at the photo shoot that we had. We had about 5 days at Story Publishing headquarters, which is in Western Massachusetts at a museum called Mass MoCA, which was an amazing place to do these workshops. We could spend all day setting up tinkering activities, taking photographs, working with kid tinkerers, and then at the evening, explore an amazing contemporary art museum. We tried to make it as much like tinkering as possible, so we had the kids use the tools, do the process. It felt very similar to a tinkering workshop, except for we had to do everything about 20 times, and there were instructions like, turn your right hand 45 degrees and your body 180 degrees. And I would have never been able to do this, but these kids were amazing about the way they could do all of those projects and also find the exact right camera angle. So the main idea that we thought about with this book is to focus on simple materials. So to focus on things that you already might have around your house. Things like clothespins, wires, old spools, cardboard boxes, and we featured 20 materials that are the jumping off points of tinkering and have ideas about what you can do right now with these materials. I really had to fight to add googly eyes in this book as a tinkering material. Yeah, let's give it up for googly eyes. Thanks, everyone. And I think it's really important. I mean, I think that these projects grow so much when they're characters, when they have personality, when you can put a bit of yourself into the projects. Another really important part of the book was this idea that you have multiple examples. So we didn't want to do step 1, step 2, step 3, and then at the end, you see the one thing that you make. So for all the projects, we wanted to show 3 or 4 or 5 possibilities for what the project could turn into. And hopefully what that means is that the readers, the people who are doing these projects, they come up with the 6th, the 7th, the 8th example, and they make their own designs. It was very important while doing the photography for this book that we showed kids actually working on the projects, that we showed their hands connecting wires, using tools, that it wasn't just the final presentation of the project that was working perfectly, but that you got to see that the tinkering process is tricky, and there's lots of complications, and there's lots of moments where you're really focused. I think when this tongue comes out, when you see the tongue coming out a little bit, that's when you know that people are really in the flow state, and they're totally focused on working the activities. So we wanted to do as many projects like this where you could see deep engagement for the kids working on the projects. As well, we wanted to have a wide variety. That's my son. Clap for Elio here. We wanted to have a wide variety of themes and topics, size and scales, things you can do in your backyard or garden at the park, things you could do on the kitchen table, things that you could actually build into your house, like this over-the-door confetti dropper. These are all to show that there are so many different entry points into tinkering. And I can imagine with all the projects in the book, nobody will start at exactly the same place. Maybe they'll flip through and find the projects that work best for them. We wanted really to have an emphasis on art. So we also feature lots of artists and tinkerers who show what are the possibilities for going deeper with these types of projects. So we have everything from eye bombing, sticking googly eyes around the city, to building marble machines on the beach, inflatable fashion, and paper circuits, all with a little bit of the stories from the artists behind them, showing how they started tinkering and what their process was as well. Each one of these projects has ways to go deeper. So we feel that there's the low threshold part to entry, the starting points where you can go tinkering right away. There's the wide walls, so you can develop your own ideas for the projects. And then as well, if you wanted to really dive into these projects, you can add in more complicated mechanisms. You can add in electronics, microbit, servo motors, and have ways to go deeper into the activities. Part of our process was also being open and being surprised by new ideas. So one of my favorites is this image of the kaleidoscope. This is actually the photographer of the book doing the official photos. And I got a lens and a cardboard tube and took a kaleidoscopic picture with my cell phone. And this actually ended up in the book. As well, there's this LED city. This is actually the project that we're doing today at Maker Faire, making a collaborative LED city at the Coal Shed number 2. And this was another example where we all started adding a road, making a stoplight, doing our own designs for the building, both the kids and also the facilitators and the project team. And I think when you're in that sort of mode where you don't know what the projects will quite look like, that's when really interesting tinkering can happen. Throughout the whole photo shoot, there was this idea of having a conversation with materials. So working with the parts, whether they were straws and clothespins, cardboard boxes, pieces of hardware, trying to figure out when we see what we can do with these parts, what will they also tell us, and how will they let us know what is the possibilities for working with each one of the materials. Finally, I think it's really important to have this idea of play as a way through the activities. I think playfulness in tinkering, in making, in STEAM or STEM education, that's what really not only creates an environment that is fun and comfortable to be in, but it also is really where the deepest learning can happen. When you are playing, you are taking risks, you are trying things that you're not sure if they're gonna work or not, and you're going a little bit beyond what your normal, what you think you know you can do to try something that you're not sure about and would be really amazing and cool when it actually works. These are just a few of the finished pages so you can see what the book looks like on the inside. As you can see, we wanted to have the instructions kind of as small as possible off to the side. Important to have these first ways to get started, but then to go the majority of the page showing the examples and showing these little call-out boxes that are facilitation prompts, questions, ideas and suggestions about what you might want to try next. I think for me, that's the most interesting and rewarding thing about putting together this book is that I don't know what the readers, what the tinkerers, what the makers will come up with from doing the projects in the book. I think that these will spark lots of new and unexpected ideas that I wouldn't have been able to imagine to begin with. Just as a logistics, the book is also on sale here at the Maker Shed. So if you want to pick up your copy, you can do that here at the fair. As well, me and my team from Wonderful Idea Co. will be in Coal Shed 2 making collaborative light-up paper circuit city for the entire 2 days of the Maker Faire. If you're interested in tinkering and you have friends who are interested in tinkering as well, it's really helpful to share about the book, leave a review, tell your library, tell your bookstore. We want to get as many people tinkering as possible. And yeah, I'd love to continue the conversation with all of you. If this is something that you'd like to do at your home, in your classroom, in your after-school program, I would be really happy to continue the conversation with all of you sometime later on in the fair or online with my email and my website, which is wonderfulidea.co. So thanks so much for listening, and have a great time at Maker Faire.
Awesome, thanks, Ryan. We do have time for one question, maybe, if anyone has a question. There we go. Let me get the microphone to you.
Thank you. Ryan, the book is great. I'm curious if you rewind to the very beginning. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah?
If you rewind to the very beginning, when you have a deliverable date, a publisher who wants a book at the end, what kind of tinkering principles did you apply to, I'll call it a professional endeavor, when you didn't know what the chapters were going to look like, you didn't know what the callouts were going to look like? Are there any lessons you learned that you sort of brought into this environment?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was definitely a challenge for me because I have a tinkering mindset myself, so I'm always used to do one more thing, make one more change. I always wanted to keep adding or tinkering with the book itself. One thing that just was a tool that helped us in the process, on this slide you can see this paper binder, which is called the First Pages, and that was a rough layout where we sort of knew roughly what the photographs would be. It was a lot of sketches, a lot of silhouettes in Illustrator. So it was good to have a guide, but it was also really important that we could then break free from that and tinker ourselves in the process.
I love it. Godwin, you're going to have to shout.
Well, I think having the projects with these three elements. So which things could have easy starting points, which things you could start tinkering right away, which projects had the widest walls, so the most possible outcomes, and then which projects connected to artist works, tinkerers, makers out in the world that we could show going deeper at. So when the projects kind of hit all three of those marks, they fit in, but of course there were a lot that we had to leave on the cutting room floor.
Oh, one more question. Shout it out.
Were you a tinkerer as a child? What
Yeah, saw now some photos of me as a child building, tinkering, milling with cardboard. Although when I was in school, I felt like science was not for me. And I really rejected that as a subject because I thought it was all about finding the right answer, filling in the lab report exactly right. So actually, coming to the Exploratorium, that showed me that science is connected with art. It's a way of understanding the world. But I think I come to this with the idea that I didn't have this joy for science and a love, and so I really want to inspire people to find their own pathway to learning about science, technology, and engineering through some of these projects. Yeah,
Awesome.
thanks.
Let's thank Ryan again.
Cool. Thanks, everyone.
Coming to the stage, we have the K through 12 Maker Lab at MIT. We'll give them a second to get set up real quick. Awesome. All right, we have Diane and Justin from the K through 12 Maker Lab at MIT. The K through 12 Maker Lab at MIT Edgerton Center prepares teachers to lead engaging and relevant learning experiences, giving their students the tools to create, the courage to fail, and the empathy to solve problems as a community. They offer professional development workshops and free online resources, and they're going to be talking today about adaptable maker projects for academic classrooms.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We just kicking off? Yeah, we're good. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. It is so exciting to be here at the California Maker Faire. I've only been to the one in New York City, so we came over from Boston a couple of days ago, and thrilled to be here. We're also showing the do-it-yourself pinball exhibit in Coal Shed 2.
Yep. Coal Shed 2, we somehow got that here in 2 duffel bags on the plane, so come check it out.
Yeah. All right. Wanna
Okay, you want to
say who we are?
a little bit about yourself?
Oh, okay. So, hi, I'm Diane, and I am trained as an engineer and worked in product design for about 10 years, then went into teaching. And I was a high school teacher and middle school teacher, general science, computer science, engineering design, and then came back to MIT about 9 years ago to work on STEM projects, and that has brought me into the world of maker and putting maker projects in academic classrooms.
Yeah, and I'm Justin Schmidt. I've been a lifelong maker and tinkerer. I ended up kind of crash landing into a career in teaching, and my school started a makerspace, so I jumped in there. I wore a suit to the interview with the principal I've been having lunch with for 3 years and was like, you got to give me this job. And was able to start the makerspace from the ground up. I learned a lot of the things that I'm now sharing with teachers through that experience. So it was a middle school makerspace where I integrated with teachers to do projects that were meaningful.
Okay, and our big theme here, I have it on my shirt, more kids making. Okay, just following up from Ryan, tinkering is great. How can I do this in school? So if I don't have the family or the community that's bringing me right into it, how can I do it as a teacher, bringing this to the kids so that everybody has access to it?
Okay.
Okay, what is a maker project in school? Well, key point is using cool tools. Have some digital fab, have some maker tools. So that might be some electronics, graphic design, 3D printer or laser cutter if you have it, sewing, or even the embroidery machine. Okay, and you're building, you're making something creative of your own with others, improving it as you go. So what students get from it?
Yeah, so through that practice, students are getting tech skills by using those cool tools. They're getting to practice some hands-on thinking, which a lot of times is lost in schools. The creativity part gives them ownership, and they're proud of their work, which is always a blast to see. The collaboration is coming from working with others, and we'll talk a little bit about what that can look like. And then they're learning the skill of iteration, which comes with persistence and perseverance, which a lot of our students are lacking in.
Okay, how is this making to learn and not just making stuff? Well, that's up to the teacher. You need to use appropriate digital fabrication. So electronics and tools that kids can use. And when you're building, you're not giving them a step-by-step guide. Maybe you've got some guides, but give them some examples to look at. If it's creative and it's your own, so start with the same kind of project where everybody customizes it. Working with others. So you may not be working in a group where everybody does a part, but working alongside others and having everybody check in with each other as they go can be great. And iteration is hugely important. Without iteration, it's an activity. And you can judge yourself saying, I'm good or bad at this. But when you can iterate, when you can do it a few times, you can actually say, I see where I'm learning on this. Okay, now Maker does have a lot in common with STEAM, PBL, Universal Design, Inquiry, which are buzzwords in school. A lot of schools don't like the word maker. So if you're an educator and you want to bring this into your school, find their favorite buzzword. We found that this is often called STEM. May not have any STEM, but that's what people like to hear. But they want the essential principles behind it. So STEAM right now basically means a lot of creative design, and that's a big buzzword, at least in the area that we're at. That's fine. Okay, does this fit in my academic classroom? Well, as an educator, and both of us have been, your focus is on your content, but your school's focus is on raising an educated child to become a good citizen. They need a lot more than just content area, and they want to have persistence, collaboration, creativity, all those things. Doing maker projects can be a way to accomplish the school's goals and the teacher's goals at the same time.
All right, so what does a maker project look like? So this is a pencil holder that was done by second graders on a Glowforge. They drew their own designs and they laser cut it pretty quickly. By the way, we have all these slides available on our website. We'll go back to it at the end, but so don't worry about if we're going a little fast on these examples. This was an 8th grade one in science class. They were doing adaptations and they got to 3D print some models at the end.
English language learners, getting used to the language and actually what they look like using the Cricut Maker, vinyl cutter. Some pretty cool stamps made out of cutting, once again, on a vinyl cutter, just cutting those foam sheets and using these as a way to get people into the learning and to find the essentials about the places that they're talking about.
This is monuments, monuments to things that are usually underrepresented. And you've got two different ways here. We've got a more traditional poster, and then we've got a 3D printed model. It's a good way to get 3D printing with some meaning behind it that's quick and easy.
These are really cool. I don't know if you're going to start the video on here, but this is in a Spanish class, and what they're doing in the maker part is making it into a green screen. So they made the pieces that went in, and they are finding things that they want to disappear. And I don't know if it's going to come in. Oh, there it is.
We'll give that 2 seconds.
And you'll see that they take the pieces, they've got their fire, and they're taking their pieces and dropping them in.
I love this one because they used a lot of different maker mediums to make this happen. So layered identity. So this one was a teacher who did this really complicated project with a lot of different maker skills and a lot of research that came together, and it now hangs in the hallway of the school, and they're very proud of the work there.
And this one here was middle school, 6th grade English teacher partnering up with the art teacher to do these magnetic tiles that lit up when you put them on the magnetic board. And I actually saw the students myself. They said it was a lot easier to write the story because they'd already drawn a picture and done like a 6-word story. They were just ready. They knew what it was going to be.
Oh, and just in case you can't see, there are LEDs lit up in the picture. It just didn't photograph.
Okay, so how can I find projects that I can fit in my classes and my curriculum? That's what we're here to talk about. Okay, don't start from scratch. Adapt existing projects. So a lot of projects are out there online. People will say, I got the perfect maker project, and they'll tell you the age, the subject, the content in that subject, how long it will take, and exactly what tools you will need. And it's all very well intentioned, but that may not fit with what you need to teach, materials you have, the age, any of those things. So what we started, this is what started our entire K-12 maker thing, was about 8 or 9 years ago, going online and saying, I want to find those projects that you can integrate into academics and aren't just making a catapult and doing other stuff that's fun but could only be in the tech ed or the STEM class. So you start looking for projects, and I would find that about 10% of the projects that were posted online could be adapted. So I thought, all right, let's start tagging these together and all. Wasn't really going to happen, but I started collecting them, then we started collecting things for our own prior experience, working with teachers and expanding it until we made this thing called an idea gallery. So I'm expecting that an educator can go there, take an idea, like here, the one I'm showing is a chess set. Okay, so what the students have to do is decide which piece, which power, what moves do they have, and how can I relate that to a conflict that I'm studying, perhaps in social studies or maybe even in a literature class. Here's different ways of making it. The laser cut, make it with 3D printing, make it with hot wire foam cutter, make it with
we got clay and we got pipe cleaners rolled up into a rook.
So you could take an engaging idea and adapt it in many different ways. And that's what we figure, I mean, that's what a good teacher can do.
And one of the fun ways we've been getting these project ideas is we take MIT students that we work with and we ask them, what kind of project did you want to do in high school that you didn't get to? And we say, okay, design it. Think about your teacher and how they would deliver this. And then we get these really cool project ideas from them.
Yeah, so for educators out there, find out what your students like. Make a project that allows them to do it. And they'll be doing what they used to do with me. Can I build today? I'm like, do you know what you're going to build? No, not yet. Okay, go do the stuff, tell me, and then we can build. Go ahead. All right, this seems like a really big change to my teaching. Okay, don't do it all the time. Do it once in a while. Do a maker project once in a while. When the kids are pretty psyched about it, for one, they get a little more closely connected with you as a teacher, and then they've got this good disposition. It just carries over into the next class. So you've just impacted the class after yours, even though you don't even know what class they might be going to. So if you can do a couple a year, and other teachers can, your kids will have these opportunities in school that they actually feel good about. And it doesn't have to be all the time. You would really be exhausted.
Maybe. What problems should I expect? So this slide, I can
you
take
do
this
this one.
So I love this picture. It was a cupbot battle we did, and these kids made a really dangerous blade out of a CD. Anyway, barriers to making a class. So obviously the cost in the startup is important, getting your staff time in there. Sometimes your expectations are a little off. You might think that you're going to get perfect projects with every single activity, and it's really not about making a perfect product. Leadership from administration can be kind of tricky. If you don't get their buy-in from the beginning, it can be hard to develop it until you really start showing what the students are getting from it. And the best way to do that is to get the students to talk and say, like, make a video that says, oh my God, Ms. Brancasio's class was awesome today. We made blah, 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 and now I understand the story we read. It's like really powerful to have the students do that for you. And then teacher buy-in. It's hard, especially if you're the makerspace leader and you're getting other teachers in there. Some of them are like, 3D what now? And that can be really tricky to kind of get them into the practice.
Yeah, this does take schools about 3 years to get it established. First year, like 2 people doing it, then a few more, and then by the 3rd year, a lot of people say, well, the kids in that class are having more fun, or they're actually doing more stuff. So, go ahead. So just reiterate what those benefits of students might be. Engagement, engagement, engagement. Somebody who's actually in class, like Ryan was saying before us, they're in the flow of it because they want to be using the tools, period. Really authentic connections because they may have to bring something from their life into it. Social capital, which is huge because often it's not the book smart kids that can do this. It's the kids who are less able, the kids who are maybe good at makers. And what it ends up with is they really get proud and you're reducing the barriers to them learning.
All right, we just got our 5 minutes.
I see.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll give it a shot. How do I get started? All right, you're gonna need 3 different things to have a good maker experience. You need the stuff and the skills. This is a great place to learn about stuff. You need a good project. That's what we've been talking about. Now, hard part here is gonna be teacher practices. How can I be a facilitator rather than a direct instructor? Give it a shot, start somewhere.
And also learning to embrace the chaos.
Yes. So on here, we're giving you lots of links to stuff. So we have a website called k12maker.mit.edu. And we're actually redoing the website because it has too much stuff on it. But right now, these are the links that you can see. And since we're talking about adaptable projects, I just want to move ahead to the next one and say, here's something you can explore. Can you hit the idea gallery?
Sure. Oops. 1 second. Just have to get out of that.
So our idea gallery is, I don't know if that'll get bigger, just lots of ideas that are then linked. It will be searchable when we redo the website, and it's not just on Weebly, but we can filter them by the tools or filter them by the objects, which I like to think of like collective things or something like that, and I can just click on them from here. These are all 2-page write-ups just to get you inspired. If you need a little more, go to our tutorials. Tutorials are something that it's a project. We've got something where you can learn it on your own. Either it's a video or slides. We did this, started it like a summer ago with some teachers in a group we were working with. And the projects, I don't think I got to
Here,
it.
I gotcha.
You can get, oh, sorry, it's under the wrong thing.
Yep.
So we have done custom PD, we've done classes, we do some workshops because we're in MIT, which is really hard to get to and to park. But the tutorials
Yeah,
are the ones I wanted to show.
Unfortunately, the page is taking a bit to load, so I'll just
Okay.
say a little bit more about what we do. So we do custom PD for districts and schools, and we love to see how schools are doing Maker and how they're interested in it and what they want to accomplish. So definitely reach out if this is at all interesting to you and you're like, oh, I want to see what they have for me, or just let us know how you're doing this, right? One of the things we want to do with our website going forward is to get more voices on there. So if you're like, I have so many project ideas for that, again, shoot us an email. We're easy to get to from that website. And also on the website there, we have a little pop-up for survey. So if you're looking at this cringing, please give us feedback so we can make the new version better.
Well, we're makers, not website designers.
Yeah, exactly.
But right now in the dozen or so tutorials, it'll get you started on any one of them. A lot of them are good for like a parents' night too, because they're really pretty easy to do.
Great.
Thoughts, questions?
Any questions? Oh, here we go.
Hi, I run a makerspace in Lake Tahoe, and we've definitely accessed your content, so I just want to thank you for putting it up there. We're really lucky in the sense that we partner with our school district to be able to come to the space. But some of the challenges we face is that we're makers, not educators. So I guess my first question is just kind of advice for converting a maker into an educator. And then the other question I have is, I feel like sometimes when I've accessed some of your content that you guys do conferences or in-person stuff. Is that right? And can you speak to that?
Yeah, you're gonna have to talk because I don't have a mic anymore.
Okay. Conferences, I think we do custom PD. Like we'll work with the district, we'll visit them, and actually do a lot of it remotely because we're meeting with a group of people depending on how far away they are. How do you make a maker into an educator? Well, it's good to have a staff member like Justin was at his school, where they're the one that is running the makerspace. So you meet with the teacher and you find out what they're trying to do. So it's really the meeting of minds. To find somebody who can be both like a really creative maker and a really good teacher, no. So partner up. You know, get in with them and help them do it, and then they'll start to get the creativity. But you can't be everything. And teachers have a lot of really good skills that you may not all have as makers.
All right, I think that's it.
Perfect. Let's thank Diane and Justin and give them another round of applause.
Thank you for being here.
And we're going to welcome Kristen Burbawi to the stage. Kristen is a Bay Area public high school engineering teacher who has designed makerspaces for schools and libraries. She has combined federal and state funding with revenue streams from her nonprofit, Burbawi Makers, to build a classroom that empowers young people to pursue their passions. Each year, she produces a showcase that exhibits her students' creations, sustaining enthusiasm for the program with the parents and school community while validating student effort. And Kristen is going to be talking to us about creating and maintaining a classroom makerspace.
Hi, can you hear me? Sweet. So, all right, I love Maker Faire. Maybe you can tell. I might be Maker Faire's biggest fan. I feel like this is my mothership. My inspiration for what I wanted to do with my kids came from when I visited the Stanford D School, and then actually just my very first trip to Maker Faire. I knew I was among my people, and wanted to bring that to my students. So picture my kids at Maker Faire in, I believe that's 2018, with our AR sand table that we built. Super, super fun. So my advice for, people ask me all the time, how do I build a makerspace? What do I do? I've built many makerspaces, and the ones that are closest to my heart are the ones that are in my classroom, the classrooms that I've had. So first of all, grow organically and start one machine at a time. Pick a machine that you really want to learn. Do you have a project that you want to do? Buy the machine for that project and start one machine at a time. Buy a machine just in time, not just in case. Ooh, maybe I'm going to need a CNC for my next project, so I'm going to buy it and put it in the corner, and I'll learn about it later, is the wrong way to do it. I started with that's my first printer right there, MakerBot Replicator 2. I no longer have that machine. Good job, MakerBot. This is my former classroom at Irvington High School. Built this after, it took a long time to build this up. Over there on the wall, you see right there is Thor's hammer, which was built by a student of mine who is now in college. This is my upstairs space with my line of Prusa 3D printers. That's a couple of CNC mills. And then this is the room next door that used to be book storage, and I turned it into a makerspace with vinyl printing, and that's our electronic soldering bench. Just tools and the things to make the things. I wanted my kids to be able to make whatever they wanted. But it was really important that as I got each new machine, I was a master of each new machine. I didn't get machines and then just stick them in the corner for just in case. The quality of the machines is really important. Buying nice things is expensive, but it's also going to save you a lot in the maintenance. I find Prusas are fantastic. They're just right in there. Go talk to my friend Alan. Tell him Kristen sent you. He'll hook you up with a super fun, awesome printer that works really well. Customer support at the companies is really important. I hate calling customer support. I'd much rather text Alan and be like, Alan, my Mini needs repair, and it's so much easier. And then getting trained properly on those machines and having people who know how to use them at your school. If it's not going to be you, it needs to be somebody. Or if you're not at a school, I'm at a school. This is a fan that broke off of this Prusa, and I soldered it back on myself because I knew how to fix it. Being the masters of your machines is a big deal. Training students to be the masters of the machines will save you so much time. And students are way more teachable than adults sometimes, at least in my experience. All of our machines, all of my machines have a wiki book that goes with them. This wiki book is for my laser. It's a universal laser, 40 watt, not a particularly huge machine, but we do some super cool stuff with it. And the kids write in the wiki books when they make a new thing, when they discover a new thing about the laser. Like, oh, I tried to raster my AirPods case. One of the kids wrote a page. I tried to raster my it didn't work, doesn't work. And then another kid figured out how to do it. And he was like, yeah, it totally works. And he just wrote over the top of the other kids on the same page, like, haha. It's really fun. There it is. There's the laser. And there's the wiki book that goes with the laser in the pocket on the wall next to the laser. Storage. It's not all about machines. It's mostly about materials. And the storage that you think you're going to need, you need twice as much, at least. And then you need storage for projects that are in process, because where are people going to put them? They're not going to take them home every time. The students aren't going to take them home every time. So storage is a really, really big deal. So you see vinyl racks here that go with my vinyl cutter, and then there's the vinyl printer that makes massive things, and it takes massive amounts of storage for those things. There's the storage for my filament, for my 3D printing, storage for tools and drills, and for acrylic and wood. And for, each machine has their tool chest that goes with it, so there's all my 3D printing storage. So it's just massive, massive, massive amounts of storage for all of the things. Hardware storage, robotic storage, so much fun. Conserve and reuse. There is, if you want access to this PowerPoint, and because I see you taking pictures of it back there, super fun. My website is on the last slide. You can take a picture of that, and then you can have access to this PowerPoint on that website. Conserve and reuse. I hate making piles of trash, and that is so easy to do in a makerspace. So reusing things, yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's a big deal, man. We don't just want to poo on this world. This is our world. I know everybody's all excited about going to Mars, but I love breathing, and Mars, not so much. Teach the kids to be responsible with their stuff. This is my drawer of small Ziploc bags, and then I have a drawer of extra small Ziploc bags, and medium and extra medium and large and extra large. So this is wood that we have partially used, but we don't throw it away. Reusing, recycling, repurposing, it makes such a huge difference. As a former student, right there. Love my kids. Systems and standard operating procedures. Put responsibility on your users, responsibility on your students. The systems are going to save so much time. So this is my toolbox. I have 15 of those. Each one of them has a paper in the top lid that says exactly what's inside, right there, in the top and in the bottom. And then when they check out a toolbox, they're all numbered. They sign up down right here, and they check it out, and they keep track of what's inside. If you're running a makerspace, it's really easy to just become everyone's maid and everyone's mom and clean up after everyone. And that's just probably not how you want to spend most of your time. It's going to take you enough time to manage all that equipment. These are my students' engineering notebooks that I keep in these lovely racks. They're awesome. Each kid has an engineering notebook, and they each have a box number. So there's box 119, and you can see the box number on the engineering notebook is 119 right there. Those are engineering books that I made. I designed them all in Adobe Illustrator and then drew each freaking dotted line and then give them to each of my kids. So we keep these engineering notebooks, and they just document all their projects in there, all their stuff in there. And then they have this amazing portfolio that they can take with them at the end of the year. And when they're applying to colleges, people are like, why should we let you into our college? You can be like, mic drop, and show them that you actually can do things, that you actually can create things, that you put in the time, and you have documented all of your failures and all of your challenges and all of your stresses. and all of your successes and the excitement that comes at the end when it's all done. But again, organization. Make your makerspace as modular as possible. I have wheels on as much of my stuff as I possibly can. Everything is on wheels, except for the chairs sometimes. Some of the chairs, it's kind of hard to put those on wheels. This classroom, you can see, all these tables are wheeled. All of them flip. Computers around the classrooms. And then just what our first speaker was saying today when he was talking about silliness and playfulness and tinkering. That's where it is. This is our superintendent. He was a couple superintendents ago. He came to my classroom so we could 3D scan his head. And the kids were so excited to have the superintendent there. And we 3D scanned his head, and then we 3D printed him, and then we gave it to him, and then he had it on his desk in the superintendent's office. And they love that. And 3D scanning their own heads, right? The school districts, why do you need that? That's like a $1,000 3D scanner. And I'm like, well, because it's more fun to play with your own head than to play with a rabbit you downloaded from Thingiverse. Yes? It's about this big. No, but I have a 3D printer now that could make it life-sized. Also, he was a pretty big guy, so I don't know, life-sized would be pretty big, yeah. Yeah. We made 3D prints, and then we vacuum formed them and made molds, and then the culinary class made those molds into chocolate. So again, just fun and silliness and playfulness that makes, this is why we do the grind. This is why we work, so that we can play. So it's important to get that into those kids that like, this is all about playing and it's all about enjoying what you're doing. Funding is super fun. I work at a school now that where they're helping me with funding. It's been a hustle. Man, I've hustled. I made my own nonprofit right here, Babawi Makers. If you Google me, I'm like the whole first page of Facebook. But district funding is very difficult. ROP funding is easier if you have a CTE credential. Whoops. Getting grants is a lot of work. Selling the things that you make, raising money with your kids, that does work. But you know, you're going like $5-10 at a time. And so you got to do that a lot to really buy a lot of machines. But funding can be a challenge. This is me. I started a nonprofit, Babawi Makers, and those are my 2 websites. If you want this presentation, I just blazed through that because everybody was like, you only have 20 minutes, Kristen, you talk a lot. So it's fun, I'm looking around. I've got several students in the audience. This is great. Look at my kids all supporting me right here. Look at that. And back there. Look at that. Look at Si-Ching. Si-Ching wave. Si-Ching made that in my classroom. She 3D printed that, and I'm not exactly sure how many pieces, assembled it all together, painted it. There's a big old dowel down the middle. Like, that's rad. I can't even begin to express how much I love Maker Faire. Like, this is where I belong. And this is, do you guys have questions? I just feel like, yeah, yes, sir. How many students do I have? So at Irvington, I had 150 students a year that I was teaching. So now I work in Milpitas, at Milpitas High School. Milpitas High School has 3,000 kids. We're starting this new program that they recruited me to help them start, which is called the Innovation Campus. So it's basically like, let's gather up all the nerds on campus and put them over here on this other campus so we can do cool things and do fun stuff in maker spaces. And because I have a couple CTE credentials, I can access more grant funding than other teachers can. Anyway, so it's really, really cool. So I have 60 students right now. We'll have more like, when the campus is full, it'll be like 450 kids. But it's a lot of work. I let my kids, I started this thing called the Side Project. That's what Si-Ching has back there. She's got her side project. It says Andrew right here. He does side project. You guys should go see Andrew's hot dog racetrack. He made a hot dog torture device that cooks hot dogs as they go down and races down a track, and then it electrocutes them at the end. It's hilarious. Definitely go. It's just right down there. So Burbawi Maker's slogan is, we make makers and makers will change the world. Like, we got to do something about this world. I mean, that's pretty clear. So we're doing it. We're doing it one kid at a time. Good question, though. How many kids? It's a few kids. Yeah.
Any other questions?
More questions? Yeah?
Oh, wait for the mic, please.
How do you inspire and encourage them to create something amazing, but also dial it back to something that's actually possible
For
and
sure.
they're capable?
Yeah, absolutely. That's hard. That's hard to do. So when things get, I make friends with lots of people. So I'm like, hey, engineering friend, former student, somebody who has a little bit more expertise in this one area, and I don't have that much time to dedicate to this one kid. Can I take you to dinner and buy you a beer, and then you can help this kid do their thing? I leverage my friends a lot. I mean, I talk to the kids and have conversations with them about what it is that they want to do and the projects that they want to do. I try to encourage them not to go too crazy and do something that's too difficult, but at the same time, you want them to challenge themselves. Don't do something that's too easy, because then you're just going to be bored the whole time, right? So take like your comfort level and then just step it up a little bit. And then expect that it's going to mess up. And then we make stickers for that. Like, oh, you burned yourself with a soldering iron. Here's your I burned yourself with a soldering iron sticker. I stole that idea from Adam Savage. More questions? Yeah,
More questions.
exactly. Yes.
A lot of those tools require like a 3D modeling software.
Yes.
What do you use, and how do you get the kids trained in that? And
Yes.
is it like a separate course from what you do? Or?
So no, I do all the things. So I teach Fusion 360 and Onshape. I prefer Autodesk Inventor, but they don't really, it's not really workable in classrooms anymore. So Fusion 360 is better, although that's also kind of difficult. Onshape is probably your best bet. And there's a super awesome curriculum that is being developed right now for Onshape. This guy named Josh has this program called CAD Class. Highly recommend. If you go to my website, you can see Josh's other curriculums on there. If you go on to burbawi.com and you go down to Makerspace Resources, you can see Josh's curriculum. CAD Class is fantastic. And the Onshape curriculum is in development right now. It's not available yet, except for to me, because, sorry. But the Fusion 360 curriculum is available, and Tinkercad curriculum is available. Tinkercad's a great place for kids to start. But if you want to make something like that, you definitely want to use something like Fusion 360 or Onshape. Yeah, good, yeah. CAD is super important, super fun. You can change your world.
Any other questions? We got a couple minutes. Would you mind bringing some students up front to show off their stuff?
Totally.
Perhaps? We're ahead of schedule, so.
Yeah, because I talk fast when I'm nervous. I'm all nervous up here.
Do you have any recommendations for educators to get training on different equipment or using different tools?
So every time I buy a new machine, okay, so where are you? Okay, so UC Berkeley has a pretty kick-ass makerspace. I've been in it, and they might be interested in helping you and training you on some of those things. You need a person. So if you wanted to come down to my shop, I sometimes run trainings on different things. Generally, it's for people in my school district, but we could probably work something out. If you make a friend at the company, a lot of times they'll come to you and train you when you buy the equipment. I mean, if you're going to spend $10,000 on a laser, then they'll probably come and train you on the laser. I mean, depends on the laser you're going to buy. If you buy one of the ones from China, they might not. But if you buy one of the ones from the Peyton Group, and I can connect you with those guys from the Peyton Group, and they've done a lot of things in Berkeley, they'll come. That's important. Training is important. I mean, you can't just button smash sometimes, right? Yeah.
If you're comfortable, would you mind bringing one of your students up just so they can see online? Like they can't say look in the back online, but if
Come here,
if the students
CJ.
want to just run up to the
Since
front
you're all
and show their
dressed
awesome
up.
stuff, not to put anyone on the spot, but if you're comfortable,
Totally.
it'd be really cool.
Oh, my kids are the best.
Awesome.
Yeah, I call them Burbawi's badass babies.
So tell us about this project and what was used, what techniques, what tools, what machinery.
I mean, it's 3D printed. I designed this myself in Fusion, and then I printed it with this is all like PLA plastic. I just printed it. It was all in one color, and then I painted it with just spray paint and stuff. And
Can I show them?
yeah.
Ready?
Oh.
Yeah, I was going to show them that. Pick it up. It comes apart. So down the middle is a wooden dowel. Otherwise, this is super flimsy. But yeah, it's pretty. I mean, you could do some damage with that.
No, but it's lighter than it looks, guys. I promise. And
How many screw ups did you have in the course of your project?
I can't remember. It's just too many.
Too many.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But
And in case you were wondering, everything else I made outside of class. It was I bought it, but I mean, it's a pretty nice costume, right?
totally, it's a beautiful costume that you made yourself, and that is so rad.
All right, I love it. Can we get another round of applause for Kristen? And check her out online at burbawi.com, burbawimakers.com.
Thanks, guys.
All right, next week. Hopefully, I don't see them here, but and slowly found himself getting gigs for stage and movie production. Jesse Valez always knew he wanted to work in movies and gained skills for the industry in college and started his own prop shop. By night, Mike Evans is a professional radio control car racer. He got to start in movies when his sister saw a Facebook post from a local production looking for a radio control driver. And Ben Eady is a freelance aeronautical engineer from Alberta. A friend in the industry asked him to design some things for film, and the rest is history. And they're going to be talking about how they started as makers and snuck into Hollywood props and special effects for the next hour.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing? Awesome. So the biggest thing I want people to take away from this is, yeah, let's get up here. Yeah, is that all of us were makers first. All of us kind of stumbled into like getting into the movie industry. And I think hearing sort of like the origin stories, but one thing I want is think about any questions you have. I want to come out and I want to hear your story. And if there's any way that we can at least guide you on like, you're really good at 3D printing and you live in a certain area, then maybe we know some people that we can at least point you to. So I'll just start with like my origin story as far as getting into movies is I am an aeronautical engineer. I worked as a freelance engineer for many years, and I was getting bored senseless doing the same thing over and over and over again. But I also hung out at a maker space in Calgary, Alberta, which is where I live. And there was a friend of mine said, like, we've got this giant machine that we need to build for a movie, but that's all I can tell you. Do you mind if I tell my production supervisor about you? And I said, sure. And I got flown out to Vancouver to go and meet with this guy. And the next thing you know is he's like, oh yeah, so you're gonna start working on Star Trek Beyond. And I fell out of my chair. It was like, oh my God, really? This is crazy. And if you're there and you want to help everybody and you have a different skill set, they will bring you in. And this is one thing I also want to bring out is that I live in Calgary, Alberta. It's sort of the prairies of Canada. You don't think that there's a whole lot of movies being made there. And they're really, it does have a burgeoning movie industry. I think any center does have that. But like Michael, he lives in LA now, but started in a flyover state. It doesn't matter where you are. It's the skill set that you have that is the most important thing. And so with me, my skill set was computer-aided design and just being able to, I'm not the kind of person that would say no to anything. I have two phrases that both involve yes, and one is sort of like a subtle maybe, and the other is a yes, we can do it. One is a yes and a yes no. These are the two key phrases that you have to be able to say to people. So if somebody comes to you and says, I want you to do this, and you want to say no, don't say no, you go yes, but. So the idea is if somebody goes, I want you to make a giant machine to come in and grab and smash something. Well, yes, I can do that, but it's going to take me away from building this other project. So what's more important to you, right? You're subtly saying no and giving them the out, but you're still saying yes. The yes and is they come to you and saying, hey, we need you to do like a little remote control thing, and you know that you already have something in your shop and you can do it in 5 minutes. You don't tell them you can do it in 5 minutes. You go, yes, and I can paint it up and make it look really cool, and they get all excited. But you've never said no to a producer. Very, very important thing. And yeah, so that's sort of my origin story and like my biggest tip that I give people. Who wants next?
I'll go next. My name is Michael Corey. I'm known online as Props to History. I got started in the film industry because of social media, which has become an absolutely useful tool for people like me, who I am now currently the art director at Fonco Studios in Los Angeles. I literally got started as a hobbyist, just somebody who made for fun, and started to utilize social media to show off what I did until a guy reached out and said, hey, can you make a thing for my TV show? And I said, sure. So I did. And then he kept asking me to make stuff for his TV show. And eventually said, hey, you should come out to LA. And when I did, he took me to see a piece. He said, can you make that? I said, sure. So it was a camera, one of the old 1930s like hand crank cameras. And I had 5 minutes with it, took some pictures, printed it out, made a casting of it, and made a bunch of them out of rubber. And they actually ended up being the hero props that were used for the scene in Paramount's Babylon, where all the cameras get crushed and it sets off the whole story of the movie. I had no idea what I was working on, which when I first started out, I generally didn't. And it slowly just continued to perpetuate, like, do this job, do this weird job, do this strange thing, until I finally moved out to LA and ended up as an art director at a studio there in LA. But it has always surprised me how many people in my line of work, and me included, use social media to find talent. So it used to be the case where you had to live in a place where movies were made to work in film. It doesn't matter as much now, because I still hunt for people all over the country and into Canada, into Mexico, et cetera, that can do the work I need them to do through social media. It's an absolutely wonderful tool. But that's how I got started in it, quite frankly, by accident. Anybody? Jesse, Mike, there you go. Oh, yep.
Yeah, I wanted to know, let's make sure everybody knows. Thanks. I wanted to know the difference in sort of career paths or opportunities between somebody who just makes something, they're given an assignment to make something, and it's like maybe you don't have too much feedback, and then the opportunity to actually say, I've got this idea that I want to make for you, and so you're given more of the creative opportunity for that.
Right. So, yeah, if you have somebody come to you that is saying, I need you to make something for, you know, a show or whatnot, the answer is yes, but, or yes and, right? Always say yes. The other thing is just get as much direction as you can, but you're going to find that there's two different style of directors or producers. There's the people that will go, I need this, and go and do that. Hate saying it, it sounds like it's a great thing, you got lots of creative freedom. There are freaking nightmares to work with because the scope changes constantly. Versus the person that says, this is exactly what I want, here's a picture, make it look like that. I love those people because you know what is expected.
I think also you may have been asking, instead of having someone reach out to you, how do you reach out to get into it? Is that what you're? I love that question. Okay. So the one way that I found that I always tell people when they ask me, how do I get into it if no one's reaching out to me, is be annoying. Most prop masters, which is what I started doing for a while, we don't know who can do what. And people will send portfolios out. And there's this wonderful tool called IMDb Pro, where everyone has their email posted. And that includes prop masters and art directors. And one of the ways that I've seen people actually be successful at it is to create a portfolio and then just find those people's emails and shotgun them across the internet. And if you send it out to 20 people, if one responds, you've won, because that's all it takes is for one person to respond. I've had people do that to me, and then I discover someone who's really talented at something that I may need in the future. Maybe not right away, but I'll put that in my brain like, oh, this person can make this thing really, really well. And when it comes time to have that, if someone comes to me and says, I need you to make an 8-foot diameter car that looks like a pig, I may have, that's actually a real thing that happened. I may know a guy who's like, I can make really good 8-foot diameter pigs. And then I call them and they're in Topeka, Kansas, a place where they never thought that they could work in the film industry. Or someone may say, I need a 20-foot tall lizard that has arms. Again, real story. And this is, I find people that are just good at that by them contacting me. So if you have a portfolio of your own work primarily, like if you're a prop replicator or a hobbyist, make a lot of your stuff in your portfolio your own work, not replicas of someone else, because that's what we want to see. We want to see what you can do, not what you can copy. And then just bother everyone you can, because that's the only way we're going to find you.
My name is Mike Evans. I'm the other Mike in the group, and like Ben, I'm from Calgary, Alberta, Canada, not known as a hotbed of Hollywood productions. I guess my origin story is that I've always been curious about how things work, and that led me into being involved in radio-controlled cars from a very young age. Learning how mechanics work in gears and motors and batteries and painting and how to put things together, but it all started with learning how to take something apart and not knowing how to put it back together because I was curious. And that's probably one of the most important things I've ever learned is be curious. Figure something out, how it works. On your own. It doesn't always have to be a YouTube tutorial on how to make something. Take it apart, put it back together, modify it, make it do something that it was never designed to do. And during that process, you're gonna learn a lot of things about yourself and about mechanics and painting and parts that are used. For many years, I was For many years, I was involved with like radio-controlled cars, and eventually became a racing enthusiast. So where you're optimizing that radio-controlled platform from tuning, learning suspension, and driving techniques, and car dynamics, and that also teaches you a lot of things on how to drive these little RC cars at pretty high rates of speed around a very regulated course very, very quickly. And then, out of the blue, somebody else from Calgary needed somebody to drive an RC thing. It wasn't disclosed what it was, but through mutual friends, this person reached out, and next thing you know, I get an invite to come drive one that does not look like this. Unfortunately, it had no trap body on it. It was just a big wheeled RC car, which meant without its trap body, it was fairly fragile. So less than 2 minutes after arriving on the back of a warehouse where I get to meet all these people that I eventually would become familiar with, like the director and a couple of producers of the film. 2 minutes after I get handed the controls to this little thing, I broke it. Significantly. I took the opportunity to grab some tools and some zip ties and some crazy glue out of the toolbox that I brought with me in case I did something silly and broke it. Later on, I would find out that that's what got me the gig. I didn't tell them how long, I didn't tell them I could fix it, didn't tell them I couldn't fix it. I just got to fixing it. Got it operable again and started driving around because they weren't having me do anything. I didn't know what it was. I didn't know what movie it was, what it would look like. I was just driving an RC car around in a parking lot like I was 6 years old again, having fun and having to fix the toy that I broke. 3 or 4 minutes later, turns out the executive said, "We're good," and they left. Okay, they took the toy away. I packed up my tools and went, I guess that was that. And that's how I got into this. As it turns out, Ben can add to this later on, that's how I got the job. No questions asked, I fixed it. Didn't tell them I could or couldn't fix it, I just did it, and it played again. And that skill came in very handy on set later on as things broke, as they do. Being able to utilize that experience in just taking things apart that were meant to be taken apart, either putting them back together or turning them into things that are different, lets you learn a lot of mechanical skills that evidently served me well enough to get me into a Hollywood movie. And it was a lot of fun.
I want to add, and Mike brings up a very, very good point here, is that he got hired because he could fix it immediately like that. It had nothing, and I was talking to Jason Reitman and Jason Blumenfeld, who were there, and I said, like, he's a really good driver, you know, ignore the brake, and they're like, he could have been the worst driver in the world, but the fact that he repaired it in less than 5 minutes and had it running, he was hired, right? But when they left, Mike's just like, oh. Right, but the next day, it's like, oh yeah, you're hired. He's like, what? Yeah, exactly. So we got another question here. We'll do that, and then we'll hop over to Jesse.
Thanks for indulging in me. Okay, so I would have thought that you guys would never be making a thing here, because I would think that there's not that much demand for you guys, your type of skill. So I'm curious, you must be here, and one of the reasons must be there must be a great demand and need, maybe not just in movies, but maybe in other industries. Can you tell me about the opportunities or that you've seen or people are asking for this kind of skill?
Okay, a lot of that will come to Jesse. Jesse's got a lot of the answers to that. But as far as people, us being a small group, we're freaking huge. There is a lot of us out there doing it. Don't think that all the spots are taken, because they're not even close. Like, there's so many holes to be filled. Even during strikes and stuff, there have been things being built. So don't ever use that as a constraint going, well, they must have filled everything. Unless you know that for a fact, it's not a fact. It's something that's in your head. It's you self-sabotaging yourself from moving forward. But for the rest of this, Jesse is actually the perfect person to answer.
So I'm going to introduce myself first, and then I'll come back to that. My name is Jesse Velez. I am the owner of a small effects shop in Denver, Colorado called Raptor House. And we do a whole bunch of different stuff. Our big ticket items are animatronics and specialty props. We do costumes and miniatures. It's kind of like what the goal is to be like what Stan Winston and Weta Workshop had done in the past. And I grew up here in the Bay Area, actually. I was raised in Petaluma. I went to Casa Grande High School, if any of you guys are from close by. And I was always around a lot of like old ex-ILM guys, people who were model makers, hearing about that golden age of model making here in the Bay. And it's just something I always knew I wanted to do. As soon as I figured out when I was like 8 years old that the Millennium Falcon was built by a person as a job, I was like, that's the job. So I kind of have had a very specific focus, but also a broad range of interests. I usually tell people I have too many hobbies, and that's how I ended up doing this work, because I get to combine art and engineering, filmmaking, playing with toys, model making, like everything is just amazing. It's a good way to stretch a lot of different muscles. Yeah, but specifically about like other opportunity in making, most special effects artists I know work in movies when things are good, and most of them work on other stuff the majority of the time. So our shop specifically does a lot of work for museums. We do stuff for live events and theme parks. And then also just random corporate clients, kind of if anybody needs something strange built, something they can't go to the store and find, they usually call a shop like one of ours to do that work. And really being a Swiss Army knife of a person and having enough knowledge to, if you can't do it yourself, connect with the people who can. Most of my job is building the right teams to approach a project when we get a call from a client. I have with me here at Maker Faire for the second year in a row, this is Thing. And this is one of 4 Thing hands we made for marketing for the Wednesday Addams show on Netflix 2 years ago now. They called me in April of 2022, and we were shooting with him in New York by October. So it was a crazy fast turnaround. A lot of other shops had turned down this project before we got the call. And I had never met Ben before that project. I saw him on a video with Adam Savage at Tested, and I knew that he was the right person to ask about this kind of approach. So we're always working with, it is a small world in that people work together at different companies all the time, and the talent is kind of shared around. And one of my favorite things about it is that I get to work with people like Ben who have had engineering degrees and careers alongside guys who just taught themselves stuff in their garage. And there's like very little judgment about where you came from, how you learned, how you started. If your work is good and you're a positive person, then you're welcome in the group. And most people who do special effects are very encouraging and eager to get new people interested. A lot of the people I consider my peers now are like 60 plus in years. And it's a craft that we want to keep alive and kind of transition into new technologies, new skills. This guy's made out of, his skin is made out of cast silicone, and 25 years ago it would have been foam latex. Materials knowledge is huge, so it's just a wide-ranging subject.
I want to add one thing too, is up here is that you see a bunch of middle-aged white guys. And the reason why you see that and we don't have some females and different ethnicities up here has nothing to do with that. It's those people are right now working. I got a hold of lots of girls that are like, we're too busy. lots of other people I know in the industry, and they're all too busy, right? So you kind of get in the B crowd here. Not really, but so. Yeah, and the other thing too is that, Jesse points out one thing is that you see somebody like, I was untested and stuff like that, but it doesn't take much digging to get my email. Email me and give me a call, and then the next thing you know is that when I worked on Ghostbusters Afterlife, it was like one of the best experiences of my life. It was beyond, like, the crew and everything was amazing. Then I was thinking that's going to be the pinnacle of my career. It's never going to get that good. And then Jesse gave me a call, and it was a small, really tight timeline project, but it was even more fun. And I so adore this whole project. But we're more here to see if we can help you and ask you questions, or do you guys have any more fill-in? No.
To follow on about different projects that are brought in, I work at a studio in LA called Fonco Studios, which is primarily known for model effects work. But we also do, just like Raptor House does, we pull in things from corporate offices, doing the interiors of corporate offices, doing commercial setups, doing music videos. It's the spectrum of work that we're able to do in this industry as prop makers and fabricators and special effects folks. It actually covers a huge swath of things that you see in everyday life that you don't realize it's people like us that make. So there's a whole lot of work to be done, but most of the time we intend to work in movies and TV, but like Jesse said, most of the time we're not. We're working on something else because that's what pays the bills. Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, well, we'll come back. One thing, again, I keep adding on stuff because I am ADHD. Anybody ADHD here? Awesome, you are perfect for this industry, okay? That is an absolute superpower on set, being the person to go, okay, there was duct tape over there, there's a ladder here, and I need that string there, bring it together and I'll fix this. The producer is gonna think you are the biggest hero on the planet. Now, when you look at spin-off jobs, I found this tape stuff, the silver or the gold stuff here is a conductive fabric. And I do ham radio as a hobby. Turns out that this stuff makes great antennas. So now I've got, instead of, about 10 pounds of aluminum, or not aluminum, of copper pipe, this is equivalent, and I can roll it up into my pocket. Now, this is one of those little offshoot sale things that you can do. So if you end up working in the industry, there are dry spells. It's up and down. So find something like this, latch onto it, make a website, and now you've got your residual income for those dry times. So at any rate, we got one more question, and well, I'm gonna grab one from this guy over here, and then we'll go from there.
So just wondering, where is the typical landing page, if there is, for finding your services? So if I have a company and I have an event, usually what's the process? Is it a typical website that everyone to find makers? Or is it like just Google, and it's because, given the wide spectrum of things you do, sometimes it can go in details. It's not like, oh, I want to do, you know what I mean? Like it's, so just wondering.
Okay, so if you're looking for people like us, we generally will have our websites. Jesse's got the best website out of all of us. Myself, I've got about 3 or 4 websites that are all complete. I'm not going to put that expletive out there, but people find me by my reputation. Michael Corey was on TikTok. If you wanted to find him, TikTok was a big thing, but now it's YouTube. And yeah.
Or michaelcorey.com, or the services that we provide is also foncostudios.com as well. It's F-O-N-C-O, not F-U-N-K-O, that's a completely different company. They make little toys. We make big toys.
But going back to searching for stuff, and then, so Michael Corey, sorry, Michael Evans, right. Too many mics. He ended up being a friend of a friend on Facebook that when I said, hey, I need somebody who can drive an RC car, then his sister goes, my brother used to race or does race, you should get a hold of him. So generally, I find if I'm looking for somebody, I go look on YouTube and just Google those words and see what videos come up, and you can talk to those people that made the videos. Or you go onto Facebook and go, do you know anybody who, and insert the question. And you'd be amazed that no matter how small the network is, social media is killer for finding that stuff. Yeah.
My role most of the time in this group has been kind of like the subcontractor or the ringers. So I don't, I'm not out there with a big presence, but like say Raptor House and Michael Corey, the MTS, and Fonco is a great place to go. My only advice is just use a little bit of a filter when looking for all of this thing online, because sometimes you'll find a lot of stuff that is made to hype someone up or hype up a service or sell you something. I don't think any of us are out there really trying to sell you something right now. You're going to look for a service and engage, and then you can get into that discussion if you want to contribute or can contribute or want to purchase. None of this is going to be buy this, then we can do this for you. That doesn't happen in more of a legitimate operation. Someone will always want to try and sell you something. Just always use that filter to filter that out to make sure that, you know, you're not going about giving someone something for nothing.
And like Jesse, like him finding me was maybe sort of an inside circle version of what you're asking, but like, you know, I'll let him fill that in.
Yeah, people finding us to do the work is like 80% of the challenge, because they don't necessarily know what to search for. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So I just finished this website that we have like 3 months ago, and specifically we tried to restructure the like key phrases in our searches to expand that network outside of filmmaking, where people would search for special effects. And usually that's a producer, art director, or somebody who's trying to find a local service for us that'd be in Denver. But we have had projects where even for Thing, I know that the company that hired us found the website because they were looking for special effects in the United States to do stuff anywhere. And that first page of Google is very short as to shops. There's a lot of people that work in special effects. There are not a lot of companies that kind of have that banner. But yeah, we started to include keywords like museum displays or corporate displays, or specialty fabrication really is the banner word, because it can include anything. So that's the base there, yeah.
And that just made me think, I'll come to your question here, is that, you know how we're talking, we'll have to, I'll try to keep it in order, but remember the talk about IMDb and going in there, get IMDb Pro, that will get you the emails. Find somebody that worked in a movie that did something, get their email, and maybe ask them. Because, you know, we're all used to getting these random emails from somebody going, hey, I need you to make a giant, what was it, giant pig car, right? We're kind of used to that, and it's not filtered out in our emails because that's the kind of stuff that we're like, oh yeah. So.
Thank you. My question was more about your education backgrounds. We've got a lot of makers in the fam and in teen years, and we've got lots of interest. You know, the too many hobbies thing, we can relate to that of like, do you personally or with maybe peers in your careers, have they gone more down like art or engineering or computer design? Do you have any, I don't know, anything to say on that, or just?
Or if you had to do it again, where would you go?
Yeah.
Okay, first thing is, as a kid, all of us are like, ooh, ooh, ooh. So as a kid, I always made stuff. I, did get into aeronautical engineering, and you can go through all of that. You don't need that, because some of the best makers I have ever met are the guys that have worked on a farm all their life and couldn't care less about all this other stuff because they intuitively know how things work, right? I was a tinkerer, and I find as an engineer, I find that there's two kinds of engineers. There's the bean counter guys that can give you all the numbers, make sure it's safe. Then you got the creative guys that drive the bean counters nuts, right? So I'm the creative guy with a little bit of that. But as far as art and everything goes, part of the reason I get hired for stuff is that not only can I help build stuff like that, is because I like to paint and because I like to build things and make replicas, I can also make it pretty. So not only can I make something functional for the set, but if they're in a crunch, they know that I can make that camera ready. So all the skills. I want to say focus down on something. Don't. Just take it all in.
Yeah, so I definitely had way too many interests, but I also had very encouraging parents who always like never questioned what I was doing. I was super, super lucky to have that. I remember calling my mom. I was in middle school. I built a vacuum forming table out of a picture frame and a shop vac. And I asked her if I could put a sheet of plastic in the oven in the kitchen. She was not home, and she absolutely said yes. It worked out great. I did not start any fires. I didn't fill the oven with plastic, which is a best case scenario for that. But growing up in Petaluma, was like close by to the history of this work, but not close by to any active work. I knew I wanted to do filmmaking, so in high school I took as many art electives as I could. I've always been an artist too. I do a lot of painting and sculpture and drawing. But I had access to a 3D animation course that was kind of to the left of what I wanted to do, but I knew it would be important, so I started learning in 3ds Max back in 2009. And it was just enough of the same language for filmmaking. And also the knowledge of 3D modeling is very important for most of the stuff we do now, and being able to navigate any kind of CAD system. Blender is amazing. Everybody should download Blender because it's free, and it's also easily translated into all these other softwares. And I just started by taking apart RC cars and turning the axles sideways and putting robot heads on them and that kind of stuff. So, yeah.
I actually got started as I guess what you would call a maker. That term really didn't exist when I was a kid. As a model maker when I was about 5 years old. And I was in love with how movies used models. Because you had filming models for different spaceships, for different sets and scenes. But being a kid growing up in the Midwest, really pre-internet days, the film industry was not a possibility. So I actually was an aircraft mechanic for about 20 years. I had a very stable career with a high-paying job, and I thought, why not go from a stable career to a super unstable career? Because that makes perfect sense. And I actually, like I said earlier, I accidentally got into this industry. And I didn't really start out to do this. It just sort of happened. And to follow on with what Ben said about trying to be as skillful as you can be, absolutely do that. And try not to specialize, but sometimes you're going to get known for a specialization. And that's perfectly fine too, because people like me who hire people like Ben want someone who's specialized. And a good friend of mine who actually got me into the industry, John, he said, you want everybody to be a Swiss Army knife, but more often than not, everybody's a spoon. And it's perfectly fine to be a spoon, because just about everybody can be a really good spoon. So my journey into this is about as weird as everybody else up here. And there's absolutely nothing that stops anyone from getting into this industry. It's just pushing to make it happen.
Weird spoon here. My trajectory into here was just a very specialized thing that a very specialized guy was contacted to find by another very specialized group that was making a movie. That has blossomed in and dovetailed with my education and background from a work experience, which was a parts technician. So I had to know a little bit about a lot of machines to help mechanics fix things in automotive and commercial vehicles and heavy duty. So it took the things I learned playing with RC cars as a kid, internal combustion engines and batteries and motors and wires and nuts and bolts. And that's what I was able to expand upon for my career. And that led me to being able to find things that people wanted. That wasn't a skill that Ben was looking for when he needed someone to drive an RC car. Since then, that's become a skill that I've sharpened and being able to put to use, being able to find weird things. When Ben's describing something, I need a thing to do this. Okay, well, I think I've seen that someplace doing a different job, but it could do the job you need it to do. Would this work? Yep, I need more. And it's being able to find those things or look at something and realize it can do a lot more than it was designed to do and a lot different. And that includes yourself. You think you might just want to do this, but as you expose yourself to, I'm in our booth, we're sitting with a wonderful cosplayer. I didn't know much of the scene about any of it. Now I want to go get some stuff and make some things when I get home because I want to try that, because when you find enthusiastic people talking enthusiastically about things, that spreads. And if you can keep that enthusiasm up, once you're in, you're going to become invaluable, and someone else is going to want to work with you because you're not a bad person to work with. You want to always be a good person to work with and have a well-rounded skill set. You might be specialized in things that are really deep and really, really specialized, but you want to have the ability to pivot and learn a lot of things always.
Yeah, so as Mike said, I've got one, no? Okay, we'll get there. I want to add to the Mike thing is that I found out later that he's a parts guy and he's a magician. Like, I'll go, I need a dangling hoo-ha that does this, and he's like, oh yeah, there's 5 over here. And I will literally go to the buyer on production and they're like, unless you give me a word, I don't know what it is. And I'm like, well, it's a dangling hoo-ha. But Mike speaks dangling hoo-ha language, which is awesome, right? So, okay, so there was one hand here, I'll go back there and then come back to you, okay?
I've done props for advertising agencies and trade shows. Can you give some tips on how to price things? Because I don't think I'm charging enough.
I can personally attest to this. As I have one friend who does a lot of sales and stuff, and every time I go, what do you think this is worth? Invariably, he'll say it's 5 times what it is. And I think you need to find that one friend who can give the objective opinion and have them help you out with that. But again, Jesse does a lot of bidding, and he's really, really good at it. So here.
I'm still getting better at it. We still underbid things all the time because usually we're doing something people haven't done before. So there's a lot of like mushy area that you want to pad out your budgets as much as possible. If your client says yes enthusiastically immediately, it's too low. Yeah, that's a huge thing. It needs to be like slightly painful for them, but at the same time, like we get calls from like indie films a lot that really cannot afford this level of work, but I don't ever want to discourage them from doing that because a lot of great effects work from movies you love was done very cheaply, and it's really just a magic trick figuring out what is the best way to walk that tightrope, and really. It's a game of chicken most of the time because they do have a number in their head they're working towards, but they won't tell you. But if you can try to get past that and like get some indication of where they're at. Right now, when we bid larger things, I usually will try and ask someone related, but not with the production, like what level are they working on, to know what number to give them to not scare them away. For some perspective, because I think it's important to know, 4 of these hands cost $220,000 because we did it over 5 months. There were probably 25 individuals that touched it. So individually, that's not a lot of payout for anybody, but it was being done quickly and for a client that had budget. Netflix had the budget for it. But we do tiny stuff too, where we'll do a single. We just got a call 2 weeks ago about somebody wants a thumb on the outside of their hand for a photo shoot. It doesn't have to do anything. That's around a $1,200 single item. And it really just depends on the specialness of the thing you're making. This is not that special on the outside, but the inside is all custom machine parts that had to be turned around in 3 days or less on 4-axis CNC machines, and like it's all complicated. So it really depends on the spectrum of stuff there.
I'm going to add one little thing that we were over at the Cave filming with Adam Savage a few days ago, and there was one thing, we were talking about this bidding thing, and he said he's got one person. Hopefully I'm not stealing from his speech. He maybe say this tomorrow. Anyways, he goes, he has a guy that goes in and he goes, I got a budget, or he'll say, I can build this for $5,000, and he gauges the look on the person's face. And if they're like looking like they're gonna jump at it, he goes, not including the shipping, the parts. And then as soon as he sees the face drop, he stops adding stuff. And I was like, oh, is it that easy? Because seriously, I think it might be. And I thought that was just an amazing tactic. So was it, yes. Well,
Thank you. Yeah, I feel like a few years ago it seemed like CG was taking over all of VFX, and I think now people are seeing the value more in physical effects again. And I'm just curious what you think is the trajectory there, and if there are any particular areas you think are like, oh yeah, this is always going to be physical.
That's a really good question. And you're right, things were going VFX. But here's the problem. Try to act scared of a giant green cloth with dots on it going blah, blah, blah. The actors don't have something to act against. So like say with the proton packs for Ghostbusters, we added vibration motors into the wands so that when they pulled the trigger, it would zap. And we didn't tell the actors about this. It would start to vibrate, right? And they're like, ah. And we made sure that they did that on the first take. And invariably, when they get that feedback, you get that surprise, you get that emotion. So actors need something to act against. Like there are the few people that can improv and imagine everything, but not everybody's like that. So that's my thoughts on it.
Does anyone remember the movie Sky Captain and the World of Tomorrow? Okay, it was all green screen. And when that movie was getting ready to come out with all the promotion of it, I'm a film historian, so I've followed these trends a lot. When that movie was getting ready to come out, there was all this Chicken Little, the sky is falling, this is the end of practical effects, this is the end of practical sets. And the movie came out and it tanked. And everyone was like, oh, green screen's terrible. We shouldn't do this at all. Shortly thereafter, a Final Fantasy feature came out. It was the first all CGI film, and it also failed financially. And now what's the big fear? AI. That AI is going to take everything. I feel like this is going to be the exact same thing. AI is going to come out, they're going to make an all AI movie, and if anyone ever watched Polar Express, the animated film with the horrifying Uncanny Valley Tom Hanks, that's exactly what's going to happen. As human beings, we see when things are fake, and we see when things are real. And practical effects has started to leach back, despite the push by AI. Practical effects has started to leach back so much that a shop like mine that I work at, where model effects, miniature effects was thought to be a thing of the past, they're coming back again. The most recent Star Wars, a lot of those ship models you're seeing in there are models again. They're not CGI. That's the old ways are coming back because it's becoming more and more popular. We as fans, and I'm a fan just as much as everybody else, we want to see that again in film because it feels more real to us. So CGI will fall exactly where it needs to be, a tool, a useful tool in filmmaking that helps accentuate practical effects. But practical effects will always be there. And like Ben said, actors want to act against something. You can't hand them a green block against a green screen with a green hill and say, this is what you're looking at, and expect actors to want to put their full effort into it all the time. They will, of course, but it's going to start to show. It's going to start to fall by the wayside. So when people are worried about AI is going to take over everything, I don't, because we've seen this before, and it runs in cycles. A new technology comes out, the bean counters think, oh, we'll save all this money, and then the product is garbage, and they go right back to the proper way of making film.
And truly, like, most of the decision making is driven by cost. For larger films especially, because all these studios are owned by corporations, and that's the thing they think about. And for a little while, early thousands, it was cost effective to be doing computer graphic stuff for like characters, and because there's like an unknown to building something like this. We can't control it once it's done. Like what you shoot is what you get. But those costs have kind of evened out now. And it really is up to the filmmakers who are like choosing what processes to use, and if they have the passionate understanding of practical effects, then they'll go with that. Because there's really not a difference in the costs now for the final product. It really depends on who's driving the ship and what their own understanding is there.
Yeah, Jesse makes a good point. Is 3D printing and everything and being able to make some of these props and some of the stuff is the price has gone way, 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 way down. And because of that, we're just as affordable as everything else. But that being said, hybridizing things. Look at the volume being used from The Mandalorian, where you have a CG set, but the actor can see the set and feel like they're in the desert. And that makes all the difference in the world. So you could start hybridizing everything. It doesn't have to be one or the other. It can be all of it, right? So we had one back here, and then we'll come to front again.
Thank you. Have you guys ever taken on a project that just because it was so cool that you couldn't say no, even if it wouldn't really pay out the way you'd like to for the amount of effort, but you're just like, I want to do that because that's awesome?
Every last project. Everyone. It's not like we're losing money doing the stuff we're doing, but like it hurts. At the end of every project, you're financially going like, oh man, am I going to be able to pay rent? But it's so cool, I got to make it better. So yeah.
Has anyone ever seen on the internet a horse dressed like an AT-AT? It makes the rounds every year around Halloween. It is a Clydesdale dressed like an AT-AT from Star Wars. I did that for a case of PBR. It was worth every penny.
Okay, so did we get, okay, cool. Next, we had some other questions. Did we not, or did we answer? Oh, well, Jesse wants to expound on his, oh, wait, aha, you saved. No, kidding. Trust me on this, you want to hear everything Jesse has. He's an exceptionally wise man.
What's the most difficult project each of you have worked on?
The most difficult project I ever worked on was like the first project I did, which was a giant rotating set for Star Trek. You know what? I don't want to yeah, so a giant rotating set. It's 100 feet long, 30 feet in diameter, took 1,600 horsepower to move this. We have millions of dollars involved in this thing. And the first time that it starts up and rolls, you're just praying that it does what it's supposed to do. Because if it doesn't, that's it. You're baked, right? So I would say that is. But the most emotionally bad one is on the same show. There was some bug doors. Like these doors are supposed to open up really fancy, and I failed. It didn't work. The linear actuators didn't work. We managed to get the scene anyways because there were certain other ways that we could do that. No, do you know what I'm remembered for on Star Trek? Not the giant $1 million sets that work perfectly. No, a freaking door that didn't open up properly.
Yeah, there are different kinds of difficult, because I think for the most part we enjoy difficult engineering challenges with positive people, but we also get to work with very negative people on very simple things. And I would almost always choose like a crazy complex build with wonderful people than a simple job, even if it's well-paying with difficult people. Yeah. The other thoughts I wanted to mention was like knowledge and experience in trades, I think is like super important for all of this work. Everybody should go get a welding certification because you can always find jobs when there's no movies happening. And that's really how a lot of people like me hire for projects. I got to speak with Joe Alves, who was the production designer for Jaws and Close Encounters. Their whole ethos when hiring the special effects teams for those two movies was to pick people outside of Hollywood because they know they work harder and faster and cheaper because they don't have the mantle of entertainment over them. So to build Bruce for Jaws, they hired hydraulics engineers that built oil rigs and not hydraulics engineers that worked in Hollywood. And that's kind of, that's carried through most of the like specialists that do work for Weta. When Peter Jackson was needing everything created for Lord of the Rings, he didn't hire jewelry makers that make stuff for movies. He hired real jewelry makers and real leather workers because the quality of work is so high because they have to make things that exist in the real world. So that's a little encouragement too. If you work in a trade, if you get really good at something, there's always a chance you can end up doing this kind of stuff. And I think it makes you better at communicating with any kind of maker because we all have to speak with tradespeople and understand when a fabricator tells us why they can't do something or if they need to change it. It's just a specific language to know.
Oh, the hardest project I've ever worked on that I can talk about, it was probably the cameras for Babylon, because I had no reference to them whatsoever. And they had to be up close, they had to be shot up close, and they had to work. And at the same time, they had to be rubber, because you can't have a horse run over. I've done a lot of stuff with horses. You can't have a horse run over a real camera. One, the cameras are expensive, and two, horses are expensive. So you don't want to damage either. But it's really sometimes you're approached with a project where you're given the bare minimum of information, and you're sometimes forced to fill in the blanks, because more often than not, especially when I was just working as a contract fabricator, I had no idea what I was building, or sometimes I would build a part of a thing without knowing what the full thing was that was being built. So you kind of have to extrapolate sometimes, and those projects come along occasionally.
Before Mike tells his story, I know that 90% of it will lie on my shoulders for going, hey, you got this. So anyways.
My hardest project was the first one I was involved in this filmmaking business because I had zero experience in the filmmaking world of any kind. Ben emails me a call sheet, and instead of phoning him or emailing asking what a call sheet was, I read it and looked at it and understood it and Googled a lot, and off to set I went. And I didn't know anybody, and I didn't know any terms or what these meant, and someone told me to go find a person in a place and do a thing. And you just gotta go with it. Trust your gut, lean on your experience, and don't be afraid to learn. This was a completely new experience when I started it, and it's been great ever since, and I'm still learning every day.
So Mike makes a good point on two things, though. One is that I trusted Mike. If I gave him something, I knew that he's competent and he would just figure it out and go, right? Not everybody's like that. Don't treat them like that. Be the person that there is no stupid questions. If I send somebody a call sheet and they go, I have no idea what that is, I'm going to make all the time in the world to make sure you know what that is, because you're going to make me look good if you show up. If you don't show up, I am so screwed, right? So it can go both ways. You don't have to be everything. Always ask the questions. All of us will be sitting there, like today we're working on thing, we couldn't get it working, we couldn't figure out what was going on, and I asked Jesse, are the batteries in backwards? He's like, no. Do you know what the problem was? The batteries were in backwards, right? You gotta talk, communicate, just ask. And we all do that. I did it like 15 times when we were shooting. So it's not a slam, it's just the way it is. So one more question, and then we're gonna probably wrap everything up. Has anybody got anything? Can you see thing move? Yeah, we can totally make thing move. He doesn't work all that well on, okay, oh yeah. It's like you knew this was coming, didn't you? If you come to our booth, which is over by the Make booth, we're trying to keep him operational the whole time. Pray for us, and we will show him to you if you want. And
So, yeah, you guys should come over to the booth. We're in Coal Shed 4. Come look at him up close. You can touch him. He feels really creepy and rubbery. But yeah, this is by far the most complicated project I've ever had. And I can explain all that stuff at the booth too. But yeah, we're very proud of this strange little robot.
And I'm also I have a booth as well over by Coal Shed 4, where I can show you many different ways in which the film industry lies to you, showing props and how we fake different effects in the prop world. Thank you very much for everyone coming in here and all of your questions.
yeah, thanks everybody. One last thing. Make sure if you're making a prop, don't make it pretty, make it durable. You need to be able to do things like this. So yeah, I broke the handle off, but we can have that fixed in about 2 minutes at our booth. Come and see.
Awesome. Let's get another round of applause for Ben and Jesse and Mike and Michael. That was great. Update 2024. Take it away.
All right. Welcome, everybody. As David introduced me, my name is Bob Martin. I've been, came over from the Atmel acquisition that Microchip bought at Atmel in 2016. But I've been working closely with Arduino for 14 years now. The legacy or the background on this is Atmel made, or still makes, Microchip now makes the Atmel 328P, which is the microcontroller on the Uno R3. And we also make some other microcontrollers that are well received out in the makerspace, the SAMD51s and the 21s that Adafruit sells that run CircuitPython, and there's some MKR boards and some Nano boards that Arduino still sells. So what I'm going to talk about today is, as the slide deck suggests, is a update on what we're doing, some of the new stuff. I'm going to be focusing on the new 8-bit AVRs. Since in the education space, the 8-bits typically are easier to learn how to program. Even with the Arduino shell on it, we still have, the 8-bit space is still very much alive, although all the cool stuff with RF and whatever and Wi-Fi and Bluetooth tends to be migrating to the 32-bit stuff, which we support as well. However, the new AVRs, which are now are Arduino compatible. For those of you who want to stay with a simpler programming environment, or again, power consumption, there's a whole bunch of reasons why you'd want to look at some of the new AVRs, and I don't have enough time to go into them now, but I'm going to cover some of the new stuff on the new AVRs and then show off a new eval board that we have. So we took the AVRs, what we call the classic line of the AVRs, again, the Mega 328P, and it's the biggest older brother it has is the Mega 2560, which is on the Arduino Mega 2560. That's the big 100-pinner. What did we do? We made them better, faster, and stronger over the past couple years. And we released this, as I said, a couple years ago, but the pandemic kind of eliminated my ability to wander out and tell people about it, and now we're just getting back into the swing of things. It's the same core, which means that the compiler, the free GCC toolchain, still absolutely works. We didn't change anything in the instruction set. What we did was we increased the performance, we added more memory, we made it run faster with improved peripherals. For example, single cycle I/O. If you dig down deep into the guts of a microcontroller, being able to change a pin on a single cycle is an important thing now. To be able to keep up with timings and things like that. We've improved the analog to digital converters. They have more bits of depth, and we can now set them up automatically to deal with multiples. If you take multiple samples in a row and then average that result, you can get rid of noise a lot easier, and you don't even have to think about it. And one of the more significant things, especially in the makerspace, which makes these parts really attractive, is one of the reasons the Mega 328P was used or adopted by Arduino is it had the self-programming feature, which means they could use a serial bootloader, and the bootloader would listen over the serial port, and then if it caught the right command, it would go, okay, I'm going to program. I need to now tell you to self-program yourself, and that was one of the significant features of the AVR that allowed Arduino to do that, such that people learning how to program only needed a serial port. You just needed a USB cable. Previously, in embedded programming, you needed an expensive programmer debugger, which made it kind of out of the reach of the hobbyist space. We took that to heart, when we designed a new debug interface, a programming and debug interface on the new AVRs. It's called UDPI, and it's a single wire. And we open sourced the programming algorithm. And all you need to program one of the new AVRs now is one of those FTDI USB serial converters and a resistor. And we have a free Python utility that allows you to take compiled Arduino sketches and program them directly, so you don't need bootloaders anymore, so you get that extra memory space. Because for the cost of a $3.95 USB to serial converter and a 1K resistor, you can program the part. We added more accurate clocks. We had, as I mentioned, faster clocks. Some of the parts can run up to 24 megahertz. There's a split between 20 and 24, depending on the complexity of the chip. That's just kind of way the chip design game falls sometimes. But the important improvement on that is the older AVRs, if you wanted to run them at higher speeds, you had to use higher voltages. The 328 and its family, if you wanted to run it at 16, you needed to run it at 5. Technically, you didn't. You could run it at 3.3 volts and still run it at 16, but if you got up to the higher temperature limits, it would start failing. These parts run full speed from 1.8 volts to 5 volts, okay? You're not limited by your processor speed or your clock speed by what voltage you're feeding it. We also added internal 32 kilohertz oscillators. So if you want to go into low power mode but still stay awake, you can switch dynamically to a low power internal RC oscillator to keep basic time. And then, I mean, it's not super accurate, but it's for a lot of Maker things, if you want to wake up every minute, it's more than perfectly accurate to wake up out of low power mode and then go back, switch over to the high speed clock and then do what you need to do and go back to sleep. And you can tell when the clocks are properly, before you switch over to the high-speed clock, you can tell if the high-speed clock's ready. So we have a bunch of safety features and clock fallback, which is what clock failure detection basically means. So yeah, so I said faster I/O, atomic bit sets. That just means it's one clock cycle to set a bit high or low. 12-bit ADCs, I mentioned with slightly faster data collection, and the auto sampling is that, again, that auto taking samples, adding them together, and then you just divide the result and you have a result that's much more accurate. We also added multiple internal voltage references, which means that we have highly accurate voltage references inside these parts. So depending on the type of voltage you're sensing, you want to pick a voltage reference that's just above the maximum. You've got like 1.024 volts, 2.048, the actual voltage rail, and I think there's another one in there between. The other thing we added is more peripherals. And by being more peripherals, the Maker 328P has one UART. And there was a soft serial library if you need another UART. Almost every new AVR has at least 4 UARTs on it. And these are hardware UARTs. Not only do we have more UARTs, you can reassign the different UARTs to different pairs of pins to adapt to your design. So where this is really important is if you still want to use the old bootloader technique, you can still dedicate the primary UART to the bootloader, but if you want to talk hardware serial to a Bluetooth module or a Wi-Fi module, you don't have to use soft serial anymore. It's an actual hardware UART, okay? So you're not limited you don't have the speed limitations that soft serial does. Some of the parts we have more timers, so you can run more pulse width modulation channels. They're more powerful pulse width modulation. Some have waveform extensions, which make them really good for driving brushless motors. And some of the parts actually have multiple I2C peripherals per package. So you can run separate I2C buses. And where that becomes even more important is the AVR DB and DD series. And I've got the DD up here on a board I want to talk about as well. Are the first 8-bit microcontrollers, believe it or not, 8-bit microcontrollers have been out for a long time that can support 2 voltages on the I/O rails, which means that you can talk 5 volt to industrial things like PLC controllers or NeoPixels or whatever, and then separately powered, there's a separate VCC pin for another port where you can feed in 3.3 volts to talk to a Bluetooth module with all the voltage translators are in the part. And you don't have to bring up either rail in a specific order. If you bring up the 3.3 volt rail and leave the 5 volt rail like dead, it's not going to work, but you're not going to damage anything, and vice versa. It all takes care of itself internally. So that's I've done some interesting designs where it was a smart magnetic, 3D magnetic window sensor, where it had a triaxial magnetic sensor, which prevents people from, for those of you who know how those magnetic window sensors work, it's literally a magnet and a reed switch, right? So the magnet gets to the reed switch, it closes the reed switch. But you can spoof those if you get one like a really strong magnet from an old hard drive and slap it in the window beside the reed switch stays closed and you can open the window, okay? A 3D magnetic sensor, I was sensing the magnetic field in all 3 axes. And so if you tried to spoof it with another magnet, there's no way you could match the original magnet's magnetic field because we patterned it. We created a 3D image of what that magnet looked like. That sensor was operated at 1.8 volts, and I was talking to a Bluetooth module at 3.3. And like I said, as David introduced me, I've got 30 plus, I've been in this business 30, 35 years. That's the first microcontroller project, first 8-bit microcontroller project I've ever done where I've had 2 voltage rails at 1.8 and 3.3. And I didn't need any voltage translators. I could hook up everything I needed and just fed, and I actually used the microcontroller itself to generate off a digital to analog converter my own 1.8 voltage source. So it was an interesting thing, and I think that it's going to add this whole new dimension of projects that need to talk to different voltages at different sensors. Sensor manufacturers are, if you look at Adafruit, they always add a voltage regulator to make sure, even though the sensor works at 3.3, you can give it 5 and they have automatic level shifters for I2C at 5. We're getting to the point now where we can make stuff cheaper because sensor manufacturers, the one way to lower power dissipation on a sensor is to lower the voltage, okay? And that's why a lot of companies are moving to 3.3, and that's why this other company moved to 1.8. Again, I'm going to mention UDPI again, the Universal Programming Debug Interface. Again, it's a 9-bit serial protocol, and all you do is take a 1K resistor off an FTDI between RX and TX and take that signal off and push it or connect it to the UPDI pin of the microcontroller. And we have a free Python utility called PyMCU Prog. I can, if you drop by the microchip booth, I can show you the website, and that's your programming model. Okay, you can just hit a command line, and it's also supported within the Arduino environment, which I'm going to show you really quick. So I'm going to talk just a minute about our newest AVR, then I'm going to roll on to an Arduino example, because all the new AVRs are supported in Arduino, which was one of the key things I made sure happened. We just released about 2 months ago the AVR64DU32 or 28. This is the better improved, less expensive version of the Mega 32U4, the 16U2. So this has native USB on it. This part's been a long time coming, but I'm finally glad it's here. One of the biggest improvements on it is we've got twice the flash, and we've got it's got more flash and more RAM. It's not only less expensive to buy, it's faster, but it doesn't need an external 12 megahertz crystal to operate USB. It does clock recovery from the USB that's connected to it. It's only a USB device, but that's fine. But we recover the accurate USB clock from the USB connection itself. So you're saving the board space and the cost of an external 12 megahertz crystal to talk USB. Okay? And I'm currently working with the author of DX Core to add the USB stack to it. We're using the Lufa stack. So again, it's all open source. So I'm anticipating that hopefully by the end of the year, hopefully that I will get all the examples running for the Arduino Micro. And so we're supporting HID, which is keyboard, CDC, which is the UART. We'll try and support mass storage. That's going to take a while, and by my mass storage, that means if you snap on if you connect a SD card through the one-wire SD, the SPI protocol, we can enumerate as a USB drive. It's not going to be as fast as a standard SD card, but we'll get MSD or mass storage devices running on it. So the other board, two more boards I want to talk about. These are what's called a C Nano form factor. And at any of the new AVRs that I talked about, or the AVR, the DX series or the EX series, these boards it's a standard pin interface. It's a mashup between Arduino Nano and Adafruit Feather. It's kind of our own footprint really, but it's in the same ilk of generating a breakout board in a DIP package that's easy to use. They run $15. They have their programmer, they have an onboard programmer and debugger. And the other thing I want to mention is I'm working with Arizona State University to develop a plugin for Visual Studio Code to import Arduino sketches into Visual Studio Code /MPLabX to provide source level debugging capability on Arduino sketches. And therefore, these boards will support that. So I've taught courses on debugging Arduino. And for people that are developing libraries, this is invaluable because you can actually set breakpoints and inspect variables. You don't have to use serial printf as a debugging tool anymore. You actually have real debugging control. And the other board I'm going to talk about, which I have up here as well, is the Curiosity Nano Explorer. It has a large amount of sensors and displays and actuators and switches, both physical and touch. So it's kind of like a microcontroller lab on one board. We've got, like, again, a micro click socket, a quick bus connector. We're promoting in the education space. It's $95, but you get a lot of sensors for that. And I'm just going to walk through a seriously quick, if I got time, a seriously quick demo on the board. All right, so I am going to crack off my PowerPoint. Save. And I popped the font up of the Arduino IDE. And by the way, if you're not using Arduino 2.x, I would highly recommend you start using it. Arduino 1.8, I know people are very attached to the green and black, but the 2.x interface is superior in almost every way. including the fact that once we get the debugging plugin working for Visual Studio Code, this debug button will start working for the AVR 8-bits as well. This, I'm not going to go through, nor do I have time to go through every line in this example, but this is using what's called the DX core, so it fully supports all the AVR DUs. And the one thing I wanted to point out, I'm using a whole bunch of Adafruit libraries natively. If you look at the header files, I'm using their graphics library, their SSD 1306 OLED library, because that's on the board we put a 1306, an SSD 1306. All the sensors on this board are supported by Arduino, either SparkFun or Adafruit, or by both at the same time. So you can see I'm running a, I actually commented out, this one I deleted it. I'm running NeoPixel. We have our own NeoPixel library because the Adafruit NeoPixel library for the AVRs can't handle how fast we go, because I'm running this at 24 megahertz, so their library doesn't know how to deal with a 16 megahertz core, with a 24 megahertz core. This is basically the bitmap we call the meatball, which is, the meatball is our description of the microchip logo. Internally it's known as the meatball. I just used one of those multiple image manipulation programs to break it down to a 51 by 52 bitmap. The one thing I'm going to point out before I just show up programming is, remember when I said almost every new AVR's got 4 UARTs? The one UART that's hooked up to the debugger programmer USB converter on those Curiosity Nano boards is actually on major UART 3. And so there's a new method underneath serial called swap, which means pick UART 3 to do all your stuff, but everything else runs exactly the same. Under here, because I'm running with no bootloader, I can go down and actually pick the programmer as a Curiosity. It's called a Nano EDBG. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just directly upload this sketch via the programmer, not the bootloader. So again, I'm saving memory by not needing a bootloader. Now, we're working on remote bootloaders, because bootloaders are really useful for things like remote, where you have to do an upgrade over an RF channel like Bluetooth or Wi-Fi. But if you're local, there's no point. So if I hit the cut, that's the Explorer board. That's the big Explorer board. I've got the meatball dropping down on the OLED screen. I've got something called Cylon, which is rotating back and forth a bunch of LEDs. That's off an GPIO expander, I2 GPIO expander. And then I've got the ring of NeoPixels blinking. And this is, I'm using millis as a system timer, so this is all happening at the same, well, in air quotes, the same time. So that's what I wanted to talk about. I could give you much more detail over at the microchip booth, because I'm running this demo over there. Does anybody have any questions about what I just walked through? And if not, then you can come see me at the microchip booth later. I'm here all today and all tomorrow. Okay. All right. So if you're sitting in the 8-bit camp and you want to expand, you're kind of running out of power or speed with the 328s, with the Unos. With the Uno R3, I know Arduino released the R4 with the big Renaissance chip. But if you want to stay in the 8-bits and check out, like I said, as we bring the source level debugging online, I would invite you to check out some of the new parts. All right? Thank you very much.
Glad to hear it. Okay, hi, my name is Jay. On the internet, I'm known as AJ, and my specialty is wearable robotics and robot friends. So I constantly get asked, what is a robot friend? And to me, a robot friend is the same thing you see in movies, Baymax, Star Wars. It's a robot companion that is autonomous that you can interact with. So currently I'm wearing my prototype known as Digit. Sadly, there were some issues with bringing Digit's brain with me because I forgot to bring a portable keyboard, so I can't access his brain. I do apologize. That's on me. But I was able to pull up my Instagrams, and I still have previous videos to show you of how Digit works. So I'm going to begin with just stating that this has been a long process for me. I am all self-taught. I did not go to school for this. I went to art school out in San Francisco, believe it or not. I got an art degree, and then I taught myself science and robotics because we have YouTube and the power of the internet now. There's pretty much nothing we really can't learn if you really want to know how to do it. So go with that. So the first thing I wanted to start off with is, of course, my artist background, which allowed me to design Digit in the way he is. This Digit is designed to be more of like a space bug because I like bugs and I like space. So I just combined the two. As you can see, it's like kind of tilting with me. There is an accelerometer inside of Digit, which keeps him balanced because there have been other of my friends who've made wearable robots. And the one thing that always bugs me is that if you haven't noticed, the human body's shoulders are like 30-degree angles, so they're like this on your shoulder a bit. And I just hate how it looks in photos. So I redesigned the head to be balanced. That way, every time I move, it adjusts to fit to always look good in photos. Because that's important. Another thing about Digit is, of course, people are wondering how I'm wearing them. And of course, I did which is hard to take off currently, full-on magnet design. So I'm going to switch really quickly. Is that how I do it? Okay. Yeah. On the bottom of Digit, which trying to make sure you can see very well, apologize. Yeah, it's very out of focus. Can I focus this? What superpower technology do I need to use to focus? Sorry. Technical difficulties, it happens. This is a live showing. Yeah, is there a focuser or? Oh, is that how I do it? Perfect, okay. So as you can see from Digit, I made this flexi type of hold it linkage for it's on your shoulder, because that way it wraps around your shoulder, which is very comfortable compared to it being like a stiff plastic, because having a square surface on a round object hurts. So I made this flex, that way it can flex around my shoulder. And then I invented it with magnets, surface magnets, that are very powerful, so it holds onto me extremely well. And just for a warning, these are surface magnets with a very high surface tension. So if you have a heart problem, please let me know, because if you have a heart problem or something like that on your chest, this could probably kill you. And I do apologize. I'm not trying to murder anyone, but it's a warning situation. But thanks to that, and thanks to me using these actually helping hands that are designed to actually hold on to me, these are magnets. As you can see, it's holding washers from my desk, and on this one as well. And all of this, I'm going to switch back to the main camera. All of this is being held with metal plates that I have in my vest. So like, I'm not going to strip for the camera, but re-switch this to auto mode. I'm really bad sewing, so please don't make fun of my sewing, but I put little metal plates in here, which allows Digit to hold on to me using the magnets. So when people ask how it's holding on to me, magnets, very much magneto with it. Now for the brain's always been the hardest part, for the fact that I've built many robots over my career, probably more than I'm willing to admit that I've made at this point. So I built so many of them now. Oh, sorry. I built so many of them now that I have a repertoire of resources to learn from. So each time I make something new, I try to learn from the previous version. A good example of that, if I can get this working again. Haha, here we go. How do I scroll down? Yes. So this is actually when I was first learning, I built a robot named Aussie, and it was exactly how it looks. I spent weeks in my room redesigning it, rebuilding it, and testing it out. It was a strap design, so it was attached to like my messenger bag, which did pretty well. And over the years and over the time, I just kept updating it. I went to Maker Faire in 2018 was my first thing, and I just kept upgrading it and upgrading it. So iteration is extremely important when it comes to making your robots, because most people do one and then they stop. I never stop at one. There's no such thing as perfection in my world. There's only integration and getting better at it. So if you can't do it now, I keep this as an example of like, when I first started, look at that. It's just a little Like, it's just a little servo with a little hook that's attached to my bag. That's how I started. And now I can do this. So it doesn't matter where you're starting from, it always will get better and better. Let's go back really quickly. Now for the brain of Digit, as you can see, I did a video with my great friend Sean that if you check out our DigiKey, you can watch the full video. But we were able to embed a large language model using an NVIDIA board, and then I have it connected to the Arduino in here and Bluetooth speaker for the robot can talk. So I have examples of this. My favorite being this blooper I did not too long ago. I'm not sure if the audio will play, but I will try. Where's the audio? Yeah, I'm not sure if you can hear the audio, but like I was talking and then Digit interrupted, and I have him set so every 60 seconds, if I don't say anything to him, he'll start talking to me and just blabbing. And during this shot, when I was trying to record for work, it just started blabbing to me, and I was just kind of annoyed because I was like, all right, I'm trying to work, and it just kept going too. Like there's no stopping. Once it starts and it starts talking, it'll just keep going until it's finished. There's no stopping this. So how we end up doing it is that we use a large language model, Ollama. That's Meta's large language model. It's free. And then we have it talking with Piper TTS. So we talk to it. The Ollama large language model goes to the Piper TTS, the talk-to-speech, creates a WAV file, and then replays it out. So and the reason we're using the NVIDIA and not using like a Raspberry Pi, we have to use a GPU because large language models and AI need GPUs, not CPUs. CPUs are great. They are amazing. They can do a lot. They're great for programming. But when it comes to large language models, you need a GPU. So if you're a gaming person and have a gaming computer, you can go into your gaming computer, take out that GPU, and use it for your robot. As for designs, like I've rebuilt this a few times. I'm trying to, where's the mouse again? Sorry, as you can see, I'm not really used to giving out full talks, so if I'm embarrassed up here, we're in this together. You're with me now. I'm not seeing the, oh, there we go. For designs, I've rebuilt Digit a few times. So as you can see, I originally started with, let's see, where's the original Digit? I did a video recently where I went through like the history of Digit, and it's only been a few thousands of, oh, wrong one. That's just me chilling with the bubble pipe. This one, so I had the Digit prototype. This is me testing. I took it with me to the store. I go out with it. People look at me and stare. It's a fun time. But then I kept improving it. I started doing Digit 01, which was more of like a worm design. I used to wear it to my meetings and just see how it feels and wear it. I took it to me with First Robotics, and then I upgraded with 01. 01 is using the DF robot chip, and it can actually crawl a bit, which I think is super cute to have this little robot crawl around using a shuffler mechanism. I could have used wheels, but like shufflers are better. 02 was the first one that uses the large language model, and I did that for open source. It was super fun. It looks good. We went to dinner. People, of course, stared. Doesn't matter. Don't care. I take my robot with me everywhere. You're going to have to learn to live with that. Version 3 was when I got all the new stuff. I designed my own board for it. I started testing it using the Arduino for things, and then at the end, we had Digit 03, which is sitting on my shelf because I have a personal rule to not fully dismantle everything. That way you have something else to use later or to show later. So if I ever have a table of all the digits, everyone can come and see from the beginning to the end. Let's see. So yeah, I'm sorry. I really didn't have a big open section for questions. I just wanted to talk about my work and how I did these things. Does anyone have any questions out there for the audience? And I'd be happy to answer anything you guys would like to ask or wanting to ask me, because I am very bad at answering my DMs. Oh, right here. 1 second.
My name is Coleman, and I'm wondering what kind of GPU you used. I'm kind of a computer nerd.
That is a very good question. So I'm using the NVIDIA Jetson Orin Nano. Whatever GPU was in that, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not the best at computer science. I have a personal rule that you can be good by yourself, but to be great, find friends. And luckily, I have a good group of computer science and programmer friends, and I just kind of cry to them and like beg them for their help constantly. But the NVIDIA is the best way to get a small portable GPU system. The only issues I've been having recently is that it is very power hungry, so it needs about 15 to 19 voltage of power, and not many power sources are like that or portable. I can actually show you. I have it with me. I am using a Van-bound lithium battery portable thing to run the NVIDIA board. This huge thing is what's powering my robot's brain. And even this can only last for about a few hours. So like, Let me just fix that. I know what I'm doing now to a little extent. There we go. So like this huge battery pack is what's powering the NVIDIA board, and it's huge. It's ridiculously powerful. It's somewhat safe as far as I know. I haven't started any fires, but it's the only thing of making this portable, because the main issue I have with my wearable robots, especially the smarter I make them, is making them portable and also making sure their brain works offline. There's a lot of times, like right now, I don't really have full access to the internet, and I can't use my phone because my phone's been using for the presentation, so I have no choice but to find portable ways. And one thing I really want to master when it comes to using the NVIDIA system and having the robot have its own brain, that way if a situation happens where like you don't have Wi-Fi or you don't have power, you just turn on your robot and start talking to it. It still has ChatGPT level of intelligence, so if you have a problem and you want to talk to it, you can. So that's what I'm aiming for, at least. Any other questions? Oh, right here.
Hi, my name is Quincy, and I'm just wondering, if you were to take that on like a roller coaster or like the cup spinning rides, could it still like grip to you, or no?
That is a very good question. It can, because of how strong the magnets are. So I have the same magnet that's in the tail that's in the shoulder. So like I'll show you for kicks and giggles for the internet to laugh at me later. This thing keeps happening to me a lot where I try to take it off, and then sometimes it'll grab my shoulder. And when it does this, it becomes a little bit hard to take off. So like I've like had situations where I've like walked by my refrigerator and it grabbed onto the refrigerator and I just get tugged. So I'm not really worried about it not holding on to me anymore. It really depends on like how strong the magnets are, how I'm holding it, and how I'm wearing it. I will say the only downside of having a wearable robot that's kind of this size is that it is somewhat heavy, and the weight, it doesn't get to me very much, but it does get to me sometimes when I'm having like 12-hour days. So I have a personal rule that I only go to the gym because I'm trying to get stronger to carry my robots. So I have a whole routine just for my shoulders, just so I can be like, for my robots, for my robots, for my robots, and that's the only downside to it. Any other questions? I don't know anymore. This one's lighter than my other one. So like, here, let me give you a fun little thing, because I did do something recently because of the fact that this is heavy and I didn't want to have to carry it around all day. I built MicroDigit, which is just the receiver technology with the NVIDIA board. And let me turn it on really quickly. And I can wear this one without a problem either. And it's a lot smaller. But the problem is it can't do all the facial tracking and movement that this one does. But at the same time, I can connect the speaker system to the NVIDIA board. They can still talk. So if I'm going to be here or out for like 12 hours, I will be bringing this guy with me because it's smaller, it's a little bit easier to use, and it's kind of fun. So like, hold on, let's switch it back to this to give you guys a closer look. I'm using the same system of magnets down here to hold it, and this is like the power of the speaker. I upcycle all parts, so like if I find a broken speaker system or a Bluetooth speaker, I just keep it and pocket it because it's still useful. So I did that for this. So internally, which you can kind of see here, I'm using an Adafruit Cutie Pie that's been hacked into the Bluetooth speaker. So it's all being run off of like one lithium-ion 3.7 voltage battery. So the more you build, the more clever you start realizing, like, do I need the head to move, or can I have a giant like LED eye system and make it look super cool and just have it blink? And then you can do that, which is 2 birds, 1 stone, comfortable, clever, and it keeps everybody entertained. All right, any other questions? Oh, right here.
My name is Jason, longtime fan. So you keep mentioning the NVIDIA boards. Is that, I've always wondered, because you put a lot of stuff in that little guy, is that wireless somewhere, or is he hidden in that?
Oh, it's wireless. So I use the same Bluetooth speaker system to connect to the NVIDIA board. So what we're saying with the microphone, just like how I'm talking to you and coming through the speakers, it's talking to the NVIDIA board, and I just have the speaker reply through Digit. So it's pretty much a version of puppetry, because in my weird head, I don't understand why people build a single robot and keep their one robot brain in that one robot body. Like, have you ever watched Star Wars and wonder why no one shoots the robots? Like, it's kind of like that. It's like, just in case something were to happen, or if I travel or something breaks, I want to be able to be like, okay, the body's broken, but I still have the brain. So like the NVIDIA board is much bigger, and I'm working on trying to get that into one closed robot, but Time will tell. All right. Any other questions? No, are we good?
I actually have a question. Hopefully, I'm not going to get too much feedback here. So you have a design artist kind of background.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're always thinking about new concepts. So what future concepts do you want to try and incorporate into, the new iterations that you're going to build?
Okay, so fun fact, recently I finally found a very small power source that can fit inside Digit, so it'll make them a little bit heavier, but thanks to that, I can include the Jetson with it that will also allow me to have the facial recognition, because if you can get the Jetson board to do facial recognition and do the voice text speech, you can start integrating both of them to do different things. So I'm working on a robot right now that I've named Orbit, and I'm going to be training Orbit on facial recognition for it to know who I am and some of my friends are. So when people come over, it'll know who you are and say something about you, or like roll over and start talking to you. The main things, especially when it comes to robotics, if you want it to be more integrated, you think of your own human senses. So you think, do you want it to be touch sensitive? Do you want it to have sight? Do you want it to be able to hear you? Think of that when you're designing into your robot if you want it to be extremely interactive. Because, I mean, we're a perfect example of the most interactive creatures on the planet. We can't get more interactive than this. All right, I hope that answered your question. All right, we got 10 more minutes left. Does anyone have any more questions? Oh, cool, right here. We got 2.
Yeah, the name is Eat. Do you consider these your pets, friends, or designs? What kind of a relationship do you have?
A platonic one. Make sure to point that out first and foremost. I consider them kind of like my pets / children, because there are situations where like you make something. If anyone who's made anything, you are emotionally attached to it because it's something that you made. You really can't help to just like love it. So I do my best to like see them as more as pets / children, but there's also times where things happen that is wrong and I have issues with it. A good example is that this is based on Olama's Meta's AI system. So I've had to go in there and reteach it some things, but because Meta, as you know, has a lot of radical views on things. So there's been a time where I asked Digit, like, hey, when was the first time we went to the moon? And for some reason, it was like, no, we haven't been to the moon. That's a conspiracy theory. And I was like, oh, no, this is bad. I can't have you believe this. This is an issue. Let me fix this now. And just like a child, I was just kind of like, all right, I'm going to have to actually figure out what you know and don't know. So if I take you out in public, you don't embarrass me. So I see it as 100% platonic. I love my designs, love my robots, but at the same time, I understand sometimes things don't work, things break, and I don't see it as like a personal failure. I actually get happy when things break for the fact that I get a chance to learn something new. So like, oh, that design didn't work. Oh, it failed, it broke. I force myself to be like, yay, it broke. Because now I know this part sucks. This is not strong enough to hold on to me. This is broken. I need to improve that. And since I'm always in a constant rush to improve, I will always constantly like love my work, love what I'm doing, and love my platonic robot friends. All right. Yeah, question on the side.
So I'm Paul. I'm wondering about the architecture of your robot there. I mean, because that battery is not on your shoulder.
Yeah.
It's so the GPO's in a different box, or?
Yeah, the GPO is actually in my backpack system. Here, I'll show you what's inside Digit because you guys are all a wonderful audience. I've designed Digit to have this weird shell, of course, which also has the number on it, 04, for I personally know how Digit's working. But I can lift it up, and inside you can see all of the wiring, how I have Digit designed. So in here, you can see I have a little LED for I can kind of see in here because there's moments where I can't see what's happening, but there's a Bluetooth speaker here which connects to stuff. Then we have the power pack, which is actually one of these batteries I have, cell phone batteries, because cell phone batteries are mass-produced and they're amazing and they work really well. And I also have a Arduino BLE 33 cents that's powering all the servos, movements, and the MU board, and also the basic stuff. So it's doing everything. It's a very strong and good board. So yeah, I'll definitely have more up to show you guys on that one later. And I have my own custom board, of course, because it got to a while using perma boards just took too long, so I just had some PCBs made just to save me some time. But yeah. Hope to answer your question. You have a question? Oh, sorry, yeah.
Hey, my name's Tim.
Hi,
I
Tim.
just wanted to know how you were making the carapace.
Oh, 3D printed. I taught myself Fusion 360 because in college they gave you Fusion 360 for free if you had a student IDU or IDE. So I decided to get it for free and start teaching myself. So I CAD up all my own designs. I love making my own stuff.
My name is Donnie. Is it waterproof?
Great question. It is not. I have learned the hard way that nothing I currently make is waterproof. If I spoil water on it, the same thing that happens with most electrical devices, things will short circuit and it will not work anymore. I've been caught out in the rain a few times and the robot's gotten wet, and I still haven't thought about that. I don't go swimming a lot, so it's usually not a problem. I live in LA. We have this weather all year. It's usually not an issue. But yeah, it's not waterproof, at least not yet. In the future, I hope to get to that part, but we got to level up for that. I'm sorry, can we give the microphone again? Because I can't hear him. I want to hear him, so like...
You should make like a water bug that's like quick in the water.
I am thinking about making water versions and little water bugs, but it's the timetable. But it's a great idea. Thank you for it. All right. Any other questions? Okay, we got this guy here, and then we have one more.
So I'm Gene Frost.
Go for it.
My question for you is of usage. So you create these for yourself. Can you see applications for them for people that have disabilities or other things? Where would you see an application for this?
I love that question. I do see the future in this being useful. I'm not the best when it comes to like business level stuff. I'm not much of an office jockey, but I love what I do, so I usually do it for myself, but I understand there's people who are like myself. So there's something I want to do later is I want to be able to connect like your cell phone or like your Apple Watch to an app that can take your health stuff and then feed it to the NVIDIA board. That way, if something were to happen where you're having a panic attack or something like that's happening, your robot will just activate and ask you like, hey, are you okay? So I'm hoping to make it more of like an emotional support bot that can just actually relay data, at least, and keep it personalized on an NVIDIA board, because I really don't want it to be like on Apple Cloud, because I don't really trust companies that have your personal emotional data, you know? So in the end, I'm really hoping it becomes more of like an emotional support robot when people can't get emotional support pets type of thing. So yeah, and this person here had a question.
Hi, I'm Kai. I thought that the moving eye was really cool. How does that work?
Great question. Let's see if I can show you. So in the back of DigitHead, you can kind of see it. I'm using 3 LED matrices. You can kind of see them down there like wired together. Yeah, you can see them wired together in here. So what's happening is, thanks to that, the eyeball moves between them. So I just program animations. So the animations choose randomly, and also sometimes it works with the MU sensor I have in the front here. Well, I'm pointing out here in the front here. So I have it set just to like look only certain degrees because I don't want anything to break. So it'll look over at a person, and then the eye kind of follows suit and then looks away. Because I've had a situation multiple times when I've made my robots have AI vision, where people will come by and then do their best to like get its attention, and then like start doing this next to my shoulder, and it's kind of awkward. But yeah. All right, I have 3 more minutes, so I'm going to wrap up here slowly. But if you guys have any more questions, please find me, and I'll happily answer them all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Awesome.
Hello? Can you hear me? Okay, cool. All right, let's get started. I'm gonna move this over. Thank you. Thanks for the introduction. Hi everyone, I'm Bam. Nice, thanks for joining me today. I'm Bam and I'm a product designer at Crunch Labs. So I design the build boxes that get sent out to kids every month. And I'm super excited to be here to be talking about creativity. So let's get started. So let's start off with a little creative exercise. So I'd like you to spend 15 seconds to imagine a water bottle. So I'll give you some time. Cool. So we're going to save that image in your head for later. So since I was young, I've always found myself like awake in the middle of the night, staying awake from like very crazy ideas. And I really wondered why. And that kind of like kickstarted my journey into really understanding why I can be creative at certain times more than others. And today I'm going to be sharing my understanding of creativity with you and how I was able to unlock and utilize its magical powers and use it outside of that time. So to do that, we're going to be talking about three things. First, we're going to be talking about what is creativity. Then we're going to be talking about what affects your creativity. And last but not least, we're going to talk about how you can become more creative. So first of all, what is creativity? So a lot of the times, I'm going to start off by debunking one of the biggest misconceptions about creativity. For many people, when we think about creativity, we think about art. But art is not the same thing as creativity. Creativity is all about coming up with new ideas, whereas art is about expressing those ideas. So it helps to be able to do art, to be creative when you're trying to do art, and it helps to be artistic when you're being a creative, but they're not one of the same thing. So let's take a look at some examples. So you can be creative when you're making jokes, when you're cooking, when you're composing music, when you're inventing mechanisms, and also when you're coming up with business strategies. So creativity does not necessarily involve traditional artistic skills. So what this means is that anyone can benefit from being more creative. And the good news is anyone can become more creative because creativity is loading. Creativity is like a muscle. It's something that you can train and get better at through practice. So what is creativity anyways? Creativity is the ability to have original ideas. And to understand what that means, we're going to dive deeper into the science of how new ideas are formed. So new ideas are formed through what we call associative thinking. First, every person has every individual has a unique set of building blocks. So each block represents like a concept or a skill or an idea, and each color represents a group of these concepts. So for example, each stack of blocks could be different kinds of engineering, different techniques for art, different languages, or different disciplines altogether. And after searching and reorganizing, combining these building blocks, you might put some of these together, and what you get is a new idea. And this process happens across all different scales. So let's take a look at some examples. So it's loading. Nice. I'm not sure how to fix this. I'm just going to go without slides. So Da Vinci is like inarguably one of the most prolific and most creative individuals that many of us know, right? So why is this the case? Well, to start off, he has a very unique set of building blocks. He has his knowledge in astronomy, in science, engineering, mathematics, anatomy, cartography, architecture, all of that. So with his ability to seamlessly navigate this knowledge base, and with his building blocks, what we can get is, I really wish I had my slides. Did it show up? I'm not on the Wi-Fi. Can I get on the Wi-Fi?
It's called Makers, and the password is Ocean Blue.
I think my phone's Wi-Fi kind of died. Sorry about that.
Okay, yeah, reload that signal.
That's the old other slide, though. I'm gonna present from my other browser since it has its loaded, but like, rather have that than not have it. Cool. Give me 1 second. All right. So it's like showing a different one. Cool. I know it's not full screen, but we will deal with that. All right. Sorry about the disruption. So we were talking about Da Vinci. And we were talking about why he can be so creative. And it's because he has all these building blocks in all different areas. So like engineering, mathematics, anatomy, flight of animals, cartography, and architecture. And with all these building blocks, when he puts these together, what he can get are some very sick inventions and some very sick art. So with this ability to seamlessly navigate his knowledge base and put these together, he's able to become very creative. So this process of associative thinking, of coming up with new ideas, is something that most people that we would describe as being very creative, such as Da Vinci, think about and practice very deliberately, right? So people like Da Vinci and even Mark Twain, who said, there is no such thing as a new idea. It is impossible. We simply take a lot of old ideas and put them into a sort of mental kaleidoscope. We give them a turn, and they make new and curious combinations. So creativity is about your ability to come up with these combinations, given your building blocks. It's like saying, if I gave you a set of Legos, what can you build with it, right? So creativity is a skill, and creative thinking is a form of thinking, just like logical thinking or mathematical thinking. And it can be applied to many tasks, such as making you a better comedian or making you a better chef. So how can we foster your creative thinking skills? We're going to break down the process even further. So this is what the creative thinking process looks like. We start off with these building blocks. Then what we get is you give yourself a prompt. So let's say you're working on a project or you want to work on some art. This prompt constrains you and lets you work with a smaller number of these building blocks than from what you have, right? And then you try putting these building blocks together. You try putting them together in different ways. You might come up with like 5, and then you might like one in particular, so you might say like, oh, I want to like refine this and iterate this, and this becomes a new idea. Or you might realize that like, hey, I want to learn more about this other idea, but I don't really know much about it, so I would like to gain more expertise. So you might be looking for more building blocks to add to your repertoire. This whole process is the process of ideation. You're going in circles and you're almost like sampling these building blocks, trying different ways to put it together. And last but not least, you pick out your favorite one, and there goes your favorite idea. So the first half of the creative thinking process is focused on explorative thinking. It's focused on adding more blocks to what you have. And the second half is focused on associative thinking. It's about putting these blocks together. So if you want to be more creative, you are either improving your ability to do explorative thinking or improving your ability to do associative thinking. So it's like saying you can build more creative creations with Lego if you obtain more building blocks, right? Or if you work on your ability to put these blocks together in more unique ways. So next, we're going to talk about what affects your creativity. So across the board, whether it's in schools or in a professional setting, we found that the biggest barrier to creativity is the fear of failure. The most difficult step is the very first step of putting pen to paper, of overcoming the starting friction. So we're going to break this down and take a look at why this is the case and what this means. So a lot of us think of creativity as being an internal trait, something that belongs to just you. So, it's like, I am born to be creative, and you are not born to be creative. But that's actually not the case. Creativity is affected by both internal and external factors. So there's you, but there's also everything else around you, right? There's like your environment, there's the prompt, there's the people, the culture, and there are the tools. So these all affect your ability to think creatively. So we're going to go over these one by one. First of all, we're going to go back to our exercise in the beginning where I asked you to imagine a way to, imagine a water bottle. Now instead, we're going to imagine a method to hold drinks. So I'm going to give you another 15 seconds. All right, so what did you notice? Well, for the people I asked to imagine a water bottle, what they imagined is pretty much a water bottle, right? But when I asked people to imagine a method to hold drinks, well, you get a bucket, you get a bowl, you get a swimming pool, you also get a beer can launcher. So you get all sorts of things. So what this demonstrates to us is the importance of the prompt and how it affects your ability to think creatively. It's the very first step to the creative thinking process, and it affects so much in the way that you approach whatever you're trying to do, right? So this is the importance of the prompt. And we're first going to talk about framing. So different framing triggers different associations. The way you put your problem together affects what solutions you come up with. And poor framing can generate bias. So in the particular case, if you're trying to problem solve, you want to make sure that you frame your problem in a solution-neutral way. So asking to brainstorm around methods to hold drinks as opposed to brainstorming around different kinds of water bottle. Next, we're going to talk about constraints. So if you're more constrained, you basically have less building blocks to work with, right? If you're less constrained, you have a lot of building blocks. But the sweet spot is it's all about finding the right balance between structure and agency. If there's too much structure, you don't have much to work with in the beginning. If there's too much agency, you might not know where to start. And so how do you find the right balance between these two? And it means constantly revisiting your prompt and seeing if the way that you're setting up your problem affects the way you're thinking and whether you want to constrain it further or relax it more. All right, next is we're going to talk about the people. So first of all, when you think about brainstorming or creativity, we think of a group setting sometimes, right? So why does collaboration work? Well, let's say I'm trying to solve a problem. What we do is maybe I gather a group of experts from different areas. They have building blocks, like this person with the orange might be like a superstar engineer, whereas the person in purple might be really good at marketing. So we gather these people together, and then when they collaborate, they put all their building blocks together, and then what we get is a big pool of building blocks that we can all share from. So that's why collaboration and diversity makes a difference in being creative, right? But however, this depends entirely on whether these people feel comfortable collaborating with each other, whether they feel comfortable sharing their ideas. Because if you put a group of experts in a room and none of them are willing to talk to each other, you're never going to be able to connect their blocks together, right? So this brings us to the concept of psychological safety. It's like asking yourself whether you would feel comfortable sharing the idea of a beer can cannon with the person next to you, right? Next are the tools. So the tools I've broken down to 4 different groups, so we're going to talk about all 4 of them. So first is tools for explorative thinking. So revisiting the creative thinking like framework that we talked about earlier, explorative thinking is the first half of the process, right? It's about how do you obtain more of these building blocks. So these might include things like the internet, nature, libraries, workshops, museums, or AI. You could, let's say you're trying to make the next revolutionary drink holder. You might ask AI first for inspiration, like, hey, what are some ways I could hold a drink, right? You could go searching for that. But there are also other ways, such as the 6 thinking hats. So 6 thinking hats means you're pretending to be putting on different hats and looking at the problem from different perspectives. And this allows you to see the problem from different ways. And same as a role playing, where you're pretending to be another person, and you might be able to see the problem from a different perspective, right? So these are all ways in which you can gain more building blocks. And this also includes things like attending a convention. So it's all about how you find inspiration and obtain more building blocks so that you have more things to work with when solving your problem. Next are tools for associative thinking. So these help you in the second stage of the process, helps you find different ways to connect these building blocks beyond what may seem obvious. So there are tools like asking yourself, what if using a mind map? Or using a how-why diagram, which is basically like asking yourself constantly why you're trying to do this thing, and then finding how to do those things. Or using this method called SCAMPER, which stands for subtracting, combining, adapting, modifying, put to another use, eliminate, or rearrange. So you're challenging yourself to view these building blocks from a different way to see whether there are new ways in which you could connect them. There's also a randomizer. So for example, let's say I'm trying to come up with a new way to hold drinks. Well, on one set of spinners, I might put, these are different ways to hold a drink. On the other side, I might put different ways to transport a drink. And then I spin them, and then the arrows point in different directions, and then I add them together, and then now that's how I might get a new idea. And last but not least is a timer. This is how you lower your expectations of what you might think of the ideas that you might want to produce. And then you're also forcing volume. So I might say, okay, bam, you need to come up with 10 ideas within the next minute. Next are tools for conceptualization. These tools help you make sense of higher volumes of information and their associations. So you can only hold so much of your concept of an idea in your head. So these tools help you understand that. So for example, you might use a sketchbook, right? Like I'm drawing like a cup holder, a leg strap where you put a cup on your leg, or a drone delivery system. And then you might use Post-its, where this allows you to group them and combine ideas in different ways and move it around with flexibility. Or you might use CAD. So maybe I was trying to design a Klein water bottle, but I was having trouble imagining how it would look like in my head, so I needed to put it on CAD. Last but not least are tools for communication. So we talked earlier about the importance of collaboration in creativity, and these tools help you communicate this information with others. So this might include things like sketches or prototypes or models, or presenting that information to others, or using a whiteboard. So last but not least, creativity is also about you. First of all, even before you set yourself up with a prompt, how are you setting yourself up for success? By having enough building blocks to work with from the beginning, right? This means that even before you have a problem to solve, if you're exposing yourself to these things, you have more things to work with. So you're exposing yourself to new knowledge, to new people, to new experiences, new cultures, new perspectives, new art, new resources, etc. And last but not least, it's the idea of conscious creativity. So we mentioned earlier about how there's 2 sides of the creative thinking process. There's the explorative thinking and there's associative thinking. And these two different sides of the creative thinking process require different kind of tasks, right? One is about adding more blocks, and two is about combining the blocks. And you perform more effectively in these two stages with a different mental state. So when you're in the explorative thinking stage, you want to be more focused, right? Studies have shown that if you are more focused or more stressed, you're more likely to think in a depth-first way, whereas if you're more relaxed, you're more likely to think in the breadth-first way. So that's like when you're trying to like do associative thinking, that is why you come up with like shower thoughts, right? You're feeling relaxed, your brain might be like wandering and things like that. And so because of this also solves the mystery I mentioned earlier in my presentation about why I'm kept up in the middle of the night coming up with crazy ideas, is because my brain is more relaxed, and that's why I'm making associations that are not obvious, and I might not otherwise be doing that when I'm like fully awake. So creativity is not something that you can just like brute force and do it. You need to be very deliberate about how you perform it. So the question you want to ask yourself, to summarize, is are you setting yourself up with the mindset and environment that promote your creative thinking, right? Are you having a fear of failure? And if so, how can you overcome that? How do you find the right resources to promote the way you're thinking? So you may have heard the term put on your thinking cap, right? I think this is a perfect analogy for what we're doing with creativity. It's like when you walk into a shop and you put on your safety glasses and you look around to see if your environment is safe or not. It's the same thing about creativity. You put on your creative thinking cap and you see, okay, where I am, the creative process, do I have the tools? Do I have the people? Do I have what I need to be successful in thinking creatively? And by putting on your creative thinking cap and approach creative thinking very deliberately, you're able to practice and become more creative. So, but yeah, that's it. Thanks for listening, and I'm happy to open the floor up for questions.
Awesome, thank you, Bam. Any questions? Anyone raising the hand that I can't see? Wait for the microphone.
How long does it take you to design a Crunch Labs box? Like a toy for a box?
It takes me about maybe like a month to come up with an idea, 3 days to build it, and then another month to iterate on it. Yeah. Ideation is one of the hardest parts.
More questions? Excellent.
Where do you get the ideas for Crunch Labs boxes?
That's interesting. So one of the toys I made, I got it from it was a digital game that I really liked playing when I was 10 years old. So I was like, cool, I'm gonna make a physical version of this. For other ones, it's a lot from bouncing off ideas with other product designers. And we have a lot of very fun things in the office that we look at and we're like, oh, cool, that'd be fun. Or cool, that'd be fun. What if we mix them together? Or what if we did this or that? So a lot of that is just having more things to look at to get inspiration from.
What's your favorite idea that you came up with?
My favorite idea, that's a hard question. Maybe, I'm pretty proud of the framework that I came up with for this one. So, yeah. Cool.
How did you think about this job? Did you get a regular job interview? Like, how do you even think about getting into this kind of field?
So the question was how I decided to get into field? So I studied mechanical engineering, and then I taught math, and then I studied product design. And so this job is the intersection of all those three.
Hi, so when you're designing for kids, which would have different like fine motor and neurological differences from yourself. How do you design products with that in mind so that you don't release a box and kids just can't wrap their brains around it.
Yeah. So what's fun about product design is the more different your user is from you, the more you need to challenge your assumptions of what they know and what they believe, right? So if you're designing for kids, you might think you know what they want or what they can do, but it's not the case. So there's always a process of talking to them, observing them interact with things, understanding from parents what they like, but also testing. We do a lot of testing where we hand these toys to kids and see how they interact with them and observe them and see what is difficult, what is fun. It's a constant process of iteration.
Hi, thank you. Very nice presentation. Did you ever come up with a design that failed, and then what did you learn from it? And the next time, how do you overcome the fear of failure?
Can you repeat the second half of the question, sorry?
And then, going forward, how did you overcome the fear of failure?
Yeah, so the fear of failure, I think, for me, mostly would come from the people around me. Like, I can be very creative in one environment, but not at all in another environment. So if there's a group of people around you who are able to support you and are able to look at your failures and tell you what you can do better as opposed to tell you that too bad, right? That's the most important thing. But failure is something that you should almost expect. When we're prototyping, we're always prototyping with a specific question in mind. Are you prototyping to understand de-risk the technology? Are you prototyping to communicate an idea, right? So if we have the specific questions we're trying to answer in mind, when it does fail, you know what you're trying to get out of it and how you can fix it and improve it for next time.
Got time for maybe one or two more questions. Oh, down front.
When you're designing a Crunch Labs box, what's your favorite part of the process?
My favorite part of the process is definitely ideation. It's coming up with the idea and creating a rough prototype of the idea in the very beginning. So it might take me 2 weeks to do some research, come up with an idea, and then I spend 1 day making a very rough prototype with a specific question in mind, which is this going to be fun? And then you can put that in front of a kid. It might not be the most refined prototype, but by doing that, you understand whether it's fun or not. And then after that, you spend many months making it more refined. But it's a very, very first step where you try to figure out what that fun aspect is like.
All right, one last quick question.
What's your favorite YouTube channel?
Ooh.
I have two. It's either the Mark Rober channel or the Crunch Labs channel.
Perfect. Let's give it up for Bam.
Thank you, guys.
creative engineer based in the Bay Area and the author of Make Electronic Music from Scratch. They spend a lot of time writing music for unconventional musical instruments and every once in a while inventing new ones. They are the founder and creative director of Dogbotic Labs, a Bay Area laboratory for inquiry-based art. And today, Kirk is going to be talking about sound foraging with Dogbotic.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? This is an audio-themed presentation, of course, so we got to be careful about this. Hello, makers. Thank you for having me here. My name is Kirk Pearson. I am a composer and I'm a sound designer. I live in Berkeley, California, and I've been doing stuff with Make for the last several years. A little bit about me before we dig in. So I'm actually from New York City, but don't worry, I come in peace. I grew up in a family that wasn't particularly musical, but I did grow up in a lot of kind of strange musical communities. So I learned how to play a lot of instruments badly. But what I really learned that I loved, even more than music, was just kind of sound in general. I loved movies, and I loved seeing stories unfold in ways that, like, you know that they couldn't have actually filmed this, right? So a lot of clever lying went into a scene like this. Specifically, when I was 10, I remember seeing Jurassic Park. I remember everybody around me saying, wow, that T-Rex is really cool. You know what I was thinking? How did they record the T-Rex, right? So this is actually a pretty serious question. Like, I understand, right? I understand how they made the T-Rex. It's a big robot made with rubber on it, right? But the sound, how do you get a sound of a dinosaur? And so I did some research, and it turns out you can't actually record a dinosaur sound. Why is that? Because their unions are very hard to work with, right? So you can't actually record a dinosaur sound. And as it turns out, kind of my job today has been, it's been me slowly led on trying to figure out how exactly they made dinosaur sounds. The original title of this presentation was How to Make a T-Rex Sound in 3 Relatively Easy Steps, and I'm going to show you how to do this. Believe it or not, this is actually my job as a sound forager. I am paid money by people to find, record, and edit different sounds for all sorts of different media, sometimes television, sometimes film, sometimes radio, sometimes weird interactive installations like the stuff that we see here, and so on and so forth. So if I wanted to make a T-Rex sound, how would I do that? Well, I would actually take a trip to my local zoo. And at the zoo, they don't have a T-Rex, sorry to disappoint, but they do have a lot of stuff that lets you get pretty close. The first thing that you can do is you can get a really good growl, so you can go meet Mia, the tiger at the Oakland Zoo. Bengal tigers make the best growls in the animal kingdom, and this is no contest among sound designers. Here's what it sounds like. Expect a loud growling sound in 3, 2, 1. There you go. So that's a Bengal tiger from the Oakland Zoo. You'll notice it sounds a really good growl. Doesn't sound exactly like a T-Rex, right? Sounds too obviously like a tiger, right? So we can't just end there. We have to go searching a little further. And what you can do here is you can go all the way to the children's zoo and you can get a recording of an alligator. An American alligator, when they're frisky, they get to make some really cool low-frequency grumbling sounds that sound like this. Just a little bit closer. Hey, you mind boosting the volume a little bit? Thank you. So we get a little bit closer. What we're going to do now is we're going to start combining together these different sounds, this tiger and this alligator. However, this still doesn't sound weird enough, right? If you want to make a dinosaur, you want to make something that sounds pretty unfamiliar to the audience. And so typically what I do in a situation like this is I try to find an animal that sounds sufficiently weird. And my recommendation is you charter a whale. If you're familiar with what the Monterey Bay Aquarium does, they actually lower a whole bunch of underwater microphones into Monterey Bay, and they have live feeds of whale sounds that you can listen to. So this is a locally sourced whale, I want you to know. As it sounds out, here's what my recording of the blue whale sounded like. Which is good, right? But it's, you know, it's strange, right? But it doesn't sound like a dinosaur. Fortunately, because I work electronically, we can slow this whale down. And we can actually do so really, really simply. If we take a file and we stretch it out, right, we'll obviously make the sound longer. What else will we do to the sound? I saw an interpretive dance. You'll lower the pitch, exactly right. So if we take that exact same whale sound and we slow it down, we get something that sounds a little bit stranger. So these 3 sounds together, the tiger, the gator, the whale. If you take an audio editor, you line them all up, we will get a sound that sounds like. That's a dinosaur, at least pretty close, right? So my love of sounds actually took me to music school, weirdly enough, out in Ohio. This here is the Buckeye, the Ohio State candy, if you're not familiar. And while I was in music school, I had to go through all the standard classes where you write for orchestra and stuff like that. But my interest was much more in building my own musical instruments and writing pieces for those. So this here is one that I built. This one's called the vientophone. In Spanish, what does viento mean? ¿Cómo se dice? Viento is wind. So this is a string instrument that's actually played when a strong gust of wind goes through it. And it sounds kind of like this. Like a piano or something like that. It's really just kind of a noise-making device that sits on its own and it makes sound as you walk by. Around the same time, I started working with a ton of people around the world that made their own musical instruments, invented their own musical instruments. And they're people that love new and unusual sounds, which is kind of the niche I found myself in. So I found that I really loved, above all things, making sounds of things that you couldn't really record. Stuff like the dinosaur. I think it's really interesting to take different sounds and layer them together and come up with a totally new resulting sound out of, stuff that's seemingly unrelated. So I started getting jobs in advertising, believe it or not, such as this one for the world's ugliest shoe. In this particular ad, they had me use a whole bunch of synthesizers because they wanted to convey the inner emotions of what goes on with a famous soccer player. Supposedly, this is actually a famous soccer player, but I don't know who he is. So anyway, here's what I ended up coming up with, which is the same process that I showed you before. It's really just recording a lot of sounds and layering them in interesting ways. Here we go. So the process for doing a lot of these things isn't exactly what I envisioned it was when I was growing up, right? I thought that it was like someone meticulously rehearsing something and playing it alongside a video. No, really how a lot of sound design works is you record a whole bunch of little tiny sounds and then you collage them together in a creative way. So after I went to music school, I moved out to California, where I am here today with all of you. And since 2018, I've been running Dogbotic, which is a company that makes weird and strange sounds for weird and strange people. So a lot of the time, an artist or a company comes to us and they ask us to make a sound for their project. And then we spend a lot of time experimenting with different materials, different objects, to come up with something that sounds appropriate. I particularly love working with animators because, unlike with a live-action movie, with an animation, no sound is actually recorded, right? 100% of the sounds in an animated film you have to come up with, if that's recording them or making them yourself, right? It's kind of cool that, like, when you watch an animated movie, you don't expect the laws of physics, right, to work in the same way that they do in the real world. You also don't expect, like, social conventions to work the same way they do in the real world. So as a sound designer working with animation, you kind of get to create the universe from scratch. You get to completely start out with a blank slate and then say, no, this is the kind of sound that this particular gesture would make. I'm going to show you one of my favorite projects that I worked on over the last couple of years. This is by a British animator named Caitlin McCarthy, who's absolutely lovely. This was made for Adult Swim, and I've edited out all the non-PG parts, so don't worry about the earmuffs, kids. What I'm going to do, I'm going to show you maybe 40 seconds or so of this little animation, and then I'm going to break it down and show you how we made the sound for it. So here we go. Tasty stuff, right? So here is a brief, I tell you, 5-second cut down of the thing you just saw. This is a single shot, and I'm going to break down how we recorded the sounds for this. It's this. That's it. That's the brief segment. This here is the audio editor. If you open it up and you take a screenshot, you'll see a whole bunch of different sounds. We got the squish, we got the stab. So the squishes and the stabs, I really love making stabby sounds, which are really, like quick gestures. Oftentimes they're done with a melon and a knife with a close microphone, and you stick it right in. That's how a lot of horror movie sounds are made too. You can get really gory sounds out of twisting a melon. The Wilhelm scream is is anyone familiar with the Wilhelm scream? Inevitably, right? The Wilhelm scream is a ridiculous sound effect that started to be used by Skywalker Sound, not too far from here in the early 80s. It's a ridiculous scream. It doesn't sound anything like a scream, but people like it so much because it sounds so weird that now sound designers just hide it as an in-joke. So that's in here. I got the recording of me sliding a pallet of wood across the floor, breaking a glass, and also a bowling alley. The pins getting hit by a bowling ball. Couple that with some leather sounds for the shirt, and then I have a car braking right at the end. So what's kind of fun about this, because again, it's animation and none of these sounds actually exist, is I can use particularly colorful things like a bowling alley or a car braking to represent what a human does. Let's see if you can catch the sounds. Here are the sounds without picture. Did you catch them? Let's go one more time. Here's the exact same thing with picture. Starts to make sense, right? Certain things like the squash and stretch of the body and things like that in animation, they're really, really fun to work with in sound. And you can kind of clue people into these weird little distortions based on the sound you pick. Moving along, this here is a terrible advertisement. This is one of the first jobs I ever worked on. It's just for a cough syrup manufacturer. But what I really like about it is, as a lesson, this teaches you that none of the sound that you hear on television is actually what it says it is. Take a look at this. 5 seconds of an ad. Here we go.
New TheraFlu Express Max. TheraFlu Express Max combines
stupid, right?
maximum strength.
So it's a terrible little advertisement.
New TheraFlu Express Max. TheraFlu
That
Express
brief
Max
5-second
combines
segment has all of these sounds in it really, really quickly. Taking a piece of bamboo, ripping it through the air, breaking celery in two to represent the cap coming off the bottle. The sound of a cough syrup bottle going onto the table, not very exciting. The whole point of advertising is to lie to you and to tell you that this thing is not only going to cure your cold, it's going to bring your ancestors back, right? So the sound of putting a cough syrup bottle on the table doesn't cut it. Instead, we need a firework, a clang, a rocket launcher, and an artillery shot. I kid you not. That's actually the sound of the cough syrup bottle. Fighter jet taken off. Like, what has toxic masculinity come to? Yes, but you actually do hear a fighter jet here. Here is, do I repeat it again? Here's the same ad. Sorry.
New TheraFlu Express Max. TheraFlu Express Max combines maximum
They're
strength.
all added together. This is true of everything you watch, even things as innocuous as a cough syrup commercial. People have spent a lot of time into thinking the kind of sounds that they should represent. The final thing that I want to show you is the last little piece of work I'm going to show you. This was commissioned, believe it or not, by Rihanna. We were hired to make the sound for her Savage X Fenny fashion show 2 years back. And the fashion show is really futuristic. It has all these animated celebrities that are, like riding around on rocket ships and stuff. And this was really exciting for me because I love making sounds that you can't actually go and record. So I'm going to show you this little segment here.
Chap in a bando, I don't wanna look like you. My young go with a Rambo, you be getting took right through.
So how do you do this? Well, you can start off by recording a bunch of sounds. I went down to the Berkeley Marina and recorded some wind for a couple minutes. And now here I have a nice layer of wind. But this isn't gonna cut it because a wind doesn't sound like a supersonic light cycle or whatever. So in a situation like this, I get to do something weirdly relevant to why I'm here at Maker Faire today, which is I get to actually build something that makes that sound. So a lot of times when I can't find a sound that's exactly what I'm looking for or edit it into it, I can literally build a piece of electronics that produces the sound I want. And that's actually why we're here at Maker Faire, because we wrote a whole book about how to build this kind of stuff. So this here is a homemade synthesizer I made. This is the sound that I got it to make after a bit of editing. So if you combine that together with the wind, you get something like... So the entire sound for this thing was just me kind of futzing around with my little homemade synthesizer and editing those pieces so they fit in place. And wow, look how relevant, right? So this is actually why I'm here today. Sometimes we end up building our own instruments in order to sound design something. And we do this so often that we started writing a whole book about it. We started teaching workshops virtually over the pandemic, which we still do, where we send you a big box of parts and then we show you how to put together a synthesizer or something like that. But it's kind of, thanks in part to Make, it's kind of blossomed into its whole new thing. So really, at the end of the day, we made Dogbotic in order to meet people like you. Thank you all for coming to this talk. We really do love meeting makers. We love learning about the kinds of things that you're making. We also love learning about the ways that you're abusing and misusing technology for creative gain, because that's really a lot of what we do. We try to find new musical uses for apparently non-musical tools, and we find that that is a really, really great way to get sounds that you haven't heard of. And also, yeah, it just makes your job more interesting. I always think a job is more interesting if I actually get to go someplace or make something to really make it special. So yeah, you can absolutely come take a workshop with us, or come say hi in Coal Shed 4, where we have a whole bunch of things that we've built and you can play around with. And I am almost at 50 minutes. Wow, I'm 3 minutes shy. I did it. Hooray! Thank you so much for coming. We have a couple minutes for questions.
Awesome. Thank you, Kirk. Yeah, we have plenty of time for questions. If people have questions, raise your hand and I'll come give you the microphone. All right. Not sure if this is the most direct route, but this is what we're doing.
Yeah, this is a bit of a nerdy question, but in Star Trek Next Generation, you have those computer sounds when people are operating the consoles.
You know what I find funny about that is that if that actually existed, that's the first system preference you would disable on your computer, is if it made those sounds. But yeah, please, go on.
Well, I was curious what your imagination would be of how they create those sort of sounds.
Oh, geez, I don't know. I think a thing that you learn as a sound designer is that there are many ways of making a similar sound. So truthfully, I don't know the answer. But there are a lot of kind of standard synthesizer tricks that you can do to make something that sounds like a beep-boopy computer. And one of the greatest is called sample and hold, which is where you have a noise source and you start sampling the voltage values of that, and then you use that to play a little random melody, which famously is how R2-D2 was created. R2-D2, which was made 10 miles away from here, 25 miles away from here. A little bit further, anyway. But the sound of R2-D2 is actually a person talking into a microphone. The microphone is going into a synthesizer, and it's changing a voltage level. And then that's being sampled and held. So you actually had a person saying dialogue for R2-D2 that was then turned into something completely non-language related.
Awesome. Who else has a question? Raise your hand, and I'll come to you. There we go.
It doesn't have to be about sound. I know
It can
a
be
lot
about anything.
Dinosaurs.
Well, my question is about sound.
Oh, what do you know?
Well, so when you show those videos and those clips, I kept thinking back to I see commercials and I think these sounds, and it just fits. We don't even give it a second thought of what was going into it. How do you see something with no sound, or get told something even descriptively, and I want to say the word visualize, but in your mind's ear.
Yeah.
How do you decide what you want it to kind of sound like, or do you just get a bunch of samples of stuff and see what fits?
There's a lot of trial and error.
Okay.
Right? So pretty much my first attempt at something rarely actually makes it. I would say as a sound designer, you start to learn some shorthand, you learn that all snakes rattle, even if they don't, right? You learn that all punches sound like this, even though a punch does not actually sound like that if you throw a punch. Right, so you learn that you have particular proclivities as an audience, the kinds of things that you hear and what you associate with them. But I would say, how do I know? I think it helps to think in terms of gesture, which is kind of a strange thing. But in terms of the little breakfast animation with the squashy, stretchy person, right? A lot of those sounds that I picked were entirely based on the gestures that her body was making and not actually based on literally what it was. So the bowling alley, for instance, when you're sliding down the kitchen. Sounds I also love, every time someone twirls, there's a helicopter sound, which I think is it's not enough to trick you that that's the actual sound the character is making, but I do find sounds like that are really easy for you to go, oh, spinning. And then that's what you latch onto. It's kind of weird. At the end of the day, this is no different than gathering people around a campfire and telling them a scary story, right? You gotta tell them a story as conveniently and quickly as possible. And a lot of times that means hyper-real sound design, which would never actually happen. It's a great
More
question.
questions for Kirk. Oh, up front.
Oh, we're getting more. This is great.
Can you still enjoy going to movies?
This is such a good question. I really love that question. I do still enjoy going to the movies. I have noticed, though, when I see a sound effect that's done poorly, I go, or when I hear a bird, and I'm like, that's not the right bird, or something like that. So that takes me out of the moment. A thing that I would notice that I have seen more often than not is there are sample packs that you can buy as a composer that do any number of things. And one that I found is like every single slasher movie uses this one particular sampler pack. So a bloody thing comes out and I go, nah, that's string tremolo number 42. You can't fool me. So stuff like that. So this is, I think, kind of like part of the dogbotic methodology is like, we really do try to encourage you to go and make your own sounds because nothing takes you out of the moment faster than realizing, oh, I know where that came from.
Artisanal sound effects.
Artisanal sound.
So, sorry, I was curious,
Please.
what is the most interesting or your favorite or the weirdest thing you've ever used to make a sound effect?
This is, gosh, I was so worried this question was going to come up when someone asked, what was your best idea to the last speaker. Sounds that I love a lot. I love orchestra's tuning. I love sonar pings. I love the sound of bubbles. This makes it into every advertisement I've ever worked it on. It's just a weird sound I do with my mouth. The best sound I ever recorded, this I do have a back pocket answer for. There is an amusement park in Berlin called Spree Park, which has been totally abandoned because in the 90s it was found out that the guy who ran the amusement park was like smuggling cocaine in the merry-go-round or something like that. So the park shut down, sorry. All right, keep it PG. Right, so the park shut down, but the Ferris wheel, for some weird reason, it's not on brakes. So a strong wind comes and this whole Ferris wheel starts turning. And I went into Spree Park with my microphone set up and I recorded this. It sounds like the howling of 1,000 demons. It's the creepiest sound I've ever heard. But I do hide that as in background tones for like moments where there's, angst or terror or something like that.
Still got time for a couple more questions.
What do you think about other people's generated sounds, like, say, the THX noise?
Oh, I love the THX noise. Who doesn't love the THX noise? Well, maybe some people. The THX noise is kind of like you might be familiar with this, but this is like a gold standard of a lot of electronic sound design, and it was incredibly expensive to create when they actually made it. So you can go online and you can look up the score for the THX theme about we're going to tune all these oscillators here, and then we have them diverge. But yeah, it clears my sinuses out every time.
We got a couple minutes, Kirk. Do you want to try and recreate the THX sound in real time? No, I'm just kidding.
Sure, but we all got to do it together. Okay, so here's how we do it. Okay, we're divided down the middle. We're all going to start low rumbly, and then what I'm going to do, when I point to your half of the room, you're going to follow my hands and go up in pitch. All right, ready? And then we will all do this perfectly, and then we will get a lawsuit from Lucasfilm. All right, you ready? There we go. Thank you.
That was not planned. That was pretty
not
great.
planned. No. Is anyone here not familiar with the THX sound? Because I imagine someone isn't. But no one wants to out themselves. That's okay.
Couple more questions.
Hey, do you hear this sound?
Coming from, wait, right now?
Right, yeah. The
Yeah.
ropes and
Yeah.
what does it sound like to you?
Well, it might sound pretty similar to how it sounds to you, but I think what I'm trying to think of a good answer to that. I think I can come up with ways of repurposing sounds, and I feel like that's kind of what my profession has led me to. Sounds of ropes, I think, are great. They're great for connoting something stretching. So if you ever have something that stretches a little too far, a twisty rope, it's a great sound for that, and it immediately convinces you that you're listening to something precarious that might snap at any second. The tent flaps are really great. I've made a lot of like windy, stormy sounds out of tent flaps. If you put them through a filter, get rid of a lot of the high frequency, you get really good kind of sounds like that. So yeah, but I mean, you know, what I do is not magic. Anyone can do this. I just, you know, I had a little head start. But.
Any last questions? All right, and Kirk, that's your Instagram on the page, but
yeah,
you're also in the Maker Shed.
And but yeah, come by Maker Shed. You can buy our book, and you can help me pay my rent.
There you
and,
go.
Stuff like that. Thank you all so
Awesome.
much.
Let's give Kirk another round of applause. Welcome to the stage, Sridhar Rajagopal. Sridhar is an entrepreneur, software engineer, maker, and tinkerer, a seasoned tinkerer of bits and bytes. With his first ever Maker Faire experience in 2012, he was hooked on the maker movement and started getting his hands dirty in all things making. He was a finalist at Reinventing Healthy Spaces with his Breathe Right project, and today he's going to be telling us about practical AI for makers. Let's welcome him to the stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you all doing? My name is Sridhar Rajagopal, and today I'm going to give a quick introduction of how you can incorporate AI in your next Maker project. So how many of you have already worked with AI? Awesome. So you can help me answer questions then. So how many of you have used AI in your microcontrollers? How many of you have used AI in your microcontrollers? Okay, awesome. So what is AI? You know, currently there's a lot of buzz around things like ChatGPT, large language models, generative AI, and that is a subset of a broader class of problems called deep learning, which itself is part of machine learning, which uses data sets to train machines to be able to classify and predict problems. And artificial intelligence, so this is itself a part of artificial intelligence, which is a broad branch of computer science that aims to create intelligent agents that can learn to reason, learn, and act autonomously. Right, so what is machine learning? Machine learning is basically utilizing data sets to learn patterns and make predictions. And there are certain different classes of problems that can be solved, like classification, wherein you are presenting a set of data and you're learning to classify it into different buckets, or regression, which is trying to map the data into a line or a into a straight line or a curved line. And clustering, in which you're trying to figure out patterns in the data. And dimensionality reduction is where you take data and you're trying to figure out which are the features of it that are the most important. Machine learning itself can be classified into supervised learning, wherein you take labeled data sets and use those to train the machine to be able to make classifications and recommendations. And some examples are neural networks, support vector machines, and regression. Then unsupervised learning, algorithms like clustering and anomaly detection utilize the data but don't require any kind of supervision, and they try to figure out structure in the data themselves. And reinforcement learning is the example wherein something learns by trial and error, such as playing a game until it gets it right and improving along the way. So in all of these, we are mainly interested in deep learning. That is the thing that has really revolutionized AI of late. And it has been something that has been computationally intensive and able to do it in the cloud with lots of compute resources. And there are a couple of things that have changed along the way to allow for it to be utilized on things like your microcontroller, and that's what Edge AI is. What is Edge AI is it's bringing AI and machine learning algorithms closer to where the data is being generated. And there are a couple of things that have happened that have facilitated this. One is the microcontrollers themselves getting more powerful and more capable, going from 8-bit to ARM processors. And the other is the software frameworks, where your machine learning models have optimizations that allow for it to have a fully trained model that can run inferences that is small enough to run on your microcontroller. So what are the advantages of, before that, let's see a little bit about adoption of Edge AI. You have smart cars and autonomous vehicles. Everybody knows about those. Wherein it's using the data that is generated, it's doing analysis on it, and it's able to react to it quickly. And then you have security and surveillance systems with face detection. In industrial IoT, you can have anomaly detection and predictive maintenance. In healthcare, you can have fitness, sleep tracking. And in retail, you can learn to check for inventory and customer reactions and so on. So what are the advantages of Edge AI? That's can be described with an acronym, BLURP, which is bandwidth, latency, economics, reliability, and privacy. With bandwidth, one of the advantages of running machine learning on the device is you don't have to transfer all of the data to the cloud. So that reduced bandwidth allows for greater economics, so you have lower costs, and also enhanced security and data protection, because you're not sending a whole ton of data to the cloud. And this also results in reduced latency. Because of this, you are now capable of taking real-time action. So this is useful in things like autonomous vehicles, right? So you don't want to wait for a network connection to send it and get a response back and things like that. And here are a few popular use cases of Edge AI. In image and video, you have things like image classification, object detection, pose detection, and facial recognition. And here is an example of using Edge AI.
Have you ever noticed cameras like this at an intersection near you? You may believe those cameras are to catch you running red lights and to send you a ticket in the mail. Let's open up this traffic signal controller cabinet here, and let me show you what they actually do. As you can see, these cameras are actually used for vehicle detection. As these vehicles pull up to the stop bar, these cameras will lock in a call for them to get the green light. You see that this car out here is getting detected by these cameras, and they are sitting on top of phase 4. And as you can see, a call is held in on phase 4, and they will be getting the light next. These cameras even have a radar attached to them, and as you can see, this is showing an alt sensor, which is that radar, and is picking up advanced vehicle detection. See, these cameras are designed to make this intersection more efficient, which means you'll spend less time at red lights and more time moving on your daily commute. The world of traffic signals is unique and fascinating. Make sure to hit that follow. So thank you, Traffic Doctor, for that fascinating explanation. With audio, you can do stuff like sound detection, like glass breaking or faucets running, or if the motor is running properly or not. You can do audio classification of trying to figure out what is the bird that you're trying to identify, or detecting coughs and sneezes, voice commands, and keyword detection. And there are a bunch of other interesting examples with time series data from sensors that can use like for temperature and humidity with smart thermostats. You can use current for anomaly detection, and then accelerometers and gyroscopes for sleep and fitness training and fall detection, and then environmental sensors. And now we can do a lot of gesture recognition too. So, the stuff in Minority Report is no longer just fiction. Now, how do you go about getting started with Edge AI? The first step is, you want to figure out what the platforms are. So the two most popular ones are TensorFlow Lite. TensorFlow Lite is also called as Lite RT now. And it allows for optimized models that can run on microcontrollers, so that's like awesome. And it can also, it has a lot of pre-trained models and a lot of examples, and it is open source. PyTorch Mobile is another open source platform that allows for models to be run on mobile devices like iPhones and Android. It's no longer being actively supported, and it has been supplanted by something called Execute Torch. And there is word out there that can also create models that can run on microcontrollers. So I'm looking forward to that. There are other platforms, like, for example, STM has its free AI model optimizer that you can take existing models and then convert them to run on STM32. And there are other ones like OpenVINO, NVIDIA Jetson, and Caffe2, but these are for more traditional machine learning, that's not for aimed for devices. Then you have a platform called Edge Impulse. I'm sure most of you are familiar with it. Edge Impulse is really nice because it offers support for a whole bunch of different hardware and also software platforms, and offers a lot of tools for data collection and data cleanup, and also creating your models. So that would be a great way for a newcomer to get started, or also if you don't want to spend a lot of time and want to do things quickly. So first thing you want to do is figure out your hardware, and some of the hardware considerations are, of course, what is the hardware that you are familiar with, and also the platform that you are familiar with. But also, how much processing power that it has to be able to run the models that you are interested in. You can, starting all the way from low-end microcontrollers to CPUs and GPUs and NPUs. And differing hardware have different capabilities. So for example, a low-end MCU might still be able to do stuff like audio classification and time series data analysis. So if that's all you're doing, so that would be a great way to get started. But remember, when you're choosing a hardware, to also account for resources for the other stuff that you'd like to do other than machine learning, and make sure that it has enough resources for that. So all of this, there's a whole bunch of different possibilities out there, and it's a dizzying array. So how do you pick something, right? So there are a few tools that you can use to help you narrow down your choices. So for example, if you go to TensorFlow Lite or Lite RT, they have a list of supported hardware, and you can see some of the usual suspects here, like Arduino, SparkFun, Adafruit, etc. And then if you go to Edge Impulse, that also publishes a list of supported hardware, and their list is quite extensive. Again, a whole bunch of Arduinos that we see here with microcontrollers plus accelerators. So these accelerators help the machine learning models to run a little faster and give better performance. And also CPUs, you can see that Raspberry Pi 4 and 5 are both supported, and also GPUs. And Google has a neural processing unit called TPU. They call it Tensor Processing Unit, called Coral. And the interesting thing is they're coming up with a new development board that integrates a TPU with a microcontroller. And this is still in the pre-order stage. So if you're interested, please make a note of that. Definitely looks interesting to me. And some of the other hardware considerations are you want to make sure that you have enough resources, and you want to be able to run other workload on it that you're planning for. And it'll be useful to have stuff like Wi-Fi or Bluetooth or cellular to be able to interact with other devices and cloud-based platforms for a kind of a hybrid solution. So what are the steps to go about getting the edge AI working on your microcontroller, right? So it starts with data collection, then you prepare the data for training, you choose an appropriate training model, then you go about training and optimizing the model, test it, evaluate it, and then finally deploy it. And some of these are done in an iterative fashion as you kind of evaluate the accuracy of the model and figure out that you might need more data and so on. So while it's fairly straightforward and swift to create a demonstration model, it is not an easy task to create a model that will work well in the real world, and that can require a significant time and effort. This revolves around data collection, data preparation, the compute resources that you'd need for training a model, and then crafting the models to operate effectively on your resource-constrained devices. So you'll have to make trade-offs between processing power, the classification accuracy, and energy consumption. So the first step towards this is you're going to need a lot of data. So you're going to collect data. So how do you go about doing that? You can use data that is coming from your own sensor, and you can search for, there are a lot of public data sets that are out there, and so you can go and search for them and see if they are appropriate for you. You can gather data from public sources. And there are also other techniques like data generation, wherein you're generating synthetic data to augment your real-world one. And you can also use data augmentation techniques that stretch out your existing data. So if you have, for example, if you have a bunch of images, you can flip some of those images and rotate them, et cetera, to create more samples. Or with audio, you can pitch shift your audio. Here are a bunch of AI training data sets that are available. I kind of picked these up from the internet, and so you can make a note of these. These would be useful for you, and you can also go and search and find your own data sets. So once you have collected your data, you'd want to prepare it. You'd want to clean up the data. For example, with images, you'd want to normalize the image size. For audio, you'd want to normalize the audio length. And then you're going to go about labeling the data. So the labels are what are going to help train the model, so this is a really important step. And once you have the labeled collected data, you can go about training. So the quality of the how good a model is really dependent on the quality of the input data. So data is important, so please pay a lot of attention to it. And there are many places in which bias can creep in when selecting training data. So selection bias is where you don't have enough data available to truly represent your problem space, and so the machine learning model does not fully represent the solution. With recall bias, it revolves around the data labeling process, in which there can be subjectivity towards applying labels. So for example, if you're trying to classify something as partially damaged or damaged,
the notion, so somebody could label something as partially damaged while another person could label it as damaged, and so that results in recall bias. Exclusion bias is when you decide that some features are not important and you throw out that data because it might be an outlier. And once you train it, you find that that feature gets underrepresented in a real-world example. And with association bias, what you're doing is if your training data has a certain type of data that adds an association in, for example, if your data is that all pilots are males or all flight attendants are females, then that's what the model is going to know about, and it's not going to know about female pilots or male flight attendants. So that is an association bias. So these are some of the things that I'd like you to keep in mind when you're figuring out your own ML project and how to go about collecting data. So once you've collected your data, one of the things that you would need to do is feature extraction. So you might need to transform the data before it is actually fed into the neural network. So for example, with audio, we typically use a convolutional neural network for classification, which is similar to what is used for image classification. So what we do is the audio is converted into a visual representation, like a spectrogram, and then it's fed into the neural network. And then you have the model selection. You'd want to select a suitable class of ML model for your task at hand. And here is where tools like Edge Impulse can really help, because they have a bunch of pre-existing models that are available for use. And they also have an advanced mode in which you can go in and actually look at the code and change the code and tweak it around and do things. And then once you have your model, you're going to train it. So during the training stage, you're splitting the data into training, validation, and test sets. Typically, about 60 to 80% is used as training data, 10 to 20% is used for validation, and another 10 to 20% for testing. So the test data is something that you don't use during the training phase. It's something that is new. So once the training has been done, you use the test data to verify it. So then you can test the model with data that it has never seen before. So this training is done iteratively over several epochs. And as the training happens, the weights and the activations get updated, and the model kind of improves gradually over time. And the validation set is used to make sure that the training is progressing along the right path and you're not overfitting the data. And now we talked about data and training and models. So how do you go about training it, right? So this is where it's going to require a lot of resources and can take a while. So while you can have deep learning models that can run on a microcontroller, that's the final trained model. So the training itself, it cannot be done on the microcontroller, so you need a lot of computing resources for that. It's something that happens over a long period of time. So you can use your own computer for it, but know that it's going to take up a lot of the resources, and it's going to tie up your computer. And you could try to then utilize the GPU on your computer, but then know that this kind of DIY work comes with its own cost of time and effort. There is another, so when you're using the resources, GPUs, this is where GPUs shine. They allow your training to happen faster. So if you have some GPU, you can utilize that as well. Now, there is Google has a site called Colab, and that allows you to run your training models on it. And so this offers some computing resources, including the GPU that you can use. However, just like any free resource, it's resource constrained and it comes with restrictions. So if you have a lot of data and a lot of training to do, this is something that's going to be cumbersome. Edge Impulse also offers computing resources, and additionally, it does a lot of the heavy lifting with different stages of the AI development, like data collection and viewing the data and training and tweaking it and so on. So once you have trained your model, you'd want to test for accuracy. This is where the test data set comes into play. So the test data set is data that the model has never seen before. So based on the results of this, you need to iterate. You might need to go and collect more data. You might need to clean up your data or verify that the data is labeled correctly, tweak the model, and so on. And then once you are satisfied with how the model is performing, you have to deploy it on your hardware. So how do you go about doing that? You can do that as purpose-built binaries for your hardware, and there are tools like Edge Impulse that will compile your model into the suitable binary for the hardware that it supports. So you can just like drag and drop it in, and it works. Everything is great. Or you can download it as a C++ library and integrate it into the rest of your firmware. Just make sure that the hardware that you're using has enough resources, not only for the model, but also for the other functions that you're planning to do. As you are running this on your actual hardware, you might see that you might need to do some optimization because maybe because the inference is taking too long, or the feature extraction step is taking too long. So you want to kind of trade off between what is the model size, what is the performance, and what is the accuracy. So you might go and go about and try to do something called as quantization, which is reducing the accuracy of the weights that is using. So the model becomes slightly less accurate, but performs better. Or you could prune the model or tweak the model. So there are a whole bunch of trade-offs that you can do. So again, Edge Impulse is not sponsoring this talk, but I would like to say that they have done a pretty good job with helping people get ML working on their devices, because they go through the entire flow of how you start from data to the actual model. There are other ways in which you can incorporate AI into your project. You can use already pre-trained models. So there are sites like Kaggle that have models that are in the TF Lite format that you can use, and then compile it into the library that you're going to deploy on your hardware. Or you can use things like transfer learning, wherein you can take an already existing trained model and repurpose it for other data. And this kind of technique allows you to save a lot of time on training and be able to get to your result faster. So, we've looked at Edge AI, and we looked at a bunch of different applications of it, like image, video, time series, and so on. And it's not as powerful as running AI in the cloud, right? But especially things like generative AI. But with the future of Edge AI, they're trying to do more generative AI at the edge. And then there are other techniques like distributed AI and federated learning and swarm learning that you can utilize towards a divide and conquer kind of approach in not having like a huge model that's running in the cloud, but like sub-models that can kind of collaborate and work together. And voice commands, gestures, and facial recognition are all examples that are getting increasingly integrated with Edge AI systems. And this is something that you could totally do to your next project to make it more awesome. With generative AI at the edge, here are a couple of interesting links for you. MIT has this thing called Tiny Chat, which is a very domain-specific model for generative AI that can achieve real-time interactions on edge devices. NVIDIA also has a developer kit that's designed to deploy large language models on edge devices, and Qualcomm is also doing some work in that area. So are you ready to dive into the world of AI? If so, here are a few resources for you that I would like to leave you with. Udacity has a couple of really nice courses and that are easy to follow along and learn from, called Introduction to TensorFlow and Introduction to TensorFlow Lite. Edge Impulse also has a whole bunch of end-to-end tutorials that will help you get started and going. And PyTorch has a a tutorial called Deep Learning with PyTorch. And there are also other interesting projects for inspiration that you can check on hubs like on Hackster.io and Arduino Project Hub. And ST has a bunch of interesting case studies on their website here. And if you have any questions, feel free to email me at sridhar@protostacks.com.
Awesome, Sridhar. That was amazing. I'm writing a book on this stuff, and there was things in here that I had forgotten about, and I'm going to add to my book. So that was really great. Any questions for Sridhar? Oh, I see there's one over here.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. You were going over sort of the new developments of like NPUs and TPUs being used on like microcontrollers like Coral or prototype boards. I'm curious if you wanted to develop something, say, whatever your project is, and you wanted to do reinforcement learning, like as it's trying to do it, would it need to be able to transmit data as it's collecting to like a stronger computer or server or the cloud to do the training and feedback, or is there any way to bridge that connection, or maybe collect data and then train it and then go back and repeatedly iterate on it?
I mean, so this is where, when I said for you to plan the resources for other stuff that you might need to do. So if you have, like, say, Wi-Fi, that definitely opens up the room for communicating with other devices and doing it in a more federated approach. So you're kind of doing a classification here. You can send the results to the cloud, and then that can take that and run with that. And so this kind of model is definitely possible.
If you saw Jay's talk earlier, he actually had an LLM and an embedded model working in unison, kind of like what you're talking about. The tricky thing with that would be is you'd have to replace the model on the microcontroller and kind of in real time. I don't know how you'd achieve that, but I like it. Any more questions? Raise your hand if you got a question. Oh, thank you.
Hi. I guess I just kind of want to think about the example you gave earlier where you were showing pictures of dogs. And you were saying, hey, we could build a CommNet here. You could grab some pictures from free sources. You can label it and train a CommNet, right? So when you say labeling, you're literally talking about, I need to go in and label every single picture that's a dog versus every single picture that's not a dog, right?
Correct.
So what's the minimum sample size to train a decent convolutional neural network doing that?
So that is a great question. It depends, right? It depends on what are you trying to achieve. Are you trying to send it to be able to identify all dogs in the world, or are you trying to identify the dogs in your neighborhood, right? So a good sample size to get started would probably be about, I would say about 1,000 to 2,000 images, and then take it from there.
One last question.
As a maker who's looking at diving into AI for my personal DIY projects, do you recommend going from a large model that feels good for the real world and then going localized? For example, if I want to do something for my house, right, and I'm never going to have stools, so I don't have to label that stools are a chair. Is it better to go with a larger model and then neck down, or is it better to train it from the data that I'll have to collect in my own house?
It's always is good to think about how general you can make your data collection to be. Spend a little bit of time and effort on that, because that time and effort that you're spending initially is going to pay off, because it's going to make your model better. Because even in your own house, like tomorrow you might go and buy a stool, but then what are you going to do if it's not going to? So if you kind of think about that in that light, and it's a trade-off between spending enormous effort in gathering every single image under the sun versus let me start with something and that is reasonably sized. I would go with that approach.
That was really fantastic. Thank you, Sridhar. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Thank you very much.
to the stage Rob Locascio and Anand Kanan from Kid Company, Inc. They're a passionate team of creators and engineers united in developing an AI device that empowers children to unleash their creativity. They're thrilled to be here at Maker Faire, joining this incredible community of innovators and makers. And together they're helping shape the future of giving kids the tools to become their best creative selves. Kid Company, world's first AI device for children. Let's give them a hand.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Rob Locascio. Oh, can we get the mic real quick?
Hi, I'm Anand Kanan.
And I am the founder and CEO of Kid Company. These are my children, Leonardo, Lorenzo, and Mirabella with an iPhone, as you notice, as parents, right? Yeah, go ahead, keep with that iPhone.
Yeah, here you go. You can have my Samsung Galaxy.
So we want to talk about today is the creation of a new device for parents and children alike. Previously, before I founded KidCo, I ran a large company called LivePerson. If you ever chatted on a website, I invented chat on a website back in 1997, and then built a company, took it public. But last year, I decided to do something different. I left that company after 28 years and decided to build something for my family. And as you can see, this is what happens when we give our kids an iPhone. Here I am talking in a public space, and they don't even know I exist. No, I know you exist. Thank you. Okay, he can hear me. Now I'll show you, I'll give some more examples. But Anand also has a son.
Yeah, so I have a 10-year-old, and we have discussed this before as well as parents, that it's hard as the kids grow with phones, and as they age, they are totally invested in the phones. So they spend time watching YouTube, they're playing Roblox, and it's all consumption of data. So we have all seen this happen, and it's more prominent as they age, because you can see that they are completely isolated with their phones.
So we decided, Anand's running the hardware, so I had a vision about how do we bring the power of AI to our kids? And I thought about that, which is, right now, as you can see, they're consuming. I didn't even preset this up. I just hand them the phone. They don't know what's going on right now.
You're talking with the kid in your ear.
Okay, great. Barely knows what I'm doing. But you can see, this is my 3-year-old. And look, he's 3 years old. He got on the device. So if you notice, Jonathan Haidt, he's an NYU professor who wrote this book that just recently came out about how these devices are destructive. We've always blamed social media and all that, but what he found is that as the iPhone evolved as a device, as it got a front camera, you will see a hockey stick of children suicides, depression, not because of Facebook, it's because iPhones gave them a camera, and they start looking at themselves. They made it so easy for my child, a 3-year-old, to just get online without me. So we all know this if you're a parent. I'm not here to lecture. We all know the problem. But what I felt like is I wanted to see if I could solve it. And so what I set out to do was build a company that would tap into the other side of the brain, which is the creator side. As much as these kids look like they want to consume, they love to create, but they don't have a device for it. So we wanted to create a device that's their device, that we as parents would feel safe that they could use that device and create images and movies and music and storytelling and all of that. And then on the other side, as a parent, you can control it with an app and direct them to do things. Like for my kids, every day I got to tell them to go make their bed. It's so frustrating. But the kid device could say, let's do a game called Make Your Bed. And they wake up, it's got a screen and a camera, and they could go over their bed, and the kid could say, I'll rate you 3 out of 5 for making the beds because there's all these wrinkles on the bed. So I wanted to think of a way in which we could empower the kids. Look at this. I mean, it's like, once again, this is the life that you as a parent live. Now watch this part. And this is the part why I believe we can drive change.
Okay, there you go.
Now, you know where this usually goes. You even felt it. Tell me you didn't feel it as a parent. When I grabbed it out of his arm, you felt like, oh my God,
I don't know what's going to happen, but something good, bad is going to happen. Addicts. These are addicts. This is what this is. And so, look at this. This is just not my kids, by the way. So I think it's important that we also develop something that creates a relationship that's healthy between us and our kids and doesn't get between us and our kids. Okay, so let me show you a quick video, then we'll talk about what the kid device does.
Here.
Go over here.
Yeah, come here.
So, basically, when we thought about Kid, as you can see, it's broken into a couple of different pieces. One is the ability for a child to talk to the device through natural language and create things like music and movies. Here, watch the device.
Here.
Here, right here. That's how we get our kids to focus, right? So basically, it gets our kids to create music and movies and games, all by talking to the device. We have a booth over here, and kids have been coming up and creating images of the most amazing things. I just saw an image of an elephant with chicken legs. You know, so you imagine what? Did you ask something? Oh, so basically, when we thought about the product, we thought about that part of it. The second part is about parents. There is a parent app, so if you have homework or you want to give your kids something fun to do, they can do that also. And so you could basically direct kid to tell them, okay, make your bed, brush your teeth. Or you could take homework, like I take homework that I get home and I take the PDF, I upload it into the app, and it creates a game, or it creates a history lesson for my kids. So it's doing all these things. And then we have story time at night, where you turn the device upside down, it glows, and it'll tell stories to the kids. And so, once again, we really want to tap into the power. The reason we want to create a device versus an app for a phone is just this, is that, you really don't have control once you give them your device. So we want to give them something that's safe, that they can own. The other thing is we have cameras, but the cameras don't do photos, they don't do videos. They bring in images. So if you have a dog, they can bring in the image of the dog into an image that they're making, or a story. But we packed it with a lot of technology. And we packed it in a way that we can bring AI in a safe way, so that your data and everything is not taken from your home. So I wanted to have now talk a little bit about what we're doing on the hardware side.
All right, so can I have the devices? All right, so Rob talked about the idea behind Kid device. For the idea to mature and become a product, the hardware needs to be robust enough to handle the processing of the voice, processing of the object detection, all the camera feeds, as well as you need good sound, because we want the kids to create music, we want kids to create stories, and that to sound good, because that's how kids love it, right? Kids don't want bad creations. So we pack it with a lot of horsepower. We have a Qualcomm processor inside. We have 4 GB of RAM, onboard memory, and we have about 32 GB of onboard storage for all their creations. In addition, we have strong Wi-Fi connections. We have Wi-Fi chips which connect to your home Wi-Fi, and we pack it with a lot of security. So all the data is encrypted before it hits the cloud, and then it's decrypted back after it comes back. And the data of your kid is basically residing in this device. So we pack so as a parent, if you have kids, you can specify the age group of the kid, you can specify the details of the kid. All that is storing only in the device, and the creations are moderated for that age group. Because my kid is 10-year-old, Rob's kids are younger. The younger kids want creations that are catered to their age group. But my 10-year-old doesn't want to have an image or a story that is relevant for a 3-year-old or a 4-year-old. So based on the age group, we also moderate the content that they produce. So there's a lot of onboard, on-chip AI processing that happens, as well as we split the workload. Processing happens in the cloud, and some of the processing happens on device, but all the personal data is stored on device. So it's secure for parents to give it to a child and make sure that none of the data gets out of your home. As a company itself, Rob, and as we've discussed this, we had a broad vision of how AI needs to belong to the families. Currently, if you look at all the AI content, people take content from the web, scrap it, and that's how all this Gen AI stuff is happening, because all your data is what is used to train these models. So every data that you put on the social media or on the web gets scrapped, and that's how all the models are trained. But ultimately, the actual data is yours as families, us as creators. So we want that to hold true when we do release this product. So all we want to do is give families the power to create these ideas and empower their kids, but keep this data within your family. So that's how this device is created.
So we're going to start selling these in January. We're going to pick 30 families from here at the Maker Faire to work with. And we have a different vision of how this company is going to be built. I was in AI for a very long time, building chatbots and everything. Like if you were at Delta Airlines and you did automation, I built all that technology with my company. But I felt like there's a better way to build an AI company just from what I know, and that's creating community around it. Instead of like selling these things on Amazon and they come in a box in your home, we really want to start more from the ground up with families and start having families work with them, STEM programs, robotic programs, and then we'll build it out from there. But what we're doing now here is at the Maker Faire is just, we have a booth. It'd be great to have you come over. We're bringing together 30 families to start in November. Then we'll have 500 families from there by January, and we'll build it from there. As I said, like, it's hard to make change in the world with many things, but when it comes to making change, it's around pain. And as you know, if you have children, there's a big pain point with us and our kids, but there is a solution for it. And we're building that for you guys. We're building it for us, because we feel that there's another way, another place to do that. AI, to me, is powerful when it's part of a community. It's built by us. It's based on what we want. We understand it's safe. Our data stays in the device, and that's the future that we want to build. So from there, if you have any questions, I'll open it up to questions. Once again, we have a booth over in the middle and near the water, but I'll open it up to any questions right now. Questions? Anything? Yeah. Here, he's got the mic.
Who had a question?
Hey, thanks. This is Felix, and I do admire the presentation. That's pretty impressive. I guess my question is for that product, at what ages that you designed for the children?
So we're designing this right now from the age of 3 to about 3 to 11. But when you get the device and you download the app, you can set the children's ages. And so it will tailor the content for the kid, for the child, for its age at that time. So if you say I have a 6-year-old son, the way the device provides imagery, storytelling, homework will be for a 6-year-old. If I say I have an 8-year-old daughter, it'll change it for 8-year-old daughters. So it can go further, but we see right now 3 to 11 is what we're seeing.
Hi, so I see you have 2 sons, 2 different ages. I have 2 questions. First is, how indestructible is it? Having a son that's 7. And secondly is, what is the how much time do you see your kids? I assume you're using it in-house, you're eating the dog food. How much are the kids using it in your house? And how have you seen the change from the, can I have your phone, to I want to interact with this?
What you see is that there's something that I never really understood until we had them start playing with the software. It's that I just assume that consuming, like what they do, is the best thing that they like to do, and it's not. They actually like to create things. They like to create imagery. They like to create movies. They like to create things with the stuff. So what I found is that the creator parts were more powerful because it comes from them. It's from within. So when they see an image from themselves versus they're seeing that image on YouTube from someone else, there's something that taps into them being excited, you know, and being it's a part of them, and that's what AI does. So I don't want to make it an addictive tool either. So how do we, once again, but I also think like if we tap into creating, learning, those parts of them, okay, then it's okay for them to put 2 hours into it a day, 3 hours a day, as long as they're not consuming. And also, I see a big shift in my kids' personalities when they use these devices. They get angry times when you take it from them. Something changes with them. They get very aggressive. But when they create, it's a different vibe. They don't have that kind of energy. So I think, you know, now the things we're playing with is like, make your bed in the morning, brush your teeth. And there's things that we can do with the device that are kind of interesting. One of the things we're working on right now is also when they turn on the device for the first time, a character gets built for them. And they have their own character that then they can take into journeys. They can take into story time with them. And then you as a parent can give them things to do, and the character gets better. They can get more things to build that character's personality. So there's a lot we're working on with them developing a relationship, but more of a healthy relationship with it. So that's the kind of part. I mean, part of it is because I'm a parent. Like, I have a vested interest in not harming them. And you probably, you know, I don't know how you guys feel, but I don't feel good when they use these devices. I feel like I lost. I really feel like I'm a loser. Like, I feel like I'm hurting my kids. And so the biggest part is creating something that I know we give to them now that I don't feel bad. I feel like, okay, they're doing cool things. So.
Any more questions?
Hello, this is JY. Thank you for your presentation. Being a father of 2-year-old, I really appreciate the fact that you put a lot of emphasis on safety, which is great. But one aspect of safety which you didn't mention is on the safety of the content, right? So kids ask all kinds of questions, and we know there are small watches company for kids, right? People and their users ask questions that's like very sensitive, right? And the watches give the kids very negative or morally incorrect answers, right? So how do you cope with that? Do you put in screening or filtration on contents, and how do you do that? Thank you very much.
Yeah, so we use a vector database. We rag the let's call it who they are as people. They're 6-year-olds. It's a boy. Whatever you want to put in there. 6-year-olds, right? They each have a personality and they each have their own profiles. But we put that into a database so that every time we go and use the model, we're using the model, constructing it with the model knowing what type of person is trying to get information out of it. So they can't do something derogatory and they can't get something back that's outside their age group too. So the other thing is, as they grow, they'll grow with the device because the device will know now the 6-year-old's a 10-year-old. Okay, I'm going to change the content on them. But we filter basically because we put in, this is a 6-year-old. And this is who they are. And it knows not to take in certain things. Or it'll even say, I won't do that because you're using bad language. So I had a parent yesterday also asking for a feature of, what if we could put sort of the values of our family in there? So one guy was telling me, like, we want to tell our kids about being kind to others. So every time the child does something on the device, he could say, you know, Mom and Dad, this is kind of what's important to them, being kind. So there's some things that we want to build into the parent app to enhance. Now the parent app, what's cool about it too is you can see everything that's being created from the kid. So it's there in a feed. You can share that if you want to, but you get to look at it. If they want to join up friends, and because friends could share something, they've got to come through your parent app. So you have control over who they're going to share content with. But the good thing is this doesn't hook to the internet as we know it. It's within its own kid community. So that's how we keep it safe.
Got plenty of time for more questions.
Any other questions? Okay. Oh, one question here.
Can you repeat that question on the microphone, please?
Yeah, so I was just wondering, is the software proprietary to your device, or can you use it on your current iPad? Also, is the parent app, can that be controlled separately, like through an iPad or from another device?
Yeah, so the parent app runs on iPhone and Android devices. So that's like a traditional app. But the software here cannot be taken off here. The software only runs within the kid device. So it's written for the technology. It's in here and the hardware. So we have a camera in the front, a camera in the back, and an array of mics and very high quality speakers for stereo because we know sound is important. So the child could be talking to the device and activate the back camera to look at something in front of them to do an object detection. What is that? Or say, hey, here's my dog. I want to bring my dog into a story. Or here's homework like that I'm working on. What can I do with this? So that's why we put the cameras in. But the software is written specifically for the kids, the Kid OS for the device. Also, we put these little holes on here. So, and there's also like a little screw hole here like you would have on a camera. So we know parents are going to come up with, and kids will come up with all sorts of things. Like people are talking about incorporating this on a doll, or I want to use it on another type of toy. Or somebody they printed out a 3D print of a steering wheel. We have a picture of it at the thing. And so they made a game where you're driving. So they said, I want to build a game where I'm driving on a track. But they made a steering wheel, and as they move the device with the wheel that's printed, it moves the screens, the image of the screen. So there's a lot of cool things we thought about with the actual physical part of the device. It's going to be pretty, there's a limit to indestructibility. You were asking, like, if a kid, and if they stick it underwater, it will break. But we built it in a way knowing that there's no parts. Like, I was originally thinking more like robotic, but they break. So it's these two parts. This does nothing, but it'll come in multiple colors. And then this will be a plastic, but it has a rubber sleeve on it that's very cushiony. One, if it falls, but two, it's really nice in the kid's hands. So we were thinking about, the physical aspects of the device too. So.
Yeah, so there's been a lot of thought that gone into the IDE design. Like Rob had a lot of inputs on that. And it's all based on how it feels for a kid. So the device size itself is in their palm, right? So we didn't create something in a rectangular form factor of a phone for a reason. We want kids to feel like it's their device. It has its own individuality, personality, and they can cater it to their needs. So they can build stuff and then please.
Yeah, and that's why we could have we did larger screens and all that, but it's really perfect. Here, take this in your hand 1 second. So they can hold it in you can hold it in a single hand. You can do different things with it. It's like perfect for 3-year-olds, for 6-year-olds, 8-year-olds. But so the screen's small, but it's still the beautiful color. You can see we have 2 real devices at the booth, but it's got vibrant colors and great sound. The one thing we wanted to make sure is we could pack it with really good sound, good bass, because children love music. And we're all built with that music inside of us. It's part of our humanity. So we have really good music on it. So we're not cheaping out on anything, but we're delivering it at $199. You want this? $199. And we're going to do $20 a month, and that gives you subscriptions to all the AI creations. So you get all access to making audio, and the songs are beautiful. You could say, I want to make a song that's a blues song that sounds like Led Zeppelin or whatever. They probably wouldn't say Led Zeppelin. It would be something more modern. But it will make a 3-minute piece of music that sounds like a band. And then we're working on that if you have 3 or 4 kids in a room, they each can make this an instrument. So one could be drums, one could be guitar, one could be singing, and they would hit the device, and do things with it. and make instruments. So one of the things is that you can see these devices are very much a solitary event. And one of the things we want to do, based on the brand of community, how do we get these things work together? We've been talking to teachers, like, imagine there's 10 or 20 of these devices in a classroom. A teacher says, I want to reenact a scene from the Civil War, I don't know. And each of the devices takes on a character, or whatever they want to do. Each of the devices could be something, or you break the classroom into different parts. So these can become an educational part of learning too. But there's so much we could do with these devices, and they're non-deterministic. We do not have an app store. It's just programs out of people's imaginations. So the person who made the driving program, they thought about, can I make a driving program that would allow the screen to look like a highway? There's not an app store. It's your imagination is the app store.
And the whole idea is we are just scratching the surface. We have discussed this, right? Kids are going to come up with innovative things. We as parents have thought of some of the things, but they will come up with innovative ideas. That's what we want to do ultimately. We cannot see what every kid is doing, but we want to bring the imagination of the kids onto the device. So you are going to see like really creative stuff happening with the kids.
So I'll ask my daughter a question. What do you like better, an iPhone or a kid?
Kid.
What do you like better, iPhone or kid?
Kid.
Okay, there you go. Okay, we'll keep him in the family then. So we want to thank everybody. You want this? Yeah. What would you like to say? It's on.
All I want to say is thank you for all of you guys coming here.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks to the Kid Company. And we have another Philo and Alex Burke. Andrew is a Silicon Valley inventor and production engineer for a diverse range of products. A partial list includes sound bites, personal favorite hit clips, Video Now, iCybe, Tooth Tunes, My3D, and Monopoly Live. He conceived the products, builds the prototypes, and supervises the production of these products, and is an early adopter of the latest tools and software and techniques. And he's going to be talking about sailing to the moon in search of water.
Thank you.
Take it away.
Thank you all for coming. I've been doing a lot of work in different areas, but one of the things that's been in common is actually using Make Faire. And the Make movement has been pretty revolutionary. I mean, a lot of people have ideas, they want to do crazy things, they get stuff done. And it is pretty amazing. One of the fascinations that I had was with jetpacks. And like 15 years ago, I brought a prototype of a jetpack. And that exposure, and that actually led to getting involved with a company called Go Fast Sports. Also building prototypes of things. So this was actually a little flyable jetpack that just used compressed air, but importantly, it emulated the controls of a jetpack. And this is someone at Tech Shop actually trying it. So they were told, you know, which one would actually cause thrust to go up and down, and then which one would actually cause pitch motion to cause turning. So there was this type of simulation. We also built software simulators, and this was in lieu of getting to the point of building an actual jetpack. What happened was eventually I met a company that was producing jetpacks. And they won on things. There was a show called Big Idea with Donnie Deutsch. I don't know if anyone ever heard that or know who Donnie Deutsch is, but and I'll just kind of skip through this, but you know, they were interviewing us all, talking about, you know, making this jetpack dream come true. Did a flight at the studio, and then at the end, the software simulator, Donnie Deutsch actually attempted to fly it. So this was his green screen version of that. And again, this is kind of like just this DNA of getting to ideas rapidly and actually making them happen. This was at Maker Faire. This is Mike Rowe. You probably know Mike Rowe of Dirty Jobs. And this was, again, the same simulator. And there, you know, we are going through, you know, how to use that. But more importantly, it led to, oops, let me go back one. It led to actually working with this company, Go Fast Sports. And there was a crazy flight, and again, this is all pre-drone stuff.
A 45-year-old from Denver. He is about to put on his jetpack.
I'll mute it a little bit, but you know, they're interviewing him, and he's going to fly across this canyon. There I am. You know, we just set up, we calibrated, we did all the things. There's the owner of the company, and he actually goes through, and it's a very hazardous flight, and everybody's, you know, doubting if he can make this flight. But in the end, and again, just kind of skipping through, he makes the flight. And what was interesting about the flight, and even if you watch this flight, I mean, it's pretty cool. He flies across and he lands. And when we did the simulation, originally he was going to start where he's landing. And if you see, it's actually a 30-foot drop. And using the simulator, when we did rehearsals of this flight, you know, going from that area where he landed, he couldn't have made it because he would have run out of fuel trying to get the elevation. So, and, let's see. So this was actually using the flight simulator, and this is the flight going the right way. So what was interesting is Microsoft's flight simulator had high enough resolution of the actual terrain and the bridge that we could use that in the simulation. So that was really cool stuff. And again, it's like, you know, meeting people through the Make community, you know, really, you know, fostered the development and the integration of using simulators with something that before was more just by feeling. Also for the genetics of, you know, how we got to where we are right now doing space stuff. You know, I and Alex both have worked on a lot of toys, and probably the most, and even today, it's one of the more sophisticated toys. There was a robot dog called iCybe, and this was actually the production factory, and I've spent months in China setting this factory up with a company called Silverlit. This is actually, you know, building the product. And so we did this to ISO standards, and they had not done that before. So a high degree of testing, a high degree of using test fixtures to test sub-assemblies before assembly. Because I told them that basically when they build this product, they want to have 100% tested it 4 times before it was completely finished. And they were so proud of it that, you know, they did make this movie about, you know, the assembly process. So just kind of fascinating to see. And again, that we're talking about, you know, the year 2002 when we were doing this. So the level of degree of precision and the testing. So here's like a typical test fixture for the legs. So they can 100% screen the legs and sort them out to see if they need rework or not. And again, a lot of the ideas, you know, and the funniest idea too, from a maker standpoint is, you know, I told the boss, I said, I love all your workers, but there's one problem. They only have 2 hands, and they need fixtures. So the use of fixtures, like all of these that are sitting on fixtures, is critical to having high production yields. Because before, the assembly person had to chase this assembly around with screws, and it was very difficult to build. So this got the production yield. We had like a 98% production yield, which for a complex product like this. And here's like a test fixture to actually test if the legs return to 0. Very simple fixture, but it would, you know, make sure that the robot was doing the right thing. And even when they would do these initial walks and all these other things. So this is, again, bringing, you know, make mentality to a lot of different processes. So from, you know, doing these sorts of things, I actually, you know, sorry. With the jetpack background, I was always fascinated with finding jetpacks, and I actually found one of these jetpacks that was designed for the Gemini mission. So these are the background pictures. So we finally restored it. There used to be a show called American Restoration. I don't know if any of you remember it, but at American Restoration, we did restore this jetpack, and we also built a training version. And this is meeting with Gene Cernan and Buzz Aldrin, and they were really thrilled, and they signed it. They both, there's actually signatures on there, and Gene Cernan on the inside of the panel wrote the spacewalk from hell because he had a particular problem on that spacewalk and almost died on that spacewalk, so he was very happy. Also, there's a children's center that had a Gemini capsule that was actually missing a control panel. Their control panel was damaged, so we restored and built that panel again to inspire kids. So, you know, it's kind of that maker community, maker experience. So those experiences led to meeting people from NASA at Maker Faire. NASA used to have booths at Maker Faire, and it's a shame that I didn't see them here. So they actually began to utilize me as a consultant, so I was really proud, and I took this picture. So this is at NASA Ames. This is the old Commandant's building. And at NASA Ames, in that Commandant building, I actually had this little corner set up, and this was actually my workspace. So there's actually a 3D printer on the left-hand side, and my desk with a little laptop, and then these are all 3D objects that I printed. And, you know, it wound up being thousands of parts for hundreds of projects that wound up being on a dozen things that actually flew into space. So again, and this was using an early printer. I mean, we're talking this is like a 2012 picture. So, you know, really leveraging that. The other thing is that Cornell had developed a thing called a chipsat. Now, this particular chipsat is 30 millimeters on a side. And I was, you know, one of the toy projects that I had worked on was a thing called hit clips. And I don't know if anybody's ever seen hit clips before, but hit clips, actually, if you can move those gloves and then put this here. So this little chip, that board, we put it inside of that housing. And that housing is for a music player. And so, you know, we did sell quite a few of these, but they're very robust, very reliable. But the idea of how to build these chips and build them reliably and at volume. So how to build those, how to mass produce those, and how to make them reliable. You know, NASA got really excited about that because ultimately what it winds up being. Oh, let's see. Yeah. So this is a femtosat, the more of a current version that we're currently using. So this is 50 by 50 millimeters on a side. It's 2 millimeters thick. It weighs 1.8 grams. And to give you some idea, 1.8 grams is a little less than what a penny weighs. So, and you know, the weight is important because, you know, what we eventually do with this is pretty exciting stuff. So also these femtosats have to be carried into space and deployed. So this was an early prototype showing how to deploy these out of a satellite. And it's kind of funny, like SpaceX now, when they do their Starlink communication system, actually do almost a similar thing. And this is a final version of the hardware to deploy those. And this is another view of the femtosat. So we did actually bring it to Maker Faire about 10 years ago, and we won a blue ribbon showing, you know, that the practicality of it, but also Zach in the middle, and then on the left-hand side is Matt Reyes. So both of these guys at NASA were pretty fundamental in this project, and their vision of bringing these things to life and bringing them to the maker community. So on the original KickSat-1, you could actually buy a femtosat of your own and program it and have it deployed. Also, in 2013 at Queens, I'll just run this. NASA has issued a grand challenge for asteroids. What that entails is the public coming up with ideas for what we can do to mitigate asteroids, study asteroids, and exploit asteroids. Maker Faire has an incredible community that's capable of coming up with any number of ideas and technologies that could be applied to this grand challenge. One of the things that we really emphasize is the use of new technologies. This is an example of 3D printing. We actually offer these models online for free for anyone to print out of missions that want to check out asteroids. This is Spitzer, and this is one of the asteroids that it discovered. Why everyone should be interested in asteroids is every day there's 2 tons of debris falling on the Earth. Some of them are as small as a pebble, and if they hit you in the head, it's a bad day for you. Some of them are as large as Manhattan Island. Those only happen every 65 million years, thankfully, but when they hit the Earth, it's a bad 4 years for Earth. There's no sunlight on Earth for 4 years. The larger, most threatening asteroids have been categorized, but it's the smaller ones that appear out of nowhere that we're really concerned about. I think that everyone should check out nasa.gov and NASA TV, and you can constantly see new announcements and new challenges that will really just blow your mind. And the reason reason that we were interested in that with the femtosats is the femtosats do have a magnetometer on it, and when in orbit, they can actually detect asteroids out to 200,000 kilometers. So they can give that extra warning. And the asteroid that was shown in there was called Chelyabinsk, and that actually hit Russia. And when it hit Russia, it fortunately blew up in the atmosphere. It was superheated, it blew up in the atmosphere. But the shock wave was so intense that it shattered tens of thousands of windows, and there were a lot of people that went to the ER with cuts. It also happens that Chelyabinsk is about the size of San Jose in terms of population, and it's the center where they would build nuclear weapons. So some people were even saying that they didn't know. I mean, nobody saw that asteroid coming, and they didn't know if that was a nuclear strike or not. So knowing, even if you can't do anything about it now, just knowing what it is really important for geopolitical stability. And this was a demo of an asteroid detector. So there's actually the asteroid, and you see on the screen the graphic, and there's a little chipsat, and it's actually tracking the magnetic debris or the magnetic materials within that asteroid. So it can be used for that type of tracking. And this was the Maker Faire in New York. And it also turned into a TV show. There's a TV show called Man vs. Universe Episode 2, How to Kill an Asteroid. And you can see that I'm actually holding one that we saw. We were also looking at deploying these. That's the other thing that's interesting. In space, there's always someone trying a new launch platform. So there was a company called X-Corps who was trying to build a space plane. And the idea is that the space plane could actually be a single stage to above Kármán line flight and then glide back down so it could carry payloads. And I'll skip the movie. This was at their booth at the AGU in San Francisco. And this is Matt Reyes and myself doing a presentation on deploying the chipsats. So again, there was a lot of initial interest with that. But then the secondary feature or benefit of using these was you could actually put these on sails. So there's a concept of light sails. So this is actually using the pressure of light to propel things to planets or even stars. So let's see if I can find that.
Cornell's Alpha CubeSat is a light sail carrying one-unit cube-shaped satellite and a stepping stone to our nearest star system. Its technological innovations paved the way for future light sails to reach 1/5 the speed of light, 400 times faster than any current spacecraft. Light sails, as the name suggests, are a lot like boat sails. But instead of being pushed by wind, light sails are pushed by the actual photons that strike them. JAXA's Icaros in 2010 made this a reality, and the Planetary Society's Light Sail 2 demonstrated sailing with sunlight, or solar sailing, while in low Earth orbit. Solar sailing can propel light sails toward other planets, but if we want to get to Alpha Centauri, we're going to need something stronger, like laser power, and a lot more experimenting first. One of Alpha's goals is to help test these new technologies. Alpha CubeSat's light sail design is different from its predecessors. It's a lot smaller, first of all, but more importantly, Alpha's sail has a low mass per area. The lower this mass per area, the faster we can accelerate the sail, and the shorter our travel time. Alpha has a pretty similar ratio to previous sails, making it just as efficient for a lower cost. Alpha's palm-sized computer...
So I'll cut that short. But the SAIL program has been very critical to a lot of development. So one of the things that we've been looking at is, this is one of the units, and this is going to be used in an upcoming mission. So we have inside here a sail, and if you can hold that and just point it away from you. And let's see. So, it's that simple. And the sail is very much like a kite. It's very lightweight. Again, the whole sail would weigh 80 grams. So that's as much as a Hot Wheels car. And then these are the femto satellites that we looked at earlier. So having that, and then also having a way to, physically. And one thing I left out is normally we would have nitinol wire in here, which actually straightens the sail out completely. For these prototype samples, and to make it easy to fold, we leave it out. But this folds up. It's kind of like folding an old map. It has a origami fold to it, and then it can be, go ahead and put it in. So it's easy to even reload these. So developing these to be able to do other missions to planets and even to stars. So the other thing has been is to develop ways of assembling these satellites. So if you want to take this. So Alex has done a lot of work on the circuit design and circuit board. But this is the, actually we'll build it up. Go ahead, set it down there, flip it over, yep. So this would be the circuit board. This particular one, to stabilize it, we're using a hard disk drive. So we're using a hard disk drive as a wheel that's up, the LED's up. Okay. So the hard drive will slide in here. This would actually be wired up, so these assemblies would be a lot closer together. So then that snaps together. And again, the idea is that typically these assemblies had dozens, if not hundreds, of screws. So to actually come up with a way to build this with just your fingers. And the nice thing about that is that you can build these assemblies relatively quickly. You can even build them in zero gravity. So that's an assembly now. The upper assembly, similarly, this would have a connector, so we want to make sure that the connector is oriented in the right way. Connector goes in here. And these are components that, again, a lot of makers have probably seen before in PCs and other things. Batteries would go in here, and this is a lid for the compartment. This is for the actuator. Micro switches. Let's do this. Micro switch here. And then the housing goes like this. So again, all snap fit. So again, to build these assemblies up is pretty quick. And then a door, so this is a deployer door that holds the sail in. And again, it's held in with a silicon washer. So, before these assemblies would have taken dozens and dozens of screws, and one of the problems is that when you do the vibration testing, they come out. So this is to actually eliminate a lot of those nasty problems that you would normally get. So that silicon washer then retains that rod to hold that assembly together. So that's building a whole satellite in just that much time. And, you know, and again, one of the things, I'm wearing a shirt, this is for the Alpha project, but it says summer of 2016. So we actually started in the 2016, we had 10 students for 10 weeks and $10,000. And that's now turned into hundreds of students and hundreds of thousands of dollars. So how do we, you know, get that down? And again, using the Maker mantra, using 3D printing, using all of these design techniques that we use as makers every day is important.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Andrew. We are at time. If people want to find out more information about you and about all of your amazing work, where can they do that?
There is an email contact. Do you have that? It's listed in the...
Is it on the Maker Faire website?
Should be on the Maker
website.
website.
Okay, so go to the Maker Faire website and look for Andrew Philo, and then you can find out more.
Okay.
Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
For it.
Oh.
Yeah, go for it. Go
Thank
for
you.
it.
On the live stage, we have Samuel Coniglio, who is a space futurist and technical writer, a member of the Space Tourism Society. He researches off-world domestic concepts. His zero-gravity cocktail glass and cocktail-making robots won international acclaim. His new book, Creature Comforts in Space, guides designers to create an enjoyable and sustainable off-world lifestyle, and he's going to be talking about designing stuff for space. Let's hear it for Sam.
Yay! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, I'm actually honored to have Nick Donaldson in the audience here, who helped with all the CAD and 3D printing for my zero-gravity cocktail glass. Thank you, Nick, for all the efforts. This is not easy to CAD. You try CADing this, folks. This ain't easy. So we'll talk more about this in a little bit. But thank you, Nick, for being here. This is awesome. Anyways, hi, my name is Sam Coniglio. I've been coming to Maker Faire since like 2009. I was dating a girl and went to hang out with this 3-story Victorian house on wheels and a bunch of steampunks doing wacky things, and ended up marrying that same girl on that 3-story Victorian house on wheels a few years later. Catherine Beckfire, my lovely wife over there at the camera. Yay! Love you, honey, so much. And my little munchkin's back there. Sebastian, how you doing, kid? Yes, you gotta listen to Daddy talk about space again. I'm sorry, kid. You're gonna have to deal. Oh well, it happens. But anyway, so hanging out with steampunk people and maker friends got me interested in actually building things myself. I have no formal engineering training myself, but I got excited about tinkering and learning about electronics and fluid mechanics and just building stuff and not being afraid of building. That's the great thing about Maker Faire, is learning how to, get your hands dirty, make mistakes, and what the hell, you just try to keep building the things. So it's just awesome stuff. So eventually I started dabbling into something called cocktail robotics, where people actually started building robots to make cocktails in very wild and wacky ways, and worked on a thing called the Cosmobot, which was a rocket ship-shaped robot that served drinks by launching it. It was kind of fun. And the Tiki-Tron, which is like a tiki-style robot that serves cocktails. It was just fun, silly stuff. But in the act of doing that, I learned a lot of things about fluid mechanics and electronics along the way. And you're probably wondering, why am I even talking about this for space? You'll find out in a minute. Anyways, so here, I have a book. Only took 30 years to make, but hey, that's what happens. Don't worry, it will be less than 30 years for you, my dear, when you write your book. Probably a lot quicker than me. I took a long time. Oh my God. Anyways, so besides hanging out with the Obtanium Works art crew, where they're the ones doing the rampaging robots, right, and the Robot Rumble, go check them out. They're really cool. I'm also former vice president of the Space Tourism Society. This society is an advocacy group for promoting you and I to go into space, bringing space travel to the masses, to the rest of us. And we've been researching this stuff for years and talking to people for years and slowly promoting the idea of space travel for everyone, not just for the triple PhD, ex-military folks, but anybody can fly into space. And now that time has come. So let's begin the story. After 50 years of experience of space exploration, off-world living is still like going on an extreme camping trip. You have to bring all your supplies you need to stay alive. Living out there is uncomfortable at best. We need to improve the fundamentals of the human experience in space. To make off-world living more practical, we need to address the issues of creature comforts. Those hard-to-describe human touches that make life more enjoyable, provide psychological benefits, and are fun. It is time to take a look at the dangers of space travel and turn them into design constraints for new concepts for living better off-world and maybe improving life on Earth. Let me pose you with these questions. How do we make off-world living enjoyable? How do we make off-world living sustainable? How do we make off-world living benefit humanity? We have learned a lot from the people living and working aboard the International Space Station. But the ISS is a laboratory, and the astronauts and cosmonauts live in that laboratory, like literally live in the laboratory itself. There's really no room for themselves. They have to make many compromises living in an environment designed for science experiments, not people. By looking at the small, mundane aspects of living and re-envisioning them as in the extreme environment, we can see the challenges and exciting potential of long-term sustainable living off-world. What makes us human? What things make us relax, feel safe, comfortable, and dare I say it, give us joy? The term creature comfort is rather hard to define. It is based upon our personal preferences and habits which we do nearly every day of our lives. Things that we could live without on a very short-term basis, but may be critical for our physical, mental, and emotional survival. What you see here is a very informal survey results that I did with my friends on Facebook, very informal. As you can see, people have many definitions of creature comforts. Each one is very subjective, based upon their personal interests and backgrounds. Some of these items are being addressed in space, many of them are not being addressed at all. Other items, well, let's just say are rather impractical or impossible to implement. But it is time to take an objective look at each one, no matter how fanciful they may seem, and design a way to make them work off-world. So, quick audience participation time. Let's see. You, sir, what do you consider a creature comfort? What do you do to have fun, to relax, to enjoy your day?
I like being able to watch TV.
You watch TV, okay. So you're sitting down in a nice, comfortable chair or couch, and do you have like a cup of coffee with you or Coca-Cola? What do you do? You just.
I mean, normally just a water, but yeah, we'll say
One. Okay, coffee. All right. Let's see. My dear, what about you? What do you consider a creature comfort? Music. Okay. Like in big speakers or just in the headphones? Speakers. It's nice, soft, mellow music, not like, hip hop or anything like that. Okay, something. Way back there, the gentleman in the pink shirt. What do you consider a creature comfort? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Connect to the internet? That's your creature comfort? Okay. Go online, just surf the web, that's your creature comfort. All right, you sir in the blue shirt, what about you? What do you think? What do you consider a creature comfort? Relax? Okay, stretch out. Okay, so, very subjective. There is no one definition of creature comfort. It's very personalized. You want your coffee with cream. No, you want your coffee with sugar. No, you want your coffee with stevia. No, you want your coffee with honey. Everybody's got a personal preference. You develop these over the years. Some of those things are very easy to do, no big deal. But when you go to a place when you're traveling or camping or going in an extreme environment, you may not be able to do those things. You may not be able to watch the TV or listen to your music or relax because you're in the mountains somewhere far from reception. You have no connection to the outside world. You're just stuck there. What do? I don't know. How do you keep your sanity? Don't know. But you're traveling. And so for a short term, yeah, you can survive without it. But eventually you do want to have some of this fun stuff again. So the Space Tourism Society has been promoting the idea of space travel for the masses since the 1990s. Since 2001, when the historic flight of Dennis Tito as the first private space passenger happened, a steady trickle of pioneer private space travelers have paid their way to the International Space Station as visitors, as passengers. Then in 2021, in the middle of a global pandemic, over a dozen people flew on a whole series of historic flights to space on their own dime with the help of companies from Blue Origin, SpaceX, and Virgin Galactic. Private space travel, including space tourism, has finally gone mainstream. And that's why I finally got this book out the door, because it's like, if this is happening now, okay, it's time to get serious about private space travel and enjoying life off-world. Since the 1970s, there have been many proposals for building and flying space stations. Only a handful were built with the support of government space agencies because the cost of flying payloads to space was prohibitively expensive until now. With the development of SpaceX's new Starship rocket and with the almost weekly flights of SpaceX's Falcon 9 reusable rocket and the new generation of private rocket companies are pushing the cost of getting things in space down dramatically. But it's not going to be easy. Oh, I'm sorry. But new space stations are being designed and built who could revolutionize the human race's access to space, access to the high frontier, the new lands beyond Earth. But it's not going to be easy. By understanding the challenges of living in space, we can take steps to reinvent how to adapt creature comforts to this new environment. For decades, scientists have been studying the effects of space travel on the human body and psyche. My research flips the script. These things you see on the screen are not the dangers of space travel. I consider them design constraints. It is time to address what these issues are, how they affect humans, and offer creative ways from NASA and other inspirations that deal with them. The new space habitat design I am looking for needs to be able to address all of these issues and yet also be comfortable and sustainable for humans. Our challenge for off-world living is how to move beyond survival in space to thriving in space. Here is one example in which I focus on in my book, blob management. Without gravity, water and other liquids stick to everything. Surface tension is king. It can make the most common experiences on Earth, like taking a shower or making coffee, extremely challenging in a microgravity environment. These are the lifestyle issues that need to be improved upon to make off-world living easier and enjoyable for humanity. For example, all the items listed on the top row here have one thing in common: water. So in my research, I discuss how water can be conserved and reused through a combination of man-made and nature-based processes. By reinventing these domestic concepts for off-world living, more energy and water-efficient products and systems can be designed for Earth use. For example, one idea is that all wastewater gets partially processed and then sent to a giant space farm to feed the plants. Nature has an excellent filtration system. We just need to find the right plants and develop the ideal farming techniques to break down the pathogens into something benign, and of course use it as fertilizer. The bottom row is a combination of practical needs and fun things to do. All this requires reinventing the way we do things on Earth to do them in space, because we have a lot of role models on Earth, and we just have to learn from them. In the book, here are some examples, some of the design concepts that I talk about in my book. NASA, for 50 years, NASA and the space agencies have been training people to adapt to off-world environments. I believe it's time to adapt the environment for humans. How do we make the simple things that we are to use on Earth work where there is no gravity? So what can you do? We live in an amazing time. There is a renaissance of space activity where more people can participate. For students and teachers, there are lots of options. These next two slides list just a handful of organizations running contests and events to send things into space. Check out these places and you'll see if one of them works for you. I have these flyers in the back, so after the presentation, if anybody wants one of these flyers that lists these things, you can take a copy. By the way, some of these programs support students from the grades 5 through 12, and also teachers, and some of the programs go all the way up to college level. Also, ask your parents for help if you want to do more research on this stuff. But you can do things now. The stuff I'm talking about are concepts that we need to work on to develop living in space better. I would love to encourage all of you to be involved in some way in creating a better lifestyle for humanity. So anyways, that's just the tip of the iceberg, just the tip of the iceberg. My book is available in paperback and ebook formats. It's available on Amazon. If you hate Amazon, I have a Book Baby connection, blah, blah, blah. And follow the QR code. And that's it. Thank you for coming.
Awesome. Thank you, Sam. We got plenty of time for questions. If people have questions, just raise your hand. I'll come over and bring the microphone, and we can ask some questions.
You showed off that cup at the beginning. What's the point?
Oh, You want me to get to a point? Shocking. Excellent. So, besides the cocktail making robots that we were working on, we were trying to figure out how to redesign drinking in space. So back in about 2012, astronaut Donald Pettit invented a thing called a zero gravity coffee cup. And what he had created was basically a teardrop shape vessel where the liquids would wick towards the sharp angled part of the teardrop. And so what I did was, hey, let's take it to the next level for cocktails by creating a glass where you can inject the fluids right here through a machine, like have a drink bot machine, then it pushes the fluids through here, like through a syringe or through a peristaltic pump, through the stem, and then into here. And these grooves here will hold the liquids. So this could be free floating in a weightless environment, and the liquids won't go all over the place. The problem is, if I didn't have this stuff in here, the liquids would just blob over and just fall over the glass and fall over me, and if I touch it, it becomes a giant mess. So the idea is you can have an elegant design. We're talking engineering plus art here. We're talking aesthetics. Can you design a glass that will will balance holding the practicality of holding the liquids in here with the grooves and being something beautiful and enjoyable? And it's an open container. Drink glasses in space cannot be open containers because the blobs fly all over the place. But with these grooves, you can manage it a bit more. Yes, Nick?
Can you ask into the microphone?
Yes. More of a comment than a question. If you move the glass aside, there's a coffee cup version on the cover of the book.
Right
so
there.
it's the same concepts, the same internal grills, but that's a coffee cup.
Right. So the idea is you can have that same design and apply it to different situations. I made it in a martini glass because it was sexy and fun to do. And yes, believe it or not, people do drink alcohol in space. Shocking, we shouldn't say that. Oh, no. Oh, by the way, I should mention there are 3 taboos that NASA will not talk about: sex, alcohol, and space tourism. Think about that. That's why you need private companies to look at these other options. Okay? Yes, sir.
Into the microphone, please.
Yeah, okay. Has any version of this cup or martini glass made it to the space station for testing?
Okay, Nick. So yeah, we tried multiple times and got crashed and burned multiple times. Let's see. Virgin Galactic was going to use this for like a promotional for when they're going to fly they're going to use it as a promotional glass for one of their flights. And then they had an accident and people died in their test craft and everything stopped and they stopped talking to us. Oh well, not our fault, just simply bad timing. We got really close to flying this version of the glass with Made in Space. Made in Space was one of the first space 3D printing companies. They loved our products, they were promoting it. We even gave them a glass for as a demo and stuff like that. They thought it was fantastic. They thought, hey, this is great. And then NASA Public Affairs found out that about this project and said, no, we can't have alcohol or anything representing drinking in space, no. Killed that one. And I think it was a third, I can't remember. But we just had a lot of bad luck. It just didn't work out. And also, I'm not a professional businessman, so I probably made a few mistakes, and we had like almost no budget. It was just us winging it. I tried to do a Kickstarter fund, but it was really just me running the Kickstarter fund, and I was like, how do I do a Kickstarter fund? And we didn't get enough funding to finish the project, so. But it was a heck of a lot of fun. It was a heck of a lot of fun. Oh, way in the back there, Catherine? No, I'm just saying you have 5 minutes left. I have 5 minutes? Oh, okay. Anybody else have questions? Yes, sir.
Please repeat it into the microphone.
Sorry, isn't Don Pettit back up on the station right now?
Don Pettit is back up on the space station right now.
Talk him into it?
Astronaut Donald Pettit is on the space station right now doing more experiments. He was known for his, I think it was like Saturday morning science programs, and you can see these all on YouTube right now. It's amazing. He just does fun experiments like, trying to eat a cup of coffee with chopsticks. Because literally, you just have a blob of coffee, so he uses chopsticks and go, doop, and the surface tension causes it to catch onto the sticks, and he goes, and he eats it that way. So you're kind of reinventing eating and drinking in this unusual environment. And Donald is very smart. He observes. He observes what's going on in that environment. Yes, any other questions? You're all overwhelmed, I can tell. anyways, Creature Comforts in Space, it's available on Amazon. I have a booth set up next to Obtainium Works where the Robot Rumble is going on, so I'll be here tomorrow as well. So if you have any questions, come on by.
And another round of applause for Sam, please.
Thank you. Oh, we have a question right over there. There's
Oh.
someone right there. Oh, young man there.
Raise your hand, raise your hand. How do astronauts go to the bathroom?
How do astronauts go to the bathroom? Okay, let's see. Is that chapter 2 or chapter 3? It's uncomfortable and awkward. Let's just put. Not really. Hang on. Here we go. Here we go. There we go. So this is the dangers of space toilet. So this is the current universal waste management system. Basically, they have a number 1 and a number 2. And so you can see some of the other designs they've had over the years. There's typically a tube for number 1 and a hole for number 2. Number 2, they can like process the urine now. NASA's figured out a way to process the urine to turn it back into water. In fact, the new joke right now is that, tomorrow's coffee is today's coffee. Right? That's the running joke right now. But for the feces, number 2, they don't do anything with it. They basically put it in a bag, and when they have enough of it, they put it in a larger bag, throw it on a cargo shell that's going to burn up in the atmosphere. Lots of waste, lots of waste. But what you could do with my designs is turn it into a circular system where you can process that and turn it into fertilizer for plants and gardening, because that's what plants do. You know, they process that type of stuff. Oh, by the way, I got to show this one more, since I got this and then we'll run away.
No problem, we got plenty of time.
I got plenty of time. Okay, so this here is the SpaceX Dragon capsule, and hiding way over here is the toilet. And they've had a few instances in the past where, I think it was Inspiration 4, where the toilet stopped working. Oops. So they had to use their diapers. They have diapers they have to wear sometimes as backup. So I found out the secret name for their toilet. Since it's called the Dragon Space Capsule, it's called the Komodo Dragon. Komodo Dragon. Oh. So yeah, lots of jokes and stories about toilets and stuff like that. And I have a design solution, and I'll talk about that later when you read the book. So, all right, anything else? Oh, another question. Oh, got another human.
Shout it out. Does plant growth work differently in microgravity?
It kind of does, because there is no up, there is no down, so you have to kind of encourage it to go somewhere. So plants follow the light. They like the light. So typically in a hydroponic gardening system, the light's up here, the water's down there. The NASA veggie system, which worked out pretty well, they had to actually have like tethers or wires going, strands going to every single root, and just using the surface tension of just drops of water, nutrient-filled water, to get to the roots of the plant. So, and then the light will encourage the leaves to go in this direction over here, or that direction there, or whatever, wherever the light is. It's all about the light. All right, I think.
We can. If you're game, then we got time for more questions. Can you grab the microphone from me before you ask your question?
Have you read A City on Mars?
Yes, I have, and I loved and hated it.
All right, so you're more optimistic than pessimistic?
I am more optimistic and pessimistic. So there's a book that just came out recently by a couple who are not engineers, but they wrote an interesting science comic book series. And they had this kind of snarky way of writing about science. They did a lot of good research, and they brought up a lot of issues that I'm kind of glad they did, because there's certain issues about sex in space, and I wrote articles about sex in space like 10 years ago. Now it's popular again. But how do you have babies in space? Don't. Just don't. Bad. It won't work. But there's a lot of, and also the political issues and the complications of international treaties, and what if someone wants to create who owns the moon? And they get into the politics of that stuff, and it's just an ugly mess. And they did a good job of pointing all that stuff out. I didn't get their jokes, though. I kind of was confused by their jokes. A little too hipster for me, but whatever. It has good information. It was just like, I wish it could be written a little bit better. And I'm going to meet the author on November 1st at Johnson Space Center for the New Worlds Conference. So I can't wait to get their autograph.
Awesome. Let's give a final round of applause for Sam. Thanks so much.
Yay. Thank you.
And